Britannico 1986. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 126. Nephew Alan, what do you need your uncle to do for you? I understand, Your Excellency. Ferguson is a little aggrieved. This is the reason point, but when he said it so directly, it was still this condescending attitude that made him extremely aggrieved. Point, but this is class, and the person in front of me is qualified to say so. Point. Alan curled up the corner of his mouth and found it interesting to see Ferguson, who looked unconvinced but endured it. Point. Outsiders cannot appreciate the relationship between Scots and English. Point. Everyone seems to be British to the outside world. Point. But the feeling of alienation is actually very great. Point. The Scots claim to be loyal to Great Britain, but they fight for independence every year. If they don't make trouble for a year, there will even be people in England who think something is wrong this year. This behavior has almost become a tradition. Point. As one of the 4 member states, Scotland ranks among the top 3 in terms of loyalty to the United Kingdom, second only to Wales and higher than Northern Ireland. Point. At this time in previous years, it would have been time to make a fuss again. But this year the economic situation is not good. Point. The Scots are not stupid. What if there is trouble this year and the English become cruel and really ignore them? So this year it was extraordinarily peaceful and there was no fuss. But this overall calm has not affected the Scots and the English in looking down upon each other. Point. Even though Ferguson is working in England now, he just looks down on the English a little, which does not affect his work. Ferguson, have you ever thought that if you do well one day, I can give you a knighthood, such as Sir Alex Ferguson? Ferguson's eyes widened instantly. He looked down on the English, but he valued the title of England. I didn't expect that the lord in front of me would play so big and actually use the title as a reward. But point, was this given to him as a count? Ferguson, who didn't know much about this aspect, was a bit suspicious. Looking at Ferguson's expression, Alan looked at the court and said calmly, I have given knighthoods to our 2 butlers. As long as you work hard and be loyal to the Hill family, you will get the rewards you deserve. Money, things, titles, any of these things are fine. Although, I don't know how this gentleman obtained the title. To be honest, Ferguson was tempted by this temptation. A scene instantly appeared in his mind. He was standing on the edge of the court directing the game. If those referees saw him before, they would only nod to him and say hello. The more arrogant ones might not even look at him. Point. But what if you have a title? As long as he is standing on the sidelines, the passing referees must say hello respectfully when they see him, whether they wanted to or not. They had to say hello. Sir Alex Ferguson, TSK. TSK. Point. If you meet the head coach of a hostile club team, even if the other party is unhappy with you, you have to follow this process. Thinking about it this way, this title is quite satisfying. What man wouldn't want something like this? And now this title has been thrown out by the excellency in front of him, and Ferguson can get it at his fingertips. etc. Point. Ferguson was immersed in beautiful longing when he suddenly froze. Point. Your Excellency was talking about his housekeeper just now. What did he say next? Work hard and be loyal to the Hill family. Does this make him loyal to Ferguson? Before Ferguson could hesitate, Alan's voice came again. Don't hesitate. This is only if you perform well. I will give it to you depending on the situation. But right now, you are not qualified for this. Please consider the team first. That damn condescending tone again. Point. But this time, Ferguson found that he didn't particularly reject this tone. Point. There seems to be a little more awe and yearning. Your Excellency, the time is still long. I will prove my ability to you. Ferguson's face calmed down and became serious. He looked directly into Alan's eyes and said seriously, oh, let's talk about it later. I like people who do practical things. There are many more empty words and beautiful words than you, Alan. looked at Ferguson. "I can't deal with you in this demo." He directly used his identity to pressure Ferguson, who now seems to be a little convinced, but not very convinced yet. To paraphrase Ferguson, "It's still a long time, so take your time." After he knew the benefits of nobles, this temptation was not something that ordinary people could resist. Thinking of this, Alan deliberately glanced at Ferguson with contempt, turned around and walked back. Ferguson was almost broken by Alan's look. As a football coach, the most basic quality is to have a big heart with strong ability to withstand pressure. But no matter how big the heart is, it can only withstand pressure. It cannot bear this kind of contempt. Haha, what do you think? Are you disappointed? When Angus saw Alan in the box, he stepped forward and put his arm around Alan's shoulders, pointing to the court at his feet. "It's okay. Have you read the report? How much is it approximately?" To be honest, the current Manchester United seems to have nothing to do with any giants. At most, it can be regarded as an established and strong team. Besides, we are in League One now, not the Premier League yet, and there are no stars in the team. Alan estimates that the entire Manchester United is worth several £1,000,000 if it is to die, and that's all, including the price of the stadium. Ferguson only joined Manchester United at the end of last year. How much transfer fee did Edwards spend to recruit him? Only £60,000. For a head coach who later became so famous, the transfer fee was only £60,000. Now the salary of those players is only £10,000 to £20,000 a year, which is already considered a high income group. Well, it's a little bit more than expected. Angus was a little embarrassed to speak. "How much is it?" Alan frowned. "How much higher could it be? Manchester United is currently in a trough period and its results are not good. What is it worth? When is this? A few decades from now? Well, they still have debts of more than £2.7 million. As for the club, £5 million, which adds up to almost £8 million. So much, that's £8 million. It's just a League One team, but it's still a League One team in its trough point. Although Diana took out some old clothes and jewelry at random and sold them for millions of pounds a few days ago, Ellen can't compare at all. He currently has less than £20 million of available cash on hand. If he uses this money to buy the current Manchester United, how will the American bargain hunting plan proceed in a few months? That's not right. Alan suddenly found that he was in over his head. When he bought the club, he didn't say it would be settled in one lump sum. After he joined Manchester United, wouldn't all the money be his? Can he pay in installments? Moreover, Alan suddenly thought of several other shareholders. When Edwards talked about those shareholders who did not show up just now, his tone seemed not very good. By starting with these people, we can further lower prices and save costs. Alan is not particularly familiar with taking the right path, but when it comes to crooked ways, he knows all about them. "Okay, I'm going back. That's it. Let's talk first. It's really hard on you today, Angus." "Where is it? Who among us is following whom?" Angus pulled Alan's shoulder and shook it again, and then said, "Oh no, don't leave in such a hurry. I have already decided the place. You have come to my territory. I have to entertain you no matter what." "You." The little chubby hand pointed east, and Angus whispered in Alan's ear, "Are you interested in the blonde girl who escaped from the Slavs? I have arranged for you. Is that interesting enough?" Alan opened his eyes slightly, looked at Angus speechlessly and said, "Angus, you can't be more advanced. Show off your duke's airs and play something advanced." The dignified duke, although he is in despair, but he did this. He ran away from there. Not only is it embarrassing, but the safety issue is also a problem. What if it's the Natasha type? Alan cherishes his life. Although he feels that he has no value worthy of special treatment, he often walks by the river. How can his shoes not get wet? If you want to play, just play with the beautiful or famous, and play in an upright manner, unlike Angus, who is like his mother's prostitute, which is embarrassing. "Let's go. Let's play my part for me. Hey. Angus reluctantly took a few steps to follow Alan. Seeing that his face was serious, he didn't seem to be shirking, and it was difficult to say what he said. He also wants to play like Alan, but he has little capital. People who don't know the industry may think that his status as a duke is very high end, and it is okay to muddle through temporarily. But as long as there is contact, sooner or later the secret will be exposed. Have you ever seen a duke without dozens of servants behind him? That's the case with Angus. He doesn't even have a decent manner to support his appearance. Ellen, I'll take you back. Save it. You can stay and rest. Don't worry, if you help me, I won't treat you badly. Alan stopped and looked around. Bodyguards were standing guard outside the box. Several servants saw Alan's eyes and quickly lowered their heads and walked outside, giving Alan room to whisper, Angus, you are an old friend of my father's. I helped you because of our friendship. Now you help me again. We are even. But, Alan stretched out his right index finger, and under Angus' surprised gaze, he tapped his chest fiercely and said, be more restrained in the future. Your family has fallen, but it is not gone. You are still here. This time if I give you another hand, can you make me believe you? Suddenly, turning from discussing the blonde girl to this kind of topic, Angus, who had always been very cheerful, was rarely silenced by Alan. It's not that he doesn't want to cheer up, but he can't cheer up. He loses money doing business and stock trading, and other nobles don't accept him. He has no capital left, so he can only muddle along. Looking at Angus, who had been silent and seemed to be autistic, Alan reached out and poked him again and said, times have changed. Since you can't fit into that circle, why do you have to fit in? Don't you also think, are you going to develop abroad? You made the right move to the United States, but do you know where you went wrong? What's wrong? Angus looked at Alan, who was 30 years younger than him, with a somewhat complicated look. Aren't the Hill family all reckless? Why does this generation seem to be different from his father? You are wrong because your thinking has not changed. You are wrong because you are not strong enough. It does not mean that the domestic aristocratic circles will not accept you. The top foreign circles must accept you. When your strength is not good enough, you should not look forward. You have to look down. Look at those who are not as good as you. When you don't have the strength, you can't do well anywhere. Unless you open up the hierarchy and mix with people who are lower than you. Do you understand? Angus nodded mechanically and suddenly seemed to realize that something was wrong. Fatty tilted his head to the left, stared at Alan and said slowly, after talking for a long time, you want me to follow you? Alan grinned and nodded. Yes, you finally figured it out. Putting aside everything else, just say that as the two of us, a duke and an earl, we will not mix in the country. If we go, are there any advantages to mixing in the colonies? Is it easy to use? Angus seems to be a broken guy, but he just wants to run to a good place and join the top circles, but his identity and strength are not consistent. Others look down on him, don't let him play, and even cheat him. But Alan feels that this old guy is also a talent sometimes. At least he is a duke, and this status is very useful. In some cases, the status of duke is more useful than that of count. Moreover, this guy has a lot of investment experience. Although he is losing money, if he changes his thinking, if Angus is very optimistic about a project, does this mean that this project will definitely lose money? Looking at it this way, under certain circumstances, Duke Angus can be Alan's little radar, and Alan can give up the projects he is optimistic about without any thought. On the contrary, it is a project that he is not optimistic about. In theory, he can learn about it. Moreover, the land owned by his family has been sold out. With this guy's talent, it is impossible to even think about regaining the power of the Duke of Manchester in this life. What does this mean? This means he is easy to control, and Alan can suppress him. Wouldn't it be perfect for such a duke, who is experienced and easy to control, to be a tool man? This is exactly the old talent that Alan has always longed for. Even if all other conditions are ignored, does having a duke follow you sound awesome? Huh. Don't say it. When you say this, my ideas will open up. Is this what your Gambia project is about, Duke? Angus sniffed. He didn't care about face in the first place. He just fell into a misunderstanding and went in the wrong direction. Now that Alan said it, he felt that it was not impossible. Alan is the son of Cano, and Cano is his old brother. He is the elder beside Alan, which is not shameful, and it also makes him affectionate and righteous. Moreover, Angus discovered that Alan was a quiet guy with great ideas. The projects he worked on may not be lofty, but he was not easy to attract too much attention from the outside world. He made a fortune quietly, and was very low-key. It is completely opposite to his extremely high-profile development path. Okay. Then nephew Alan, is there anything you need uncle to do for you? Angus looked at Alan with a kind face and patted his shoulder gently. Alan listened to Angus's words and looked at the fat duke up and down again. 10 fucking minutes ago, you called me brother Alan. Why are you your nephew now? P.S. I'm not a salty person. This is not today's update. This is an update that I made consciously. I will continue to update today's update after I finish my work today. Chapter 127, The Shit Stirrer. Squinting his eyes, Alan patted Angus's shoulders with both hands. He held Angus's shoulders with his two big hands and pressed down hard with his thumbs. Angus's face turned red instantly, but he was also very stubborn and remained silent. Seeing his performance, Alan secretly exerted force with his thumb, clasping Angus's tendon and rubbing it back and forth on the collarbone. This pain is much more stimulating than the simple pressing just now. Hiss fake, you little brat. Hiss. Alan was not annoyed, he just lowered his head and stared at Angus with a painful look on his face. Although Angus was just a little short of words, Alan was still prepared to give him a long memory. Everyone who comes out to hang out should sort out their priorities to avoid being disobedient in the future. I'm convinced. I'll help you. Tell me what you want me to do. What's the rush? Let's settle this matter first. I'll tell you the rest after I think about it. Alan let go of his hand, looked at Angus who was gasping for air, straightened his collar with satisfaction, and stretched out his hand to smooth the wrinkles on his shoulders. Wouldn't it be enough if we had just been like this? I will be your duke honestly, and we will have a bright future. At the gate of the old Tradford office area, Edwards and Ferguson came to see Alan off. This Earl was very efficient and resolute in his work. He came to visit, put down the negotiation team, and was about to leave without even staying to eat. A banquet. By the way, Ferguson, do you have an enemy? The kind of coach who has a very bad relationship with you, but whose coaching skills are pretty good. Alan was not in a hurry to get in the car. Before getting in the car, he turned his head and suddenly asked Ferguson. Ferguson was a little confused as to why he asked this suddenly. Sir, what do you mean? Oh, don't get me wrong, just say it. I'm just preparing in advance. If you don't perform well in leading the team this season, I will invite your enemy over and let him replace you. Talking about this arrangement directly in front of people is really irritating to people. Ferguson took a deep breath, his hands trembling a little. Your Excellency, you don't have to. Just one season. No. In half a season, I can prove my ability to you. Alan looked at Ferguson, who looked a little uncomfortable, smiled and did not answer his words, but raised his chin and said slowly, okay, you go back first. I want to say a few words to Edwards. You can't listen. Is it really okay to chase people away like this? Ferguson felt that he had been humiliated repeatedly today, but there was nothing he could do. One second he was full of anger and promised in front of this excellency, and the next second he directly signaled that he could leave. What whispers he couldn't hear. If you don't listen, don't listen. Ferguson nodded, twitched the corners of his mouth, showed a very professional fake smile, turned around and left. Your mightiness, little Edwards was a little worried when he saw Ferguson was so angry, but still walked away honestly. Come on, get in the car. I'll talk to you before I leave. Okay, please come first, Your Excellency. Little Edwards quickly opened the car door, stood on the side of the door, blocked the door frame with his right hand, and asked Alan to get in the car first. The space inside the car was very quiet. Even the driver got out of the car's Ioshita was sent to the Butler Academy by Alan for further training. Now Alan's driver works part-time as a bodyguard. Lighting a cigarette, Alan looked out the car window and said, when the share acquisition is completed, I will leave you 5% of the stock dividend rights. You will also become the honorary chairman of Manchester United and manage the daily life of the club for me. Edwards, the family is entitled to enjoy the benefits of the club along with the Hill family. The sudden generous treatment caught little Edwards off guard point. Although it is not directly given shares, this dividend right means that as the club develops better and better in the future, his income will also get better and better, plus the money from selling the shares this time point. Before he finished thinking, Alan's voice came again. I just learned about the price of the shares in your hand, and the price will be according to what you said, little. Edwards looked into Alan's eyes. He didn't expect that His Excellency was so easy to talk to, and so forthright. The negotiation team above hasn't finished talking yet. Your Excellency just decided like this, without even setting the price. Although the price he asked for was not expensive, there was no basic bargaining step, which still made people worry about gain and loss. This is too simple. Your Excellency, I really have nothing to repay you for, little. Edwards thought for a long time, and couldn't figure out what the Earl wanted to do, but with such generous treatment, he could only hold back this sentence. Haha, you can repay it now. Alan looked at little Edwards and raised his hand slightly. The cigarette ashes in his hand were almost falling off. Little Edwards very wisely stretched out his right hand and gently placed it in front of Alan. Alan was very satisfied with his performance. He used Edward's right hand as an ashtray, flicked the ashes, and stared into his eyes, seeing that there was no dissatisfaction in little Edward's eyes. Alan said, you have such treatment. I only have a small request. Within 3 days, little. Edwards watched Alan finish flicking the cigarette ash with his left hand, then nodded the hand holding the cigarette, and said to himself, within 3 days, I will see the information of several other shareholders on my desk, names, photos, family status, social relations, shareholding ratio. Do you understand? A nobleman, after agreeing to himself on generous terms, turned around and asked him to provide information on several other shareholders, again with such detailed information. Little Edwards is not a child. Of course he knows what Alan wants to do. This is going to be a dirty trick. Moreover, he is still required to provide intelligence in person, which means he is asked to betray his teammates, although those shareholders are all bad gamblers and have made little contribution to the club. Little Edwards hesitated. Britain is known as Europe's shit troublemaker, so it naturally has its own unique features. What is the essence of this ancestral shit stirring skill? It is to sow discord, first bribe the other party, and then let the other party collapse from within. How can we make the other party decide to kill their own people? Of course, it is to give them a strong backer and make them think that everything is under control. Then, after they kill each other and think they have surrendered, they will take the initiative to reveal what they have done to their own people, so that they will be blamed as traitors. Under such circumstances, we have already boarded the pirate ship anyway. This final blow is the straw that breaks the camel's back. From now on, we can only hold on to the backer and hit wherever we ask. Alan also knows this ancestral skill. Although he is not very proficient, the person he is trying it on is not a big shot, so he will give it a try first. Alan looked at little Edwards, who looked hesitant. By giving him such a good condition, do you think it is because of his generosity and kindness? Edwards Jr.'s family is very prestigious in Manchester United, which is not convenient for Alan to control the club in the future. If you want to get rid of them once and for all, you have to secretly eliminate their retreat and prestige. But as long as he wants to get the conditions proposed by Alan, he must sell his teammates first. After he sells out his teammates, Alan can start bullying these civilians. As a nobleman, he worked hard to keep his status as a count, wasn't it? Just so that he could one day bully the common people. If he couldn't bully the common people, why would he be a noble? Alan didn't want to spend too much money to acquire the shares held by several other shareholders. As long as he has little Edwards' information, he can save a lot of effort. He no longer has to collect information, and can only arrange his men to do things later. He will let people take the initiative to spread the news about Edwards' betrayal of his teammates. The Edwards family will always be blamed for being traitors. Who dares to believe a family that likes to betray their teammates? They will have to follow Alan honestly from now on. Have you ever heard of the saying that pie does not fall in the sky? If you want to get something, how can you do it without paying a price? Alan slowly and seductively seemed to be trying to solve Edwards. Little Edwards gritted his teeth. In his opinion, as long as His Excellency the Earl acquires Manchester United, these shareholders will have nothing to do with him. Don't they just want information? Could it be that, if he didn't give it, His Excellency the Earl wouldn't be able to find the information on these people? Since everyone is giving, why should I resist? I understand, Your Excellency. I will send the information to you personally within 3 days. Very good. You made a wise choice. You can go back to see Duke Angus. He has arranged a reception dinner. You two have a good time today. Take a rest. Don't worry, little Edwards. You will have more time in the future. It's growing, isn't it? You are right, Your Excellency. The club will get better and better under your leadership. Alan laughed, put the cigarette, but in little Edward's hand, raised his chin slightly, indicating that he could get out of the car. Then, please go slowly, Your Excellency. I will go down first. Little Edwards carefully dragged the ashes and cigarette butts from his right hand to say goodbye. The Greater Manchester area is very close to the border on the northeast side of Wales. When the convoy returned, it did not turn directly into Wales. Instead, it went all the way south and took the main road towards Birmingham Point. This main road is much smoother than the small roads in Wales. Although it will take some detours, the overall time is faster than taking the small roads in Wales. As soon as the convoy entered the suburbs of Birmingham, the phone rang in the car. This kind of old-fashioned mobile phone has basically no signal in the wild, as long as it goes out of the urban area, and it can only be used barely when around the city point. The servant sitting in the passenger seat answered the phone, nodded a few times, and whispered to the driver to slow down before quietly waking up Alan, who was taking a nap in the back seat. Master, wake up and look for your phone number. Who is it? Alan yawned. It went smoothly today. When he went out to do errands, he couldn't help but take a nap on the way back. Well, the signal is not very good. It seems to be stuck. Well, give it to me. Alan takes over. Big brother, this thing is a bit heavy to hold, like holding a 500ml bottle of Coke. The long antenna is stretched out for better signal. I'm Alan. Who are you? Sir Alan. I'm Cap. Who? Louder. Capel. Your Excellency, I'm Capel. Oh, I'm on the road now, and the signal is not good. Is there anything wrong with Sir Capel? Alan's tone slowed down when he heard it was Capel. Your Highness, please come here. Oh, Alan looked at the sky outside. It was already evening. What was Charles doing with him at this hour? Now, where is your Highness? Highgrove Manor. His Highness is waiting for you here. Okay, the signal is not good. I won't say more. I'm now. Alan glanced at the servant. Master, we have arrived in Birmingham. The servant was very clever. As soon as Alan looked at him, he took the initiative to tell Alan the current location of the convoy point. Alan nodded and said into the microphone, I'm still on the road in Birmingham. It will take some time to get there. Sir, please tell His Highness. Okay, I understand, sir. After hanging up the phone and handing the phone to the servant again, Alan didn't want to continue sleeping anymore. He pressed down the window glass, blew in the night breeze, and lit a cigarette. Point. After thinking about my arrangements for today, I feel like I missed nothing. Point. Winning over Duke Angus is just a casual move. Point. But the phone call just now suddenly brought a little inspiration to Alan. Point. It is well known that only nobles can participate in the British House of Lords. But what kind of nobles can participate? This is a bit particular. People like Alan can't participate. Now. Point. It's not that he's not qualified, it's that Alan is not up to the age limit. According to the provisions of the law, all sitting nobles, from knights to dukes, will automatically qualify as members of the House of Lords, as long as they are 21 years old or above. Point. And with this qualification, it is also necessary to select representative aristocratic members from each region, so that they can go to meetings to make suggestions. As for any suggestions, you can talk about any messy things anyway. As long as you are thick-skinned, even if your family dog is lost, you can talk about it. By the way, you can read a book about the inefficiency of the local police station. Some type of. Point. This congressman does not receive a salary, but he does receive a subsidy of £110 a day, which even noble gentlemen do not like. Point. In the past, Alan's father rarely went to meetings, mainly because it was too troublesome to go to London every time. He was a rough guy and didn't know what to say in the past. After a few meetings like this, the old man didn't want to go point, but Alan is different. He just suddenly thought that he is not old enough to make any remarks yet, but he can find a spokesperson. The Duke of Angus is very suitable, with high status and qualifications. No matter how good he is now, if a duke really makes some suggestions in the parliament, everyone must pay attention to it, even if he is just pretending point some time ago, because of the big-mouthed question raised by the idiot American opera reporter. There are still people discussing the news about the abolition of the royal family. Alan suddenly thought that the recent popularity of the princess's charity auction was so high that he was a little itchy and prepared to flatter her from a distance. The princess is already so poor and she has to auction off her clothes and accessories for charity. Isn't this a good opportunity to flatter? Chapter 128. I don't really want to see you. Let Angus first propose in Parliament to increase the annual living allowance given to the royal family. Since some of you suggest abolishing the royal family, I'm hiding behind and encouraging others to propose increasing the annual funding for the royal family. It's not his Alan's money anyway. People who don't understand this kind of thing will think that Duke Angus is trying to flatter him, but those who understand can see that Earl Alan is loyal to Britain. At the very least, Charles must know that Angus suddenly joined the parliament and put forward such extremely inconsistent opinions. It was definitely not Angus's own idea. With a quick check, he could find out who was behind this. Alan held the cigarette in his mouth and curled his mouth. Didn't he say that I don't do business? I will do some serious work for you to see. Anyway, I'm idle. Shit stirrer. Where can I go without stirring up trouble? When Alan met Charles, he was wearing casual overalls and an apron with pockets around his waist. Looks like a tasteful farmer. Charles loved hunting, flowers, and gardens. He liked to choose his own varieties, plant them himself, and prune them himself. The largest area of the entire Highgrove Manor is the gardens, and gardens of various types and styles. Most of them were done by Charles himself or by his command. Regardless of whether it's good or not, his hobby is quite fun. This time he went out for a while. As soon as he got home, Charles changed his clothes and took care of his flowers and plants. At this time, Charles was holding a long stick in his right hand with a soft material strip tied to the top of the stick. Snapped, snapped. It was like a long whip. Every time Charles swung the stick, the branches on the tall plants were snapped off one by one. It looked quite interesting. Alan rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "Your Highness, let me help you with your work. This looks fun." "Okay, just stand still and give it to me." When Charles heard Alan's voice, he glanced at Capel standing beside him, then at Alan, telling him not to move. Alan stretched out his hand to take the stick without thinking. Snapped. Damn it. Alan instinctively jumped to the right. "Hiss, Your Highness, why did you hit me?" If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been slapped on his butt. However, the stick was too long and had a small strip at the top. Even if Alan dodged in time, he was still hit on the calf. Charles didn't hold back. "This twitching really hurts." "Why did I hit you?" "I'll just go out for a few days and see what good things you did." In the letter, Charles did not want to say more in order to keep it confidential, but he was also holding a breath in his heart. How long has it been when he received Alan's letter? He was in Paris at the time. He saw Alan complaining about poverty again and saying that he couldn't eat meat for several days. He even took the idea to the royal family's asset management department, but he was so bold as to want to use the OEM trick. Is this what a count should do? Moreover, Charles is not in charge of the royal family's asset management department. He can only enjoy the dividends given by the royal family's asset management department, but he doesn't care. He couldn't write to the Queen about this, could he? But he was too embarrassed to tell Alan the truth about this kind of thing. However, a few days later, he actually saw news on TV that an American reporter was attacked. Charles didn't pay much attention to it at first. But the bad thing is, within a few days I saw another interview video with Alan. When that idiot reporter asked that question, he had second thoughts. It's better to ask this question to others, but it's about the Hill family. The people in this family all have the same moral character. They are very reckless. Charles has had enough. A few years ago, when Charles was still young, After getting married, his relationship with the Queen became somewhat tense due to some personal relationship issues at this time. A person jumped out. Andrew, his good brother. This guy is beloved by the Queen. At that time, Charles could not see the Queen at all throughout the year except for family gatherings on Christmas Eve. Wanting to contact the Queen, as a son and the Crown Prince, he actually had to write a letter. It was under this situation that Charles occasionally hinted to Cano, Alan's father, that he really just wanted to suppress Andrew. But Cano didn't know how to understand the leader's meaning. He was so bold that he took Andrew on board the ship to join the battle. Damn it, Charles, who learned about this incident afterwards, was frightened to death by Carnot's behavior. But everyone is gone. What can he do? Cano is his minister. Later, miraculously, the two of them came back without any incident. Charles, who thought everything was over, found out last year that he was still too naive. On the way to my home for a banquet. Cano was in a car accident. He took his eldest son with him, and the scene of the car accident was extremely clean. There were also a few people who he had a slight impression of, but who definitely shouldn't be there. Through these people, Charles had a vague understanding of what was going on. Later, I received a letter from the Queen. She didn't say anything specific. It was just a daily greeting. At the end of the letter, she just mentioned briefly that Count Carnot was loyal, but too impulsive. Later, Charles came forward in person and had to bow his head and personally take care of Cano's funeral affairs. Then there is Cano's introverted and unpopular youngest son Alan, but Charles originally thought that Alan was an introverted and worry-free child. Who knew that in the blink of an eye, he would turn out to be an impulsive person again. Let's not talk about his usual minor problems. Although the question asked by the reporter made him look ugly, it would be too much to attack him directly after the fact. What a character who can't stand the slightest anger. After people asked here, something happened on the way back. Such an obvious operation left Charles speechless. He asked someone to check and found that the people related to the case were all the same people around Alan, from police officers to doctors. All of them. Obviously there is such a relationship. Why not be more careful and do it more tactfully? Why does it have to be so big? This is the habit of being arrogant and domineering. Charles was feeling angry and things were not going well for him recently. He called Alan over today. When he saw this guy's playful face, he couldn't hold it back, so he went up and whipped him. Your Highness, I was wronged. Alan took small steps and came to Charles' side and helped him along. A slightly aggrieved look. Your Highness, you see, that idiot's question has a vicious intention. As soon as such a question is asked, it will cause some discussion. Isn't this detrimental to you? I will give her a little lesson. Charles hit the ground with a stick, glanced at Alan sideways and said, what you call a little lesson is to kill her assistant and paralyze her. This is really a little lesson. Ah. Haha, just like that, I deliberately kept her alive, so that she could repent for the rest of her life. Charles had a disgusted look on his face, and there was no need to repent for the rest of his life. You're really good at playing. You go up and put your hat on the Irish. When did the Irish do this kind of thing? Your Highness, that's what I thought. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, you know, right? If I don't be more ruthless this time, I won't be able to answer questions like this again. If any reporter with no brains asks me this kind of question, I don't care if you're ruthless or not, but you can't just be more low-key. Do you have to use a gun? When Alan heard this, he stopped talking and looked like he was cutting meat. He had finished explaining, so do whatever you want. You, Charles, had a look of hatred on his face. He gritted his teeth and pointed at Alan and said, get out of here. Your Highness, I haven't eaten yet. Won't you let me have a meal? Roll. Okay. Seeing Alan was about to leave the garden, Charles remembered that there was something else he had forgotten to explain and couldn't help shouting, wait. Alan thought that Charles had changed his mind again and was going to let him have dinner, so he trotted back to Charles. Stop. Don't get too close to me. I don't want to see you. Yes, Your Highness. Please tell me. Charles sighed and said, didn't you say you can't eat meat anymore? I've asked someone to send you several carts of ingredients. They have been delivered to your house this afternoon. Okay, get out. Why? Who cares about the ingredients you gave me? What I want is money, pounds. Alan sniffed, saluted again, then turned and left. Seeing Alan leaving the garden, Charles felt a little tired. He reached out and handed the stick in his hand to Capel, who had been standing beside him silently. Did anyone gossip about what Alan did this time? After taking the stick, Capel heard Charlton's question and knew that Charles was asking other nobles. He thought about it carefully and said, "Your Highness, no, but someone said that Lord Alan did a good job." Snort. "Master, you are back." Alan, who arrived home after 9 o'clock in the evening, looked at Ute and asked, "Did His Highness send me something again today?" "Yes, young master, your status in His Highness's heart is really rising day by day. His Highness can always think of you." Who? Ted didn't know what was going on yet, thinking that his young master was getting along well and was becoming more and more favored. His Highness Charles liked to give rewards to young masters. Didn't he give him a token of the prince a few days ago? Haha. Alan was a little embarrassed and accepted Ute's compliment vaguely. "Hurry up and ask someone to make me something to eat. I haven't eaten yet." Oh. The young master didn't have dinner with His Highness. Who? Te was a little surprised. How could he come back hungry after meeting His Highness? It's too late. I'm sorry to disturb His Highness. Go quickly. This who? Te was a little confused. Master Zong is not at home. Why don't you ask York to cook you some food? My young master likes to eat Chinese food. The Chinese cook he hired before was called Master Zong. Today, he thought that Alan would not come back, so he went out to do errands. But now that the young master is back, it's not easy to deal with. You can't go looking for someone late at night, right? Not at home. Where have you been? Alan originally wanted to go upstairs, but he stopped when he heard this. He was a little strange. Master Zong's family is in China. He works here. He usually eats and lives in the manor. How can he go out? Could it be that the old man has needs? Thinking of this, Alan smiled and said to Ute, I understand. I can understand it. Next time, just say it openly." "No, master, have you forgotten? Master Zong has gone to the farm to provide technical guidance. He is the one you mentioned." "Who?" Te slashed down with a knife in his right hand. He was embarrassed to say obscene words, so he made a gesture to remind Alan. "Gruck, that's right, I guess." Alan thought about it later, and it seemed that this was the case. Since arriving in Britain, Alan rarely eats pork. Firstly, it is not delicious, and secondly, the taste of pork is too strong. It is better to eat beef and mutton. Due to some reasons in Europe, many of the pigs they raise are not castrated. The people here are used to eating and don't think there is any problem, but Alan is not used to it. When he ate the pork here, the taste was not that he couldn't swallow it, but he was not used to it compared with beef. At first, he didn't understand the meaning of this and thought it was a matter of pig breed. Later, after Master Zong came, Alan wanted to eat braised pork. But even though Master Zong's skills are good, the braised pork still has a fishy smell. After a final investigation, I found that the pigs here are not castrated since they were young. When they grow up, they have a strong smell. In addition, the slaughtering method is different from that in China. The combination of various conditions makes the pork particularly unpalatable. After Alan paid off his debts some time ago, he finally had some spare money on hand. The first thing he did was to renovate a small farm at home and add some new equipment, hoping to raise a batch of castrated pigs. As for the castration technique, the grooms at home know it, but they are not very skilled in doing it for pigs, and Master Zong happens to know it, and he is going to the farm today to provide technical guidance. Because Princess Christina heard that Alan was looking for delicious pig breeds, she sent dozens of Liberian black piglets to Alan. "Okay, then let York make something for me, and do it well." "Yes. By the way, Master, the person in charge of the BBC TV station came to visit you today. You were not at home, so they gave you a small gift." "Who?" Te first waved to the servant next to him and told him to go to the kitchen to inform York to cook. Then he followed Alan and softly reported what happened at home during the day. "Oh, a small gift? What is it?" "A little pet. Where? You go up first. I will deliver it to you in a moment. Send it to the study. I'll go to the study to eat. I'll also be writing later. Okay, young master, you go up, and I'll get the things. There was a small silver pot on the small stove. The thick soup inside was like milk, with some spices floating in the soup. The servant held a colander in his left hand and a tongue in his right hand. He took out the thinly sliced fish fillets from the plate, and put them in the soup pot. He strictly followed the instructions of Chef York, rinsed them for 7 seconds, took them out, and finally put them on Alan on the plate. Hey, this is delicious. This is delicious. York finally did not disappoint me. Use chopsticks to pick up the fish fillet, and dip it lightly in the dipping sauce. It will be smooth and tender in the mouth and the meat will be very delicate. Although he learned hot pot secretly, Alan felt that York's cooking skills had finally improved. Master, this is a little gift from the BBC. Who? Ten knocked on the door, and after Alan agreed, he walked in with a small box in his hand. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 129, Prepare Manpower. Looking at the small box on the desk, there were several ventilation holes on the box, and Alan was a little curious. What could be put in such a small box? It can't be some small lizard, spider or snake, right? He hates these things very much. They feel a bit heavy. Tess smiled and motioned to Alan to open it himself and take a look. Alan put down his chopsticks, leaned back slightly, and gently opened the box with both hands. There was some hay in the box, and squatting on the haystack was a small yellow-brown meatball the size of a fist. The background eyes blinked the moment they saw Alan. It didn't seem to be afraid. It opened its mouth wide and stared at Alan. What is this? When you see this, it should be a little bird. It looks a bit like an owl, but it looks a bit ugly. Alan frowned. In his impression, although the owl was a beneficial bird and could catch mice and other things, it was as a Chinese in his previous life. Alan didn't like this thing very much. In the past, in rural areas, as long as you heard the call of this kind of bird, there was a high probability that an old man from somewhere was not far away from driving to the west. It is said that this thing has a very sensitive sense of smell and can sense people who are about to die. As long as they enter the village and coo in the trees in the village, within a few days, they will hear the news that an old man in the village has died. Very evil. Keeping this thing at home seems to have a bad connotation. But when Alan thought about it, he seemed to have no elders in his family, so it didn't matter. Master, this is a snowy owl. It is a kind of owl. It is a white owl with black spots on its feathers. It is a large raptor. The person in charge of the BBC heard that you like hunting, so he gave this to you, saying it is a good helper for hunting. That's it. Alan looked at the small yellow-brown meatballs in the box with their mouths open waiting to be fed. Then he thought about the snowy owl Huth mentioned, and he couldn't connect the two species at all. Snowy owls. This Alan has the impression that they are a large raptor that lives near the tundra and tundra areas. Some of them are in good condition and have white feathers, which are very beautiful, but most snowy owls have more or less white feathers with some black spots. It looks a bit like snow camouflage, but it looks pretty good. The little one in front of me now has the wrong coat color and is still so small. I heard that the snowy owl is a bird of prey that can be compared with the likes of haydunking. Is this a mistake? Master, this is a newly hatched baby bird. It needs to be nurtured by the eagle slave from an early age. It will need to molt before it can change color when it grows up. Who? Tess smiled and explained. Oh, that's how it is. Alan watched the little guy keep his mouth open, waved his hand, and called the servant. Bring me some sashimi. He gently picked up a piece of sashimi with his hands and stuffed it into the little guy's mouth. He didn't chew it. When he closed his mouth, the meat disappeared. His big yellow eyes were still staring at Alan. Yo, Alan stretched out his hand and grabbed the little guy. I don't know if this thing's personality is like this. Anyway, it is not afraid of people. When Alan grabbed it, it didn't bark. It just looked at Alan with its mouth open. After feeding a few more slices of sashimi, Alan stopped because he was afraid that it would be exhausted to death. Okay. There's no need to hire an eagle slave. I'll have someone build a cage tomorrow and put it in my bedroom. I quite like this little thing. Let's keep it for now. Seeing that this little guy was so honest, not afraid of people, and didn't bark, Alan was ready to keep him by his side. Doesn't it mean that the little bird raised like this from childhood is more family friendly? Thinking about it, when I go hunting in the future, I will put this thing on my arm, a big pure white owl. It is quite interesting to think about it. Okay, master, hat. A simple shabu shabu hot pot meal. Alan was leaning over the desk reading the report. The little snowy owl was sitting lazily on Alan's desk, like a little meatball. Sometimes it looked at Alan with its big eyes, and then looked at the things in his hands. Markedly curious, Alan ignored it, put down the last report, picked up a pen, and signed his name, and then pinched his eyebrows with his hand. Master, Carol will be back tomorrow. Seeing that Alan was finally finished, Hooter personally handed him a cup of herbal tea. Okay, you can arrange for someone to pick him up tomorrow, and I'll ask Carol to accompany me fishing in the afternoon. Have those congressmen invited him? I just called. They will arrive on time tomorrow afternoon. Very good. Let's go. I want to rest. I'm tired. Okay, master. Who tested up, looked at the little snowy owl that Alan had forgotten on the desk, smiled and gently tapped its head with his index finger. Twitter. The little snowy owl doesn't seem to be too cold to hurt. When Alan touched it, it didn't react at all. But now when Hut teases it, it opens its mouth and looks like it wants to attack Hut, but its movements are relatively slow. Not scary either. Hey, it's pretty awesome. Looking at this little thing, Hooter grabbed it and put it in the box, preparing to help the young master take care of it for the night. Master, I'm home. Alan slept in the morning and didn't get up until almost 12 o'clock. After washing and having lunch, it was already almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The servant took the tools and the group went to the creek not far from the manor to fish. At this time, old Carol appeared in front of Alan wearing a thin black suit. This guy used to look slovenly when he was pretending to be the owner of a car repair shop, but since becoming a knight, old Carl has paid great attention to his appearance. It doesn't matter whether he is rude or not, and his appearance is very good. Even when he was in the United States, he was as polite as a hat and a stick, like a traditional old gentleman. Just rest for a few days. When you come back, don't rush. Have you brought enough of the people I asked you to bring? Alan walked in front with his hands behind his back, and old Carol fell behind him. Hearing this, he nodded quickly and bowed his waist and said, "Young master, you have brought everything with you, but we are leaving separately, and the airport we are coming back to is different. We need to gather together. Wait a few days. Yeah, it's very safe. Don't be in a hurry. This time I'll buy the team. I'll wait for Edwards to send me the information in a few days, and then I'll leave those shareholders to you." Alan whispered to Carol Leo about the acquisition of Manchester United and the resolution plan of the shareholders. It would be better if they thought it was Edwards Jr. who betrayed them and let them hold a grudge. After hearing Alan's arrangement, old Carl couldn't help but frown and hesitated after thinking for a while. After the servant packed up his things and stood outside, looking at no one around, old Cole whispered, "Master, I think you are still too kind. I wonder if I can give you some advice." Oh. Alan holds the fishing line in his left hand, hangs the fish hook, and gently pulls it on the ball of bait, sticks some bait on it, and then throws it gently. This is when fishing begins. He is more Buddhist in fishing. It's for fun and relaxation, and the fish you catch will be released anyway. Since old Carol has an opinion, he would like to hear it. After all, he is an old man in the family. He can also help him check for omissions and make up for some things that he has not considered thoroughly. Explain. Yes, young master. Since you don't want to leave a way out for little Edwards, then we might as well go one step further and pick the one with the toughest bones among those shareholders and kill him first, killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, and the result will be what little Edwards sees. He is greedy for money and wants to steal their shares so that he can act preemptively. Since he has been framed, let's give him some harsh punishment. In this way, if the remaining small shareholders are frightened by this, we can do it faster. Old Carl used to do dirty work. He had a ruthless personality and was very skilled at doing this kind of thing. When Alan was still thinking of throwing dirty water on little Edwards, old Cole wanted to get it done in one step. After all, it's been done. Isn't this more real than false accusation? Alan's hand holding the fishing rod paused, then slowly turned his head and looked at old Carl. At this time, there was no evil look in old Carol's eyes, as if the words just now did not come from his mouth. Now old Carl is like an old servant who is loyal and gives advice to his master. Very good. You have thought it through. Then you can do it. I don't look at the process, only the results. When doing things, let your subordinates brought back from the United States do it and send them away after they are done. Do it more neatly. Don't worry, young master. Just leave it to me. After fishing with Alan for a while, not a single fish was hooked, and Alan was not annoyed. He just read a book and waited. Old Cole was a little bored waiting beside him. Just when he was about to report the situation in the United States, he saw several people approaching in the distance from the corner of his eye. For a moment, old Carol subconsciously wanted to get up, but after thinking that this was near the manor, the young master didn't move. His hanging heart was relieved again, and he whispered, "Master, a few people are coming." "Okay, I know." Alan put down the fishing rod in his hand, fixed it, and sat on the deck chair to wait for someone to come. The 3 people brought by the servant are councillors from Wales who are committed to the Earl. They received a call from Butler Hut last night. Lord Alan asked them to come over today and tell them what to do. Your mightiness, your mightiness. Alan pointed to the side and said, "Sit." The servant took 3 small matses and handed them to the 3 congressmen. Looking at this scene, old Carol stood up and wanted to leave first. "Carol doesn't need to go, just stay." Following Alan's voice, the 3 congressmen discovered that this formally dressed old man was the Earl's other butler. They were shocked and quickly said, "Hello, hello, Sir Carl." Old Carol nodded to them expressionlessly and did not speak. Several people sat in a circle around Alan with small mats, staring at the fishing lines and the water in a daze. In the near future, you can try to train some manpower first. In another year, I will be able to go to the House of Lords for a meeting, and I will mention increasing the autonomy of Wales. The balding elderly congressman was a little excited when he heard Alan's words. How long has he been waiting for this day? The old count in the past didn't like to take care of this kind of thing. They were leaderless. Mr. Alan now pays more attention to this kind of thing. He has started to prepare for this matter before he has officially entered the House of Lords. Isn't this exciting? Wales still has a certain degree of autonomy, but it is only limited to the field of culture and sports. This kind of thing is not very maneuverable. Alan wasn't doing it for any big deal. He was just acting as a troublemaker to increase his sense of presence. If we can increase the autonomy of Wales, we can upgrade the regional councils. Only when regional autonomy becomes greater will other things here be easier for Alan to operate. This is not a fight for independence like the Scots. It is just an increase in autonomy, which is relatively mild. Now he can only do what he wants in his own Carmarthenshire and cannot reach out to the whole of Wales. If he can make a certain contribution to increasing regional autonomy, then he can rely on these members to stretch his hands even longer. If things go on like this and train people well, in a few years, he, Alan, will transform from the little bully of Carmarthen to the real little bully of Wales. Don't have too many people. The exact number is up to you. Prepare first. There is still a year left. You can make your own plans. What should you do? You don't need me to teach you, right? No. You are busy with your affairs, so you don't need to worry about such small things. Yeah, haha. Seeing these people being so righteous, Alan couldn't say anything. He had always been aloof towards these people. He didn't talk much and relied on them to figure it out on their own. The main thing is that Alan himself is also trying to figure out this kind of thing, and he is not very good at it. He just bullies the command and is afraid of being laughed at, so he just pretends. Unexpectedly, this trick is quite effective. Carol, please talk to them. When you do things in a few days, they can provide you with some help. Do it secretly, and don't bring trouble to us. I understand, master, only. Then did old Carol realize that it turned out that the young master had this intention in letting him stay. Although he could direct his men to do it without the help of these congressmen, with the help of these congressmen, he would be able to. He is safer. This is all the young master's good intention. After Alan finished speaking, he yawned and said, "Okay, let's talk. Before you leave, remember to pick up something. I have prepared a small gift for you. You did a good job last time. I will wait for the second phase of the project. Once it's started, do it again." Before leaving, Alan praised them a few words and gave them some small gifts. As for what the gift is, the ingredients that Charles had just delivered yesterday, he borrowed flowers to offer to the Buddha. This kind of thing can, firstly, let them see Alan's status in His Highness's heart, and secondly, it can make them feel that Alan still values them and rewards them every time they come over regardless of the value of the gift. This form is very precious. In early August, after finishing his chores, Mr. Allen returned to the set and started his great career as a director. This is a magically adapted film based on Allen's previous film Deepwater Point. The main manifestation is the explosion of 3 views. The film is currently halfway through filming. Recently, Allen, the chief director, has not been on the crew, and Syphus has been leading the crew to shoot location scenes. Since these shots are all medium and long shots, there are no higher requirements for acting or anything like that. You just need to basically follow the script and split shots. Once Allen returns, we can continue to advance the main storyline. PS, an update today. I'm taking a short vacation. It's the weekend and I have to go back to my parents' house to attend a family dinner. I don't even know what time it is when I get back in the evening. Chapter 130. Instant Noodles. Alan's second film fully draws on the experience of the first film. After his first movie was released a few months ago, many viewers complained that his movie had made a significant contribution to the divorce rate in some areas of the UK and was suspected of encouraging women to cheat. Later, Charles also vaguely mentioned that he should not mess around or cause trouble. Alan is still very obedient in this regard. Isn't it just a change of background? The United States is very good. Once the background is changed, the scale can be even larger. Some things that couldn't be expressed in the previous movie were also arranged. So after much deliberation and summing up the experience of the previous film, this new film is based on the American film Deepwater Point. The whole movie highlights a 3-dimensional explosion. The movie seems to be filled with a lot of exciting scenes, but in fact, there are a lot of private goods hidden in these exciting scenes. For example, the cost of living in the United States is high, immigration is too complicated, and interpersonal relationships between neighbors are difficult to get along with. As the cost of living increases, men have to do more work to support the family, while women have to take care of the children. In addition, men have less time to go home, which means there is a lot of lonely time. Then American Zeman King can make a shining debut. In addition, the heroine of this movie is a slut, which adds another level to the overall excitement of the movie. If a woman takes the initiative to seduce, the adulterer will definitely seduce her every time. If Americans watch this movie, do married men feel anxious? Will unmarried young people not want to get married? After watching this kind of movie, since Alan only remembered the general plot, he wrote an overall framework of a few hundred words, and the rest was all supplemented and improved by his screenwriters. The overall story is like that. When a man is being fucked by his wife, he has feelings for her, and his thoughts are a little morbid. But this morbid condition does not last long. After a man gets entangled, he will ruthlessly kill his wife's adulterer, but his wife was unwilling to be lonely. When the adulterer was gone, she would find another one, and the cycle started over and over again. Both husband and wife were very sick. What advances the main plot is the repeated infidelity, the man's reaction after seeing his wife cheating, and the final murder of the adulterer. The scene of a woman cheating seems very exciting, and the man being raped. This is the morbid beauty. It can be regarded as a discussion of human nature. No matter who it is, if this kind of thing happens to them, they will definitely not be able to bear it. But if something like being cheated on by your wife happens to someone else, the public will become very curious. This is a very magical psychological state point, and at the end, the plot where the man kills his adulterer looks very exciting. Generally speaking, the rhythm of this movie is low, exciting, morbid, and exciting again. It's a completely different version of reality. Although there is still not much shown in the film, and it is not even rated R-rated, the whole story will be very satisfying, as long as you don't take the male protagonist's perspective point of course, if there is a pervert and takes the initiative to assume the main perspective of the male protagonist, then, random anyway, America has every one. The reason why Alan had so much fun with Monica was because of his hard work. Monica is a young chick making a movie for the first time. Does she understand what the art of movies is? Does she know how to play a slut? She doesn't understand. In order to help Monica better understand the mental journey of this character, and to allow Monica to be more open-minded, Alan played a little perverted. In this situation, the kind-hearted Mr. Allen could only step forward. In order to improve the actor's acting skills in the film art, he personally made a small contribution and added a little excitement to his tense life. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the crew finished filming for the day and called it a day. Alan sat in the car, reading letters and waiting for Monica to take off her makeup. These days, I just focused on doing business and ignored Monica for several days during this filming. Alan usually did not take Monica home, but only brought her home when he needed to coach her in her acting skills. But as soon as she finished coaching her acting skills, Alan would drive her away again, and her life would return to its original state. He would come every few days, which made Monica very uncomfortable, and she even became more and more afraid of Alan. But what's amazing is that every time Alan stares at her for a while and gives her a look, she will be inexplicably excited, temporarily forgetting the fear in her heart, and can't help but follow Alan back to the manor after dinner. He asked the maid to take Monica for a beauty treatment. Alan first turned back to the bedroom and saw a small doghouse-like thing placed in the corner on the ground not far from his bed. This is a bird's nest built by the family for Alan's little snowy owl named Zhao Huang. Because I was afraid that it would be too high and the little snowy owl couldn't fly, and I was afraid that it would fall and get hurt, I ended up building a doghouse. Anyway, owls can also roam on the ground. Alan barked a few times, like barking a dog, and called Zhao Huang. The little thing poked his head out of the nest and opened his mouth wide when he saw Alan coming back. Grabbing Zhao Huang and holding it in his hand, Alan turned and went to the study. He was filming during the day these days and had to deal with some official business. When he came back in the evening. First, he stuffed a few small strips of meat into Zhao Huang's mouth, fed Zhao Huang, and let him run around on the desk. Alan picked up the report document sent by Matthias. This is a report table about the industries that can currently be carried out in China. It roughly lists those industries that can now invest in China. Alan also wants to do high-end industries, but isn't it because the money on hand is not abundant? The large film and television company is currently being established. Although the acquisition fee that will be obtained from Sony will be a large amount of money, Alan also has to plan in advance for the future of this money place to go. Theoretically speaking, in this period, engaging in high-tech industries, such as mobile phones, chips, computers, etc., will bring huge benefits. However, there is a premise for this. These industries are just emerging, and mobile phones are only a little bit better. They all have one thing in common, that is, they are expensive, whether it is early investment, recruitment of talents, product research and development, or construction of production lines. Large sums of money are required. And there is no reward in sight for a while. Let's take mobile phones as an example. Last year, Alan didn't use a cell phone, but this year, he now has one in his car. That is, the old Big Brother. This thing has now developed into the second generation. The signal problem has been solved, and it can be used in citizen near suburbs. For ordinary people, there are still two biggest problems with current mobile phones. First, the signal and call quality are not good. You have to shout to answer the phone. Second, the phone bill is too expensive. The price of this kind of wireless phone is much more expensive than the price of landline phone. From this time on, because of these shortcomings of mobile phones, another industry that has been developed for many years will be born. That is, pagers, also called BB machines in some places, although this thing is not cheap. to buy. It is one way. Just like a text message receiver, it can be used by putting in dry batteries, which can solve the problem of battery life very well. Moreover, it is a text message. The signal requirements are not as high as that of a mobile phone. If someone is looking for it, just call the paging station number and leave a message. After the message is successfully left, the message will be converted into a text message and sent to a pager according to a specific number. People with pagers, after receiving the message, can call back on the spot or find a nearby public phone to call back. Depending on the situation point, it can be regarded as greatly facilitating communication point, but the above mentioned industries are short-lived. It is time consuming and labor intensive to invest in this industry now. Alan has limited funds. To be honest, he has no confidence in investing funds in these industries now. Alan himself is a technical idiot, and he is not a professional in this field. Even if he can give a general development direction, what is the use? Doesn't research and development take time? What if the technology has advanced by the time he finishes the research and development here? Doesn't he want to be taken advantage of and make full compensation? Therefore, considering these factors, Alan still prefers the physical industry and engages in production and sales. He now has a clear market that he can develop throughout the Commonwealth, not to mention the Chinese market that has just opened up. For such a big market, he must first build a few more industries, spread his stall, and make money first. Don't aim too high. Holding a pen, he looked at the report form sent by Matthias line by line, until a word that was both unfamiliar and familiar came into view. Alan was suddenly startled. Instant noodles. According to the report, Matcha found that the market for their convenience food was very poor. During the inspection team he organized to visit China Point and well-developed cities in the southern coastal areas, you can see some instant noodles sporadically, but not much in other places. It's not that they don't have it. The reasons are very complicated, but to sum up, firstly, Chinese people generally have limited incomes now. When traveling far away, taking a train, it's pretty good to bring some biscuits, steamed buns and the like, boiled eggs, and bring them with you before leaving. Things like instant noodles are now produced in one province, as well as in island countries. The selling price is still very expensive for Chinese people. The cheaper instant noodles like those in bags cost at least 2 or 3 yuan a pack. According to Alan, this 2 or 3 yuan is not expensive, but compared with what Matthias said about their current per capita monthly salary, it is only a few dozen yuan a month. This is not cheap. Not to mention that bagged instant noodles are also inconvenient to eat when going out. Buckled instant noodles are more expensive than bagged instant noodles. As for the instant noodles produced in China, Matcha's report said that they also have them, but they are all bulk instant noodles produced by state-owned factories, which are inconvenient to buy and carry. Plus, Alan saw that some purchase restrictions in China were gradually opened this year, and he understood what was going on. It probably means that materials are insufficient. Making instant noodles requires a lot of grain and oil. Generally, private enterprises do not engage in this kind of thing. The main reason is that raw materials are not easy to buy. Nowadays, private enterprises in China have just started, and it is a window period in the market. As long as things like instant noodles are done well, they can catch up with the market in a few years and make profits when produced. And the raw materials, Alan can do it. Thinking of this, Alan put down the report in his hand, rummaged around on the shelf next to him, and found a breakdown of the production categories of his family's food factory. His food factory is not big in scale. It used to produce this stuff, but the sales of instant noodles in Dayang were not good, so they later produced other products. But the old production lines are still there, and the production techniques are still there. Looking through the production process of instant noodles, Alan frowned and drew a few circles on several main ingredients. First of all, instant noodles. Noodles are the most important thing, but the production of instant noodles requires another material, palm oil. Each piece of instant noodles needs to be fried. According to the records, each piece of noodles requires an average of 10 grams of palm oil. Once the production line is started, it can produce at least 300 to 400 packets a minute. This adds up to about 10 kilograms of palm oil needed every minute. What about a day, a month and a year? No wonder Chinese private enterprises don't produce this stuff. They haven't opened up their supplies to that extent yet. China is a big importer of palm oil. How can there be so much excess palm oil for private enterprises to produce instant noodles? Alan put down the product details and rang the bell to call Hu Ten. He felt that this industry was a bit promising. The investment was not large, but it could generate a large number of jobs. This kind of industry was very suitable for production in China. The most important thing was that it would be great to be able to make money for him. Master, do you need anything? Come on. I was just planning a project and found a project that I can do, but there are some things I don't understand. Please show me. Alan first took some information and pushed it to Hutef, motioning for him to take a look. First point, when Hutef frowned for a long time and raised his head to look at Alan. Alan couldn't wait to ask, I'm very curious now about the purchase channel of palm oil and where we buy it from. Can you tell me about it? If I want to invest in the instant noodle industry, can palm oil be supplied? My family's food factory has always needed to use a large amount of palm oil, and the current purchase channel is from Nigeria. Who? Tess still has some impression of this. The food factory has been producing, and he reads the report every month, so he has an impression of this. Oh, Nigeria, isn't this a coincidence? Alan was stunned for a moment. He really had never cared about such things, but when Hute mentioned Nigeria, he was impressed. He was familiar with the whole of West Africa. He used to be a part of that area. The sea. Nigeria is not too far from Gambia, and sea transportation is also convenient. Seeing Alan thinking intently, Hute thought for a while and said, Master, if you want to invest in the instant noodle industry in China, it will be a bit inconvenient to purchase palm oil from Nigeria. I suggest you send someone to Malaysia. Master, before we still have some connections there, and although we haven't been there for a long time, it's quite convenient for us to go there in these old British colonies. Oh, Alan was stunned. Although he had been paying attention to those Commonwealth countries, some old traditional colonies before the British, although they became independent sooner or later after the war, there were still British forces there, and they went there to do business. Very convenient indeed. The main reason is that Malaysia is closer to China and the shipping cost is cheaper. Chapter 131, Making a Game. Huth's suggestion was so important that he had not thought of it for a moment. What about that side? Although this can be purchased in China, Alan thought that it would be difficult to buy. If it is used in large quantities, you always have to prepare a few more purchasing channels for yourself. Right, noodles. Can't we just get the wheat directly from India? Huth was even more vocal about this. India is a major exporter of grain. Never mind how many people they starve to death in the country every year, they are just low cost to leg cheap. Whether before or after their independence, Great Britain has always been purchasing Indian food through mature channels. It's that simple. Several major issues were explained extremely simply by Huten in a few words, and Alan no longer felt a sense of accomplishment. Then he thought, if he were to make braised beef flavored instant noodles, wouldn't he also need beef? But just buying a cow should be enough, right? A cow can be used into the fucking 21st century. Isn't this enough? If you want to keep the price down, why do you want beef? Very. But when he was happy, Alan easily grabbed Xiao Huang, who was playing with his pen, and scratched its little head with his thumb twice. Twitter. The weather in Liverpool in early August was a bit dry. There is a building in the suburbs that occupies a very large area. There is a parking lot surrounded by a small courtyard on the outside. It is a large 3-story flat building. The walls are painted with seductive pictures of beauties and chip spinners. This is an old casino that has been in operation for decades and has an excellent reputation. Even old gamblers from other cities come here to check in. In the lobby on the second floor, a middle-aged man wearing a thin suit with a cigarette in his mouth laughed loudly at the gamblers opposite who looked like their dead parents. Ha ha ha, I won again. Are you here to play? Come on with something more powerful. Let me lose. As the middle-aged man spoke, he held a cigarette and flicked the ashes. Then he stretched out his hand and pulled the girl who had been accompanying him all afternoon to him. He reached out with his arrogant left hand into the girl's skirt that covered her buttocks. He rubbed it hard twice, picked up a few chips, and stuffed them into the clothes on the girl's chest. Baby, this is for you. Thank you, sir. I'll play with you. The middle-aged man who was teasing the girl next to him saw a handsome young man passing by his table, stopped and said, "Just you," looking at the pretty boy in front of him, especially his nondescript white suit and sneakers. The middle-aged man looked with some contempt in his eyes. "Ah, all British people like you? No eggs." The pretty boy looked at the middle-aged man's contemptuous expression and was not angry. He raised his right hand and hooked his fingers. The waiter behind him stood silently behind him holding a tray pointing to the chips in the tray. The young man smiled and said, "Is it enough?" "Enough. Haha, enough." When the middle-aged man saw these chips, his expression changed instantly, and he stretched out his hand with a smile on his face, inviting the pretty boy to sit down. "Hey, country bumpkin, if you dare, open a private room and I'll play with you alone." The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and looked at the pretty boy with some confusion. He was not a fool. As a small businessman himself, he was quite wealthy. Not only did he invest in several factories, he also had shares in a football team in the next city, Manchester. He had seen too many little gangsters like this who approached him with other intentions at first glance. Before the middle-aged man could question, the pretty boy looked at him, gave him a contemptuous look, turned around and left without any hesitation. But he left without hesitation, which made the middle-aged man hesitate. "Hey, wait." Seeing that the pretty boy with a small fortune was almost out of sight, the middle-aged man started to call someone, but the pretty boy didn't seem to hear him and ignored him, and he disappeared in the blink of an eye. But the middle-aged man felt even more itchy now. A gambler, when luck goes well, no one would consider quitting as soon as possible. Although every time, before I come to the casino, the biggest thought in my mind is to just win a handful and quit when it's good. But this kind of nonsense is just what you think before entering the casino every time, but it changes after you enter. He is very lucky today and has already won all afternoon. Now is a good time to pursue the victory. Plus, the pretty boy has so many chips, and he is itching for it. After thinking for a while, he stood up, asked someone to put away his chips, and then chased the pretty boy in front of him. After walking through the long hall, I still didn't see the pretty boy. When the middle-aged man was about to give up, he saw the pretty boy leading the waiter into a private room, followed by others. "Fake. Why are you running so fast? You go aside. We made an appointment first, and all his chips are mine." The middle-aged man arrogantly chased to the door of the private room, pushed aside the third party who was following the pretty boy, and spoke first. "You're here after me. Let's wait until I finish the bet with him." The pretty boy looked down on the middle-aged man now, and no longer cared about his chips. He shouted at the man behind him not to let him go. "How does this work? What if we lose? Wouldn't that bargaining chip be taken away by someone else?" The middle-aged man laughed and said, "What are you waiting for? Your chips are not enough for me to win. Let's play big. Do you dare?" Hearing the middle-aged man's words, the pretty boy folded his arms and said with disdain, "The big one. How to play?" The middle-aged man turned his head and looked around, looking at the environment of this private room. There was a large oval card table in the middle, with a row of sofas, wine tables and rest areas on both sides. There was also a lounge and toilet inside. Very well equipped. Even if the gambler is impatient and wants to try his luck here, there is room for him. Suddenly the sound of the TV in the corner came to my ears. The commentator was shouting the name of every player who played passionately. Every time a player was called, the audience stood up and cheered. Football is as important to the British as drinking tea, even if there is no home team's game. Under normal circumstances, football games will be shown on TV. It doesn't matter which team the game is, what you want is the atmosphere. The middle-aged man was watching the game on TV. The uniforms of the two teams didn't look familiar. He glanced at the logo in the upper right corner and thought, "Oh, the Welsh team is playing. What a bunch of losers." The away team is Modern City, a team that is considered strong in Wales, while the home team is a Connors Key team that looks like a weak team at first glance. Although it is known as the Welsh First Division, in the eyes of middle-aged men, these two teams are not even as good as some youth teams in League One. Now that there is a competition, let's bet on the competition. This is more random and more exciting, and it's live broadcast. Pointing to the TV, the middle-aged man said, "Would you like to bet on this?" Oh, the young boy watched the TV, maybe because of his poor eyesight. He took a few steps closer and saw clearly the two teams entering the field on the TV. The expression on his face suddenly seemed hesitant. "Hey, don't you dare to say a word." The middle-aged man hesitated when he saw the pretty face, then returned to his arrogant look and opened his mouth to get angry. "Play. Tell me how to play. I don't know these two teams." The middle-aged man suppressed his laughter. Since he didn't know each other, it would be easy to deal with it. He pretended to be generous and said, "You choose first. Guess the winner or loser. Guess the score." With his left hand, he pulled the girl who was following him into his arms. The middle-aged man directed the waiter to pile all his chips on the card table and then used his eyes to signal another gambler who had been standing at the door. The gambler glared at the middle-aged man, closed the door, and left without saying a word. The young boy looked at the middle-aged man's actions from the corner of his eye, but said nothing. After hesitating for a long time, the members of both teams had finished taking a group photo, and the referee had already asked the captains of both teams to stand in the middle and start guessing. "This is it. This Kana's key team. I bet on them to win. This Kana's key player generally looks tall and strong, and he looks very reliable at first glance." The middle-aged man was secretly happy when he heard the pretty boy's words. Although this game was the home court of Kana's key, and they seemed to be very impressive, there was still a big gap between them and the other visiting team, Modern City. "It's almost a sure win." "Okay. I won't bully you, so I'll bet on the Modern City team to win. Do you see these chips? I'll go all in." Seeing the man's momentum this year, the pretty boy seemed to regret it again. His momentum became weaker, and he even hesitated. "Don't you want to play anymore? If you don't want to play, get out." Ha ha ha. The middle-aged man continued to stimulate the pretty boy. "Play. I'll go all in too." As if the pretty boy couldn't stand the excitement, he also asked his waiter to put all the chips on the card table. Ha ha ha. "Okay. Very good. I'll let you take a break. I'll go in and take a rest first." The middle-aged man's face was flushed, and he was very excited. He held the girl in his arms and walked to the lounge inside, preparing to have an in-depth communication with the girl on the spot. As for the chips on the table, the waiter will watch. The casino collects commissions and no one dares to sneak away with the chips. It was said that the pretty boy would be given half a game, but by the time the middle-aged man came out of the back room with his pants lifted, less than 10 minutes had passed since the kickoff time. The pretty boy sat opposite the card table, folding his arms and looking a little gloomy. When he saw the middle-aged man coming out so quickly, he sneered. This laughter made the middle-aged man who had just come out a little confused. Just when he was about to retort, the noisy sound on the TV suddenly stopped, and then the neat booze came out again. The visiting team scored. The team chosen by the middle-aged man is ahead. Ignoring the sneer just now, the middle-aged man became cheerful again, sat next to the pretty boy, crossed his legs, and stared at him while swaying. "What does this mean? In a football match, anything can happen until the last minute." The pretty boy didn't panic at all and didn't care about the middle-aged man's remarks, but as time passed, the visiting team's second goal came. Until the halftime break, the visiting team led by 3 goals. Anyone who has played football knows that it is easy to be behind by 1 goal, but it is still possible to fight hard after being behind by 2 goals. But being behind by 3 goals, the average team doesn't have that spirit. This is the face of Welsh football. The team is not very good to begin with. I hope they can catch up. It's better to pray that a meteorite will fall and destroy the stadium. During the intermission, the middle-aged man ordered a steak. While eating, he waved his left hand and deliberately provoked, "There is only 1 hour left. All your chips are mine. Order whatever you want. I'll buy it." "You snort." The pretty boy's face turned even paler this time, and he hesitated for a moment before saying, "Guess the score. I'll raise the bet." "Oh. How to add it?" "I also have a printing shop in Liverpool, and I'll bet the whole factory on it." After thinking about it, the pretty boy added another sentence, "Win or lose is determined by one decision. Do you dare?" The middle-aged man squinted his eyes and carefully looked at the pretty boy next to him. Was he desperate? Putting down his fork, taking off his napkin, and wiping his mouth, the middle-aged man became more interested and said, "You were already about to lose, but now it's not enough to have these chips to determine the outcome." The boy's face turned red. He thought about it and gritted his teeth and said, "My father has an ice hockey club in the United States. I'll add this club too. Is it enough this time?" Enough is definitely enough. An ice hockey club, including the venue, would cost at least hundreds of thousands or nearly £1,000,000. This is not only enough, but it is far more than the sum of all the chips on the table. The middle-aged man was in a bit of a dilemma this time. It was his turn to raise the bet point. If you want to gain something, you need to invest first. I happen to own shares in a football club, so I'll play with you. The middle-aged man has not lost his mind yet. He also owns a factory, but these factories were his escape route, and he didn't dare to place a bet easily. Fortunately, he also had shares in a team, so he simply used them as bargaining chips. "Okay, then I'll bet a goal that Kana's key team will beat Modern City team by 1 goal. When the middle-aged man confirmed that he had taken out his shares to raise the bet, what the pretty boy said shocked the middle-aged man. Bet that the Kana's key team would beat the Modern City team by 1 goal. In the first half, the visiting team was already 3-2-0 down. In the second half, the home team had to score 4 goals while trying to keep a clean sheet point. If their Kana's key team had this strength, what would they have done in the first half? Isn't this crazy? Hahaha, I want to raise my bet. The middle-aged man kept doing nothing, and for the sake of stability, he chose a conservative plan in which the visiting team won 2 goals. However, the two agreed that, if neither guess was right, it would still depend on the outcome. But then, the middle-aged man became bolder and took out another factory as an additional bet. The two waiters called the casino staff to sign the agreement on the spot. This is because they are afraid that gamblers will not admit it later. They have a full set of agreements and notaries here, and they can even help solve customers' worries about lawyers. At this time, it was in a hotel not far from the casino. Old Carol was sitting leisurely on the deck chair on the balcony smoking a cigarette. A young man next to him bowed beside him and said, "Sir, everything has been arranged. News came from over there," and he took the bait. "Yeah, I understand. This time, more than 30 people, including a dozen or so outsiders, were used to play the game, just to defraud some shares." In the opinion of old Carol, it was still too gentle. But he can't do it. This is England, not Wales. For the sake of the young master's reputation, he has to restrain himself a little bit. Chapter 132 complained again. On the TV in the casino, as the halftime break ended, the two teams switched sides and the second half began. The middle-aged man looked at the lineups of the two teams for the second half and felt something was wrong. Theoretically speaking, the visiting team had a 3-goal lead in the first half. In order to maintain stability in the second half, it was not impossible to change formations and engage in defensive counterattacks, but this kind of tactics is gradual. How can there be a direct substitution during halftime, and the entire central axis of the away team was replaced? The Hyundai City team replaced the main forward who scored 2 goals in the first half. The winger was also replaced by a tall and strong center. The main midfielder was also replaced by a central defender from the traditional 4-4-2 formation in the first half. It changed to 5-3-1. The home team Kana's Key also replaced 3 new players during the halftime break. The 2 forwards pulled wide, and another forward was replaced. The midfielder replaced one and added another, and the defender removed one. This extremely weird performance made the middle-aged man increasingly uneasy as the whistle sounded in the second half. On average, every 10 minutes, the home team Kana's Key scored a goal in a leisurely manner. With each goal, the cheers from thousands of fans at the scene made the middle-aged man look even more gloomy. The game on TV seemed to be without any problems, but there is no problem. But the biggest problem is that the two teams are like a round-based game. In the first half, the visiting team goes all out to attack, and the home team defends in a panic. In the second half, The home team goes all out to attack, and the away team defends in a heap. Anyone who knows football can feel that such a routine is abnormal, but they just play it like this. Moreover, the scene looked full of passion and the fight was very exciting. People who don't understand may think that, although the overall level of football in Wales is low, they dare to play hard. Hold, as the final whistle sounded. The extremely ironic score in the upper right corner of the TV screen made the middle-aged man want to vomit blood. 4:3. The home team Carlos Key really chased 4 goals in the second half to take the lead. And what is the bet between the pretty boy and him? The home team wins a goal and takes it all. What the fuck, you son of a bitch, you're just playing dirty. The middle-aged man already sensed that something was wrong. Although he didn't know who the pretty boy was, he was able to influence the score trend of the two teams in such a short period of 10 minutes during halftime. This identity was definitely not simple. Although the game of the Welsh team is live on TV, the place under your feet now is Liverpool. It's still some distance away from Wales. I'm willing to admit defeat. What? You still want to default on your debt? The pretty boy was also dissatisfied. He clapped his hands and asked the team of lawyers waiting outside to come in and sign the transfer agreement on the spot. The corners of the middle-aged man's mouth trembled as he looked at the transfer agreement in front of him. He felt unwilling to do so, but he did not dare to cause trouble in this casino. The two of them made a new bet in black and white during the intermission, and now the pretty boy has won. If he dares to default on his money, he won't be able to leave the casino today. He was extremely unwilling to write his name on the transfer agreement. There are other procedures required later. The lawyers of these casinos will follow him to handle it in a while. Young face, you are very good. Very good. The middle-aged man stood up as he spoke, wanting to open the door to the lounge and go in to vent his anger, but before he could open the door was opened from the inside. The girl who had been smiling and talking to him all afternoon now had cold eyes and looked at him with her arms folded. Look at her, look, and then look at the girl walking around him, walking behind the pretty boy, and just looking at him quietly. The middle-aged man now feels a little cold in his heart. Is this girl also his? This is coming prepared. It seems that my good luck all afternoon is just an illusion. With such a person standing behind me, if she is the internal coordinator, this will do those people who played cards with him also lose money to him on purpose. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man looked at the chips on the table that already belonged to the pretty boy, gritted his teeth, and said to himself, what a plan. With so many people playing with him all afternoon, it seemed like he had won the entire afternoon. In the end, not only did he return all the capital and profits to the other party, but he also lost all his shares in Manchester United and a factory. The cost of the private room is mine. By the way, the steak you just ate is my treat. Thank you for your bet. Remember to go through the formalities later. I'll leave first. The pretty boy stood up and bent his left arm. The girl next to him consciously took the man's arm. The two of them left first, leaving only the other party's waiter in the private room packing up the chips. Hold. The middle-aged man could only shout fiercely at the pretty boy's back. The pretty boy had just walked out of the private room door. What was waiting for him outside was the gambler who was pushed out by the middle-aged man before entering the private room in the afternoon. Inform. Sir, it's all done. You stay and after he leaves, spread the news that he won a large amount of money. Okay, sir. Once it's done over there, the other party will just need to complete the transfer procedures for the shares. Very good. You go down first and arrange for them to return to the United States. Old Carol stood up, walked to the balcony, picked up the mobile phone, and started making next arrangements. Shares are just the first step. This kind of thing is on the surface. If you want to get it at a low price, the easiest way is to rely on this method. At all times, and in all countries, gambling is the best way to deceive people, bar none. These shares will eventually go to the young master, so when doing things, you have to pay attention to a little bit, and you can't ruin the young master's reputation and let others say that his methods are dishonorable. Now, it is reasonable for Americans to win shares in casinos by luck and sell them to people who are willing to pay a high price before leaving. As for the middle-aged man, who lost his shares. Did he think he was unlucky for losing his shares? Or is this the end of the matter? It can only be said that he is too naive. The first step is that after all the procedures are completed and the shares are obtained, he will find out that there are rumors that he won a large sum of money from a wealthy American businessman in the casino. Step 2. He will be found in an alley somewhere and die a tragic death. It was as simple as that. He was killed by some gangsters who snooped on his wealth, and his death was unclear in this way. Old Carol will take the photo of the middle-aged man when he died tragically to scare other shareholders who have shares in Manchester United. If you don't sell your shares at a low price, they will end up like the dead people in the photo, and even if the death of the middle-aged man is discovered, it has nothing to do with old Carl. He didn't kill him, and no one would doubt the wealthy American businessman. He just wanted to win shares. After winning the shares, he disposed of them and returned to the United States the next day. He had no motive for killing. As for the rest, let's investigate slowly. Based on the capabilities of the Liverpool police. There must always be clues to investigate a case, right? All the people related to this case will go abroad or disappear one after another, and there is still no investigation. The only useful evidence may be that this matter seems to be related to Edwards Jr., the current chairman of Manchester United. Go check it out. When they found little Edwards, there were only two options left for him. First, he would be frequently harassed by the Liverpool police and cooperate with the investigation. Second, he would seek refuge with Earl Allen. There is no third way. Rumors will circulate among the other old shareholders who have sold their shares that Edwards Jr. hired a murderer to murder the middle-aged man's shares. The most poor person in this incident was the middle-aged man. His fate was already doomed from the moment he was selected by old Carol as the monkey who would kill the chicken to scare the monkeys before he died. He could still win for an afternoon and have a woman to play with, so he was worthy of him. Today is the weekend and the crew is on break. It's very hot in Wales in August, and it's still that humid heat. After sleeping until he woke up naturally, he opened his eyes and looked at the thigh on his chest. Alan grabbed Monica's ankle and gently threw it away. Then he threw the small blanket on her casually, sat up and pulled it away. Pull the bedside rattle. Before the servant came in, Xiao Huang, who was in the kennel on the ground, heard the movement and poked his head out first. This little thing is growing very fast. Alan has been feeding it fish fillets or meat strips this week. When we first met last week, Xiao Huang still had a little yellowish brown fur on his body. In the past few days, due to food problems, the color of his fur has changed, slowly moving towards gray. Layers of new fluff grew out, but the growth was uneven. It looked like a fat circle on the body. Some areas where new fluff had not grown yet looked like they were bald. This guy stretched out his two little wings, like an old pervert holding up his pants, and walked onto short furry looking legs, and ran to Alan's feet. After seeing Alan, a small mouth. How come you eat when you open your eyes? Besides eating, what else do you do? Whenever Alan saw this little thing, whenever he saw him for the first time, he would definitely open his mouth and wait to be fed. I grabbed a handful of Xiao Huang. The furry feel is very good, and there is a good thing about owls. Their necks can rotate at an exaggerated angle. Even if you stroke them hard, you don't have to worry about breaking their necks. It is a very durable little pet. Alan still slapped it on the head with his thumb. Xiao Huang's head was rubbed by Alan like a joystick on a game controller, and he chattered anxiously. The servant opened the door and came in. Alan waved his hand and said, "I'm going to take a bath. I won't wash up in the bedroom, okay, master?" Glancing at Monica, who was still asleep, the eyeliner on this girl's face was blurred by tears, and black marks were everywhere on her face, running along the bottom of her eyes, like a ghost. "Don't worry about it here. Let's wait until she wakes up." "I understand, master." After taking a bath with Xiao Huang, Alan, who was full of energy again, wore a bathrobe and walked to the study with Xiao Huang in his left hand. There was nothing going on today, and Alan, who was at home, was not going to go downstairs, and it was cool to wear a bathrobe. First, he fed Xiao Huang with strips of meat. After Xiao Huang was full, He let him play on his desk as usual, and then he picked up a fork and started eating. It's past 11 o'clock now, and I can't tell whether this meal is breakfast or lunch. I forked a piece of fried cod and felt that the taste was a bit smoky. I picked up a lemon and squeezed a little lemon juice on the remaining pieces of fried cod. Alan raised his chin, indicating that who 10 next to him had something to say. Carol called back yesterday and said that all the personnel have been sent out. The work there is almost done, and there is only a little finishing work left. He will be back in 2 days. Alan nodded, not knowing whether he was responding to Huth or confirming that pan-fried cod with a little lemon juice tasted better. Master, yesterday, the Industrial Commission sent a message that they complained about you. The fork in his hand paused for a moment, and Alan blinked, a little confused. What has I done that warrants complaint? What the hell is the Industrial Commission? Well, who? Te picked up the single-sided glasses in his shirt pocket, blinked hard, stuck the single-sided glasses on his left eye socket, picked up his notebook, looked at it carefully and said, well, they are an organization under the Ministry of Industry, responsible for overall planning and other responsibilities. Wait, just tell me what they complained about me. What they are complaining about is endangering national security and moving key industries abroad. Alan was shocked. He didn't realize that their family had any industry that could endanger national security. What the hell was this protest? Could it be that the Planet Cup was sold abroad by him, which affected the British White Ducks to practice their skills? Master, it's a radio. Don't you want to move all the production lines to China? They received news from the customs. They said that radios play an important role in critical moments. Although our radio factory is small in scale, it has a long history. Does the radio still have this function? This almost made Alan laugh. Fake. What the hell? Then why didn't they come out to rescue me when I was short of money? If I moved the production line, it would endanger national security? Who complained? The signature is the Industrial Commission. Go and check. Well, you go and contact Us and ask him to check and find out who complained about me. They have nothing to do all day long, right? You still have to step out to take care of me over such a trivial matter, which is a shame for you, right? You don't even care who owns it. A bunch of shit. Alan stood up and grabbed Zhao Huang, who was still playing with the pen on the table. Let's see who complained about me. Get him to ask Carmarthen Hospital to open a case and say that I was hit hard by this complaint. Let them pay for it. Whoever complains will be responsible. After saying that, Alan didn't want to eat the remaining fried cod anymore. He was so angry that he was ready to go back to vent his anger. Before leaving the study room, Alan paused and suddenly remembered something and said, how is the formation of the film and television company going? We don't have much time left. It's almost ready next week. Master, I will inform the guests from the island country in advance next week and invite them to come and talk with you in detail. Do you think that's okay? Next week. Alan thought about it for a while. Although the speed of doing things was a bit slow, it involved a lot of areas, so it was acceptable. Okay, then you make the arrangements. I'll go back and rest for a while. Okay, master, please walk slowly. Who? Te picked up his notebook and followed Alan. He would not stay alone in this study when Alan was not around. Chapter 133, Invitation to the Movies. By the way, will the complaint affect the transportation of our production line? Alan suddenly remembered. Don't stop shipping his production line because of these people's complaints. Wouldn't this affect his business? It doesn't matter. They only got the news from the customs after we started shipping the production line. When they complained, our production line had already been shipped out. Oh, that's fine. As long as it's shipped out. Alan likes to hit hard at home, and he'll do the rest to anyone who complains to him. In England in mid-August, a minor incident occurred that was not particularly remarkable. English Premier League powerhouse Manchester United Football Club has changed hands. This news was only published routinely in local newspapers in Manchester, and the specific rich man who acquired Manchester United was not announced. But What's amazing is that Manchester United's chairman Edwards Jr. is still in office, but he was transferred from the previous main manager to the honorary lifetime chairman, and the new manager of Manchester United was replaced by a middle-aged man with a relatively unfamiliar name. Other personnel changes at the club remain unchanged. But invisible undercurrents are still surging in the club. It is rumored that the beloved chairman Edwards Jr. has been rumored to have a dispute with a certain shareholder, which has even developed into hiring a murderer. But think about it. The temptation of millions of pounds is enough to make people take risks. The Edwards family, because of this club case, has become one of the top richest people in the Tradford area. This growth rate of wealth can also confirm this rumor from the side. Although the police also came to the club to investigate, I don't know what Chairman Edwards Jr. did later. Anyway, the police have not come recently. Chairman Edwards Jr. has taken a back seat and doesn't care much about the club's affairs, and the biggest beneficiary here is something no one can imagine. Ferguson, the new head coach who was appointed last year, is said to be very appreciated by the club's new owner, who has given him great power. There are rumors that, as long as the team performs well this season, Ferguson will be able to enter the club management in one fell swoop based on his achievements this season. But Ferguson, who was still smiling, was beaten 2-0 by his opponent in the first game of the new season. Ferguson, who was full of confidence, ushered in his first defeat of the new season. In recent days, Mr. Ferguson can be seen with a sullen face, standing on the sidelines of the training ground and swearing at the training players. The only news that makes Ferguson feel better is that now he can fully manage the team's affairs, which makes it easier for him to increase his prestige. Even if he curses, no one dares to resist him. The guests from the island country who were originally scheduled to be guests at the manor in the morning and have lunch together at noon had a minor accident on the way and their car broke down. They delayed their arrival until 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Alan stood in the lobby on the first floor with a somewhat uncomfortable expression, looking at several islanders who got off the car. This was the only time he was refused an appointment. It wasn't a broken appointment, but he was made to wait a few more hours, especially the fact that he couldn't serve the guests from the island country with traditional British dishes, which made Alan very unhappy. The people from this island specially called me on the way to say that they were waiting to eat the lunch specially prepared for them by His Excellency the Earl, but they didn't know how long the car would be repaired on the way, so they simply had something to eat on the way. After eating, who knew that not long after eating, the car was repaired again? What the hell is this excuse for? You, Alan, looked at the leader Tanaka Kubo and was about to get angry. But Tanaka Kubo didn't leave any chance for Alan at all. A standard 90-degree bow looked very correct. Sir Alan, I'm very sorry for keeping you waiting for so long. I never thought there would be such a problem on the road. There are a lot of people accompanying us this time. As he spoke, Tanaka Kubo made a gesture and walked up from the back of the team to the first 4 women in kimonos who looked to be in their 20s. Sir, this is a gift we specially prepared for you. Last time, my pronunciation was not very standard and you couldn't understand it. It was really rude. They are made specially trained by our Sony group. Only then did Alan realize that the old boy Tanaka Kubo had indeed improved after not seeing him for a short period of time. Although his accent was not particularly standard, he could already understand in point. And these maids, to be honest, Alan looked at the light makeup on their faces. To be honest, they could only be said to be average looking, not too beautiful, but not too ugly either. At most, they were good looking. The figure. It doesn't look very realistic even in a kimono. What's the use of such a maid? It's not like he doesn't have any at home. Seeing Alan glance at the 4 maids several times with disdain in his eyes, Tanaka Kubo was a little embarrassed. He looked at Alan and whispered, "Your Excellency, could you please take a step to talk?" Come on in. If something happens on the way, forget about it. Who hasn't encountered an accident before? At least they were thoughtful, and since they were here to discuss business this time, Alan held back his displeasure and waved to Tanaka Kubo to stop saluting and come in to talk. Sir, you may not think that their appearance is the best choice, but it is not easy to train such traditional maids. These other 4 our president has put together to express his apology to you. Oh, Alan lowered his head and listened to Tanaka Kubo's words. He was still a little puzzled. This kind of maid said that it was very precious. Could there be anything else to say? Seeing Alan's expression, Tanaka Kubo leaned closer to Alan and said, "Your Excellency, our maids are real traditional maids with a very long history. They are trained by the maids of the Chinese nobles in ancient times. This is a maid that can only be found in the homes of real Chinese nobles. As for its usefulness, you will know after you experience it." What? Tanaka Kubo said, made Alan even more interested. He turned to look at the 4 maids standing at the door waiting for arrangements, with deep interest in his eyes as 4 killers and the like. Tanaka Kubo was scared to death, and he didn't dare to give it to Alan. This was no joke. Jules and the princess only visited the island country last year, and the relationship between the two countries has always been very good. Whether it is in terms of interests or influence, Alan is sure that Tanaka Kubo does not dare to harbor other malicious thoughts towards him. But the beauty of these maids is and stay here. Anyway, the family is not short of these few bites of food. Hahaha. Okay, then stay here. I hope it will be as interesting as you said. Let me have a good experience too. I promise you won't be disappointed. Tanaka Kubo felt relieved when he saw that Alan finally accepted the gift point. Since he didn't want to eat, Alan followed the procedure and took Sona's visitors to the screening room to watch the movie. This time the show is a semi-finished version of Alan's new film. Although the filming of the movie has not yet been completed, the main shots are almost complete. Currently, the post-production department has cut out a 1-hour rough cut. The dubbing has been done casually, and the general plot of the film can be seen. When people come to acquire film and television companies, they always have to show off their finished products, right? The last film Fake had already been released, and there was nothing new about it. Alan could only use this half-finished film to top it. Invite Tanaka Kubo, the leader of the acquisition team, to sit on the sofa next to him and watch together as the lights in the screening room slowly dimmed and the screen lit up. The roar of the car engine came first. In the head-up shot, a silver Ford slowly drove out from behind. As soon as the camera switched, the male protagonist in the car was driving, and the heroine played by Monica was sitting in the back seat, hugging her daughter, and the expression on her face didn't look good. Today, a family of 3 went out to play, but on the way, because Monica was ogling other men, Grant, who played the male lead, happened to see her. The 2 of them did not want to make a fuss in front of the children. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was a bit awkward. Neither husband nor wife spoke. The little girl took away her mother's hand from hers and sat next to the car window, looking out the window boredly. After returning home, parking the car, and settling down his daughter, Grant took Monica and hurried back to the bedroom, where the background music was a little low at first. Grant pushed Monica against the wall and asked with a gloomy face about his wife ogling others just now. But Monica didn't seem to care. With a flick of her hand, the atmosphere between the 2 of them magically transformed from a gloomy atmosphere just now into a charming one. In the picture, the 2 people kissed each other in a wrong position, then hugged each other, and went to the bed. We were filming. Although it was not shown in the picture, it looked like a fierce battle was going on. Tanaka Kubo was sitting next to Alan. Looking at this picture, he felt a little uncomfortable. He twisted his butt and whispered, "Your first movie. The sales of videotapes are very good in our country. The newspaper said that your films have high artistic content, which fully expresses it. See, a movie." Alan made a knife with his right hand and raised his forearm. Tanaka Kubo had an embarrassed look on his face and shut up. What bothered him the most was when someone was nagging him next to him while watching a movie, especially this person, who was a greasy middle-aged man from an island country who looked a bit ugly. Alan interrupted Tanaka Kubo's flattery, leaving him a little hurt. To be honest, Sony's acquisition has changed from the purpose of publicity at the beginning to the main purpose of making friends with the powerful Earl Alan and promoting it by the way. What they are investing in now is Earl Alan. As for the film and television companies, it is no longer important. People at Sony don't understand how film and television companies operate, but they have money. What kind of film and television company can't do it if it has money? As long as Mr. Allen is willing, they can spend money, short of people, throw money, invite, buy whatever you need, Mr. Alan, buy whatever you want. In this way, as long as the funds are in place, what kind of film and television company cannot do it? As for the plot of the movie, at the beginning, Tanaka Kubo felt a little baffled, to be honest. Why was there a family of 3 in the car, and the hero and heroine looked angry? So why did they become so angry? Just by giving him a wink? From the perspective of the islanders, isn't this just a big deal and all the problems are solved? Why did you fall asleep again after arguing so much? What is this Nima talking about? But as the plot progresses, Tanaka Kubo somewhat understands the meaning of this movie. This woman is a slut, like to cheat, and men. Intermittently kind, but intermittently perverted. It's a bit interesting, and Tanaka Kubo can't help but look forward to the follow-up plot. Monica's first adulterer was a handsome young man with blonde hair, and her husband Grant's hair is black. This is a bit interesting. The camera language tells the audience that the blonde man is good looking. Sure enough, when Grant discovered Monica's letter to her lover one day, he didn't particularly care at first, but as the story progressed, he came home one day, opened the door, and saw a pair of men's sneakers at the door that did not belong to him, placed next to the shoe cabinet at the door. Grant's face darkened, and he had a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't even change his shoes. He held onto the wall and quietly prepared to go to the bedroom upstairs. Along the way, clothes were scattered on the ground very simply and crudely. Starting with outerwear, pants, socks, and then underwear. The scattered clothes perfectly fit the dramatic image and led Grant all the way to the bedroom door. There was no time for him to prepare mentally. The bedroom door is open. Tanaka Kubo stared at the scene on the screen with his mouth agape. The heroine and the adulterer were having a wild collision in the bedroom. The thin blanket flickered and flickered with the movements of the two, accompanied by the creaking of the bed. Grant stood in the blind spot at the door of the bedroom, watching his wife having a wild collision with others. His face turned from pale to black, and finally turned red slowly. His expression also changed from initial anger to despair, then from despair to gnashing of teeth, and then turned into inexplicable excitement. This is his home. This bitch actually brought someone into the house. He was also discovered. This part of the plot was filmed later. Thanks to Mr. Allen's painstaking acting guidance, Grant performed that feeling very well. Green excitement. It can be said that this feeling passed through the screen and was directly conveyed to Tanaka Kubo, who was watching the movie, making Tanaka Kubo feel extremely excited. He liked this tone. Unexpectedly, His Excellency the Earl's artistic achievements have risen to a new level in a short period of time. If this film is released in the island country, the box office will definitely sell out. This is a plot tailor-made for island country men. Your Excellency, the Earl, really knows the island country very well. Is this a reflection of the friendship between the island country and Great Britain? With the investment, it seems that His Excellency the Earl has also gained a certain understanding of the island country. His artistic vision is very precise and his material selection is very considerate. Tanaka Kubo analyzed it for a while, and was first moved by His Excellency the Earl's behavior of being obsessed with art. Just as he was about to speak, he glanced at Alan, who looked serious, and Tanaka swallowed his words again. He wanted to say what he wanted to say after the movie was over. Tanaka, who thought the scene just now was the climax of the film, found that he was still young as the plot continued to advance. Not only did the male protagonist not expose his wife's cheating behavior in person, but he silently went downstairs, carefully closed the door, returned to the car and sat down, waiting for his wife to finish playing the game. While he was waiting, he looked in the direction of the bedroom on the second floor of his home with a somewhat opaque look. Chapter 134. As long as you are brave. Grant had been sitting in the car waiting, watching the adulterer finish his work, kissing his wife affectionately goodbye at the door of his house, and then left reluctantly. When everything returned to calm, Grant restarted the car and drove home. In the picture, Grant's face was a little red, and he looked a little morbidly excited. He was holding his wife, who was still pregnant with her adulterer, and wanted to have sex. But Monica was obviously still in her sage time, and seemed a little uninterested in Grant's enthusiasm. He pushed away Grant, who looked impatient. Watching this plot, Tanaka Kubo felt the same way. It's so lifelike. The grasp of human nature is so accurate. This is art, comes from life, but is higher than life. Sometimes, if your wife is no longer enthusiastic about It may not be a man's problem. Rathasomian is carrying the load for you. Grant didn't get what he wanted. He wanted to strike while the iron was hot, but the iron was already full and wouldn't let him strike. Angry, he endured the humiliation and turned around to vent his anger on the adulterer. The story ends here. Point. If you want to win further prizes, for example, if you want to go to the Venice Film Festival in Italy to win an award, you can further sublimate this already explosive perspective. Point. For example, Grant found his adulterer, and when he was about to kill him, he spared his life, and then the spark of sexual affection between the two developed. Point together from now on, and then add some big shots. This fits perfectly with the theme of the Venice Film Festival in Italy. Point. But Alan made this film just to make money and to distort American perceptions. He didn't want to make it so profound. What if the Americans couldn't understand? Or what if they can't accept such exciting things for a while? In the end, we can only do some simple and easy to understand plots such as Killing the Green and Killing the Green. Point. After reading the rough cut for more than an hour, Tanaka Kubo smacked his lips, feeling a little unfinished. Point. This movie doesn't seem to have any well-known movie stars. Among the actors, the most famous one right now is probably Hugh Grant, and he's also a literary figure. Point. But that doesn't stop the movie from being enjoyable to watch. How do you feel? Alan stretched out his right hand and pulled out a cigarette. Tanaka Kubo quickly picked up the lighter on the coffee table between the two of them and carefully helped Alan light the smoke. Your Excellency, your artistic level is simply amazing. This is European film art, isn't it? The discussion of human nature in the movie, it's very precise, and it perfectly explains the emotional barriers between people in married life. Alan tilted his head, lit a cigarette, and listened to Tanaka Kubo flattering him, feeling nothing. Point. His purpose is not simple, but if we just dig deeper into the interpretation of human nature, it seems that it is not impossible to say this. Did you notice that whenever electrical appliances or music players are involved in the video, there are product placements for you guys? Sony. Tanaka Kubo was stunned. He was just watching the plot. Monica's acting skills were so great. When watching a movie like this, without watching the heroine, which lunatic would care about product placement in the movie? Sorry, Your Excellency, I was focused on the plot just now, and didn't pay attention. Snort. Seeing that these laymen didn't pay attention to the advertisements he had carefully planted for them, Alan couldn't help but feel a little uninterested. He stood up with a cold snort and said, "The guest room is ready for you. Take a rest first and let your subordinates let the negotiation team contact my investment team, and let's talk slowly while I get busy first, sir. Please walk slowly." Tanaka Kubo was a little confused. Why did his face change while he was talking? But he didn't dare to question it. The Earl must have been very busy at ordinary times. When he said he was going to work, Tanaka Kubo didn't dare to have any objection at all. He could only stand up and bow deeply. "I'm back." In the study, the servant took the two maids given to Alan by Kubo Tanaka and waited for him at the door of the study. "Master, the housekeeper has just assigned rooms to them. These two." The servant pointed to his mouth and said, "They don't seem to be able to speak. They must be on a shift basis." The two of them wrote on the paper that they will start serving you now. Oh, this is a bit strange. Alan was a little confused just now. When the four maids saw him, they just bowed and didn't speak quietly, so they couldn't speak. "Come in." After throwing Xiao Huang on the desk, Alan picked up the file and was about to read it. He was still planning some industries, but just as he was about to read the file, he felt his trouser leg being gently pulled, and a maid was kneeling at his feet. Seeing Alan look at her, the maid pointed to Alan's feet and made a pinching gesture with her hands. Alan could understand this gesture. It was to pinch his feet. As expected, he was very professional and started working. As soon as he sat down, Alan nodded and told her to do whatever she wanted. Just as she turned her head, the maid gently picked up her feet and placed them on her. Alan raised his eyebrows. This touch felt wrong. It was soft, and the ankle just stuck in the gap. The maid's little hand started massaging it from the toes, very gently and with just the right amount of force. Sure enough, she was professionally trained, unlike the old maid at home who to cut his toenails, would just move a small stool, put his feet on the stool, and start cutting the nails, although it used to feel like someone had her toenails trimmed, which was quite enjoyable. But now, as soon as this island maid gets started, Alan can immediately feel the difference. My maid in Daying is really not good. She is far behind. When Hooter walked into the study carrying several thick reports, he saw a scene that made him blush. It's not that it's too outrageous, it's just that this action is very unsightly. Of the two island maids, one was kneeling on the ground and squeezing the young master's feet, which was quite acceptable. But the other one, standing behind the young master, was squeezing the young master's neck. Anyway, he didn't knead it with my hands, so it doesn't seem to be called kneading. I can only say that I pinched and kneaded it with the two protruding places. Right. Anyway, it was quite enjoyable to see the expression on the young master's face. This kind of technique is not something the maids at home know how to do. Inexplicably, Hooter suddenly felt a sense of crisis. Is this a way for these islanders to corrupt their young master? 4 maids have just been sent, and now 2 are on duty. The young master is like this. If this continues for a long time, is it okay? The young master is a pillar of Great Britain and a confidant of His Highness. How can these islanders be destroyed so easily? Cough. Cough. Who? Te coughed twice. Alan opened his eyes slightly and sat up straight. The squeezing feeling on the back of his neck immediately disappeared, which made Alan feel a little disappointed. Here it comes. What is this? Who? Te stared at the 2 island maids. He didn't want these island maids who had just come to see this kind of private information at home. Alan smiled, looked at Hooter's eyes, and was not worried. Instead, he stretched out his hand, touched the maid behind her back, and said, "Go out first, and wait at the door." Hearing this, although the 2 island maids couldn't speak, they could understand Alan's words. They stood on the other side of the desk, placed their hands in front of their lower abdomens, bowed in unison, and then turned around and went out. "Master, now that they have just arrived, you still need to be a little cautious. You should not let them in your study, okay? Set rules for them when you go back." Alan followed the good advice, and Hooter's suggestion was adopted by him. Enjoy it. Why can't you enjoy it? After all, there are many documents and reports in the study. If someone is careful to write them down, although they are not confidential. What if? Hooter was relieved when he heard this. Although the young master loves to play, he understands the importance and listens to opinions. This is the most rare thing. He turned the document in his hand and put it in front of Alan. Hooter pointed at the first document and said, "Master, this is a current list of subsidiaries. The film and television company negotiating with the islanders is based on this. The thick one below is the copyright of the junk film and television works we bought. Details. The bottom part is the information brought back by old Carol. I sorted it out, but, looking at the big crown on the cover, there are words like 21st Century Earl underneath. This is Alan's newly established film and television company, 21st Century Earl Pictures, and that symbol that looks very much like a crown is actually the style of the Earl's dress. At there is something very interesting. In Britain, nobles at all levels have gowns and crowns, and this hat looks like a crown. According to the different levels of each noble, the styles are also different. Let's not talk about the crown. Let's start with the duke. The duke's hat looks very ordinary. The main body is red and has no brim, just like a little red hat. The lower edge of the hat is decorated with a circle of gems, and the upper circle next to the gem decoration is decorated with a dense circle of gold leaves starting from the marquis. There will be pearls on the hat to add decoration. The number of gold leaves on the marquis's hat has been greatly reduced. There are only a few pearls dotted around the hat. It looks like that. The only special thing is the Earl's hat. Not only are the gold leaves very dense on the Earl's hat, but there are also individual branches on the gemstone decorative ring, topped with decorative pearls. When it came to the Viscount and Baron, the style of the hat returned to its original form and became ordinary. Among these 5 types of titles, only the Earl's hat looks the most special. At first glance, it looks very much like a crown. The style of disposable birthday hats that became very popular in the future for birthday cake delivery was improved from the Earl crown shape. The cross-shaped decoration on it is taken from the design of the Earl's hat. And Alan. If Charles didn't give him the royal family badge, He would just do it. Point with the style of an earl's title hat. At first glance it is not too far from the royal family's logo. Point the reason why he added 21st century in front is to highlight that he values the future, and it also sounds high-end. Point it's a bit like future technology. Point the main theme is a person with advanced ideas, breaking the world, and moving towards the future. The group's first film will be released in the United States with Alan's new film, which will really open the eyes of the Americans. Long experience, browsed through the subsidiaries of 21st Century Earl Pictures. No matter how big the scale is, the literal data looks like it is spread across dozens of countries, with dozens of subsidiaries of various sizes, and each company has a few gross-selling and excellent historical results movies. It looks very powerful and large-scale, best for fooling layman. Point, although the total number of employees in these dozens of companies does not exceed 100, we still have to add those from the production crew. Point, but none of this matters. This is our unique advanced management model in Great Britain. People in the island country don't understand it, and they don't need to understand it. All you have to do is give money. As for film and television companies, they should retain their core staff and hire them again when they need to increase their manpower. I casually browsed through the film and television copyrights owned by the subsidiary company and looked at the movies I had never heard of. The copyright values behind them all started at a minimum of £1 million. Point, damn it. Hundreds of film and television rights add up to a lot of money. Well done. Alan grabbed Zhao Huan with a smile, flicked it up, and opened the final quotation sheet. Point, look directly at the overall quotation at the bottom of the quotation sheet. 21st Century Earl Pictures is valued at £3.6 billion. Alan's eyes rose. Point, after confirming it several times, he looked up at Hute again. Point, in Hute's firm eyes, he finally realized that the valuation was correct. Point, this is 3.6 billion GBP. Even if the islanders want to acquire half of the shares, it will cost £1.8 billion, excluding the bargaining stage. Theoretically, this time the scam can at least earn the islanders £1 billion. This number is a bit beyond Alan's imagination. Point, don't blame him for being a bitch. He has been endowing for so many years, and this is the biggest job he has done so far. As long as this vote is made, the financial problem will no longer be the number one problem that troubles him. With this money, even if the islanders cannot pay it all in one go, even if they only have half of it in cash, Alan can start his business plan. Point, and it can be expanded even more than originally planned. Point, get all the production lines first, and take advantage of this financial crisis to lay the foundation first. Point, it will develop slowly in the next few years. Thinking of this, Alan was suddenly startled. There seems to be no need to go to the United States to buy bargains for things like production lines, right? Does the island country also have production lines? If Sony's acquisition is completed, then everyone will be our own people in the future, with them as the leading party in the island country. Can we go to the island country and acquire something? The more Alan thought about it, the more feasible it became. Point, he raised his head and looked at Hute and said, arrange an investigation team to see if there are any companies in the island country that we need for our business in China. If we purchase production lines from the island country, transportation will be convenient. And Hute met Alan's eyes and understood what Alan didn't say after that. It's easy to do things if you have acquaintances. The islanders are very kind to outsiders and to their own people, but they are really willing to attack them as long as they have acquaintances. The young master clearly expressed his need for help. Hute believed that the people in Sony would not mind doing favors with the Earl. I understand, young master. I will make arrangements right now. Please read the following information about the United States slowly. If there is anything you don't understand, wait until Carol comes back and let him explain it to you. Well, you go ahead and make arrangements. Chapter 135. The islanders are still ruthless. Old Carl hasn't come back tonight, and Alan doesn't bother to read relevant information about the United States. He was too lazy to wait. Not long after Hute left, Alan had a dinner. Monica didn't come today either. She followed the crew Went to take additional shots. Alan, who went to bed early, was holding an ancient book that looked a little old. This is Journey to the West, published during the Republic of China. Although the CCTV version of Journey to the West was filmed last year, it was not available in Daying. At the beginning of the year, Alan went to Zhangjiang, where he could still receive program signals through satellite signals, and watched a little bit of Journey to the West, but he didn't have time to finish it. Compared with the TV series version of Journey to the West, Alan still prefers the original version of the novel Journey to the West. The novel and the TV series Journey to the West can be said to be two different things. In fact, the original story of Journey to the West is relatively dark, affected by the era at that time. It reflects a lot of content in the court. The TV series version of Journey to the West focuses mainly on learning scriptures and fighting various monsters. Alan has also been eyeing the production team of the TV series version of Journey to the West before. There are still many talents in it, especially in terms of special effects, and he is very eye-catching. Alan's idea at the time was that he couldn't keep making such bizarre movies. Right, when it comes to making a movie, you have to rely on big scenes and big production. In this way, the larger the investment amount, the easier it will be for him to operate from it. How could a small investment of several £1,000,000 be enough for Alan to move around? The current Monica and Hugh Grant are not worth £10 million if they are packaged and sold. Now this movie has a budget of £40 million, which is just secretly done. Alan's fame has not reached that level yet. No one looked into him. But what happens when he becomes more famous in the future and countless people pay attention to his every move? If we make another film like this with a budget of tens of millions of pounds, what if someone fails to detect it? There are always people who will jump out and look for trouble. Although it's not troublesome to deal with, Alan doesn't want to make it so obvious. Only with big production can we continue to play. Going to a big production, like science fiction movies, make a science fiction masterpiece with starships and the like. The prop team only needs to make the appearance of the starship look possible. What about the budget? A starship has a budget of £30 million. Who is dissatisfied? No matter whether you accept it or not, as long as you blow up the starship prop at the end of the filming and destroy the corpse. Who can find out? When making a movie, props are the key for a large-scale science fiction movie. As long as the budget is sufficient and the operation is good, tens of millions of pounds of money can be laundered. It is simply too easy. Add in advertising fees and the like, and the film hasn't even been released yet, and the net profit is tens of millions of pounds, which is not bad. As for the box office, that's not important. What's left is the steady business of selling videotapes and tax. The main pillar industry of our country is financial services. Talents in this field are everywhere. Just find some. The same goes for Alan's new movie. Never mind that the island has invested £20 million. But after the film is released, they want to share the profits. Eat shit if you want. Is it so easy to get Master Alan's pounds? By the time. Not to mention making money on the books, this movie lost at least £10 million. If you didn't make a penny and still lost 10 million, why should you get any dividends after reading Journey to the West for an hour? Because it was a little old, and it was written in classical Chinese. Alan read a little slowly. He yawned, pulled the rattle, and prepared to take a nap before going to bed. But it was not the previous servants who walked in, but the two island maids from the afternoon. The two of them walked to Alan's bed and looked at Alan. "I need to go to the toilet. Bring me a bucket." Alan pointed to him. These two maids had just arrived at home. They didn't know much about his living habits. They had to give voice guidance on what to do, which was a bit troublesome. The maid closest to Alan heard Alan's words and sat down on the bed without hesitation. Damn it, the islanders are really talented people. Alan now somewhat understands the beauty of what Tanaka Kubo said. As for why these two maids couldn't speak, Alan could somewhat understand. This was the first time for Alan to use this kind of human-shaped chamber pot. I was A little nervous and a little uncomfortable point at the beginning. He still couldn't let go and couldn't urinate point. But point, you can't be embarrassed in front of these two maids, right? After gritting his teeth and breathing a sigh of relief, Alan let go point. But this effect point, it's not about the effect, but the capacity is very large, beyond imagination point. One time solution, not a drop leaked. After finishing urinating, Alan sat cross-legged on the edge of the bed, secretly thinking that, if he waits for a few months, after the weather gets cold, this kind of maid will be quite useful, and he won't have to get out of bed to urinate when it gets cold point. The islanders are still perverted point. A somewhat curious Alan gestured and asked the remaining maid why they couldn't speak point. The maid who was questioned shook her head slightly and gestured with her hands to indicate to Alan that they should have been unable to speak since childhood and were specially trained deaf mute people point. I just don't know whether this muteness is natural or acquired, but based on Alan's understanding of the islanders, it is most likely that it was caused intentionally point. Alan was a little frightened when he came into contact with this kind of thing for the first time point. The people of this island country are so cruel to their own people. Since they can't speak, they can keep something secret, all for the sake of the master they serve point. In this way, it will be a little safer for servants who can't speak point. I don't know if there are any maids of this kind in other noble families in Great Britain. Anyway, Alan has never been exposed to them since he was a child point. Alan has never encountered the phenomenon of nobles being harsh to their servants. In some movies his father had told him these things in detail before point. Although these servants serve others, they cannot insult others. Alan's father went one step further. When choosing his servants, he never paid attention to appearance. Even for maids, as long as they were average looking, it was because the family was afraid that these maids would use their looks to cause scandals with their masters. As for the servants in the family, Alan is also influenced by Kano. As long as they don't make mistakes, they are usually treated very generously point. He never took the initiative to insult or bully his subordinates. When Hute and Carol were conferred titles, they were asked to kneel down and thank them. But this was a ceremony. Even when Charles was awarded the title, he knelt down, even when he was not supposed to point. Although these servants work to serve others, as long as they are treated a little better and paid enough, their loyalty can still be guaranteed point. I don't understand how Americans or islanders who treat their servants so sickly can ensure their loyalty point. These are all people close to you. The attack is too cruel. Aren't you afraid that they will harm others while the master is asleep? Simply, these were well-trained maids sent by the islanders. Alan used them without any psychological pressure, and he never bullied them point. After asking a few questions and satisfying his curiosity, Alan waved his hand and asked them to go to the door to watch the night, turn off the lights for him, and go to sleep. At 4:30 in the afternoon the next day, 3 very low-key Fiat cars were parked in the parking lot of La Scala point. A tall, strong young man got out of the car in the middle. He was wearing a peaked cap. Under the sun, his face was dark, and his face was obscured by the peaked cap point. The few bodyguards who got out of the car first consciously dispersed to the side, pretending to be very casual point. Alan was wearing casual clothes today, light blue jeans, a pair of white sneakers, and a black t-shirt point. After looking around, he waved to a woman in the distance, who was holding a parasol, and looking around point. This morning, Huth said, Sylvie Gillen called again and invited Alan to her show point. It's been more than a month since we last saw each other in Spain point. Alan didn't care. There was no shortage of women around him, but Sylvie Gillian was different point. Every time Sylvie Gillian called Alan, she couldn't contact him. Every time the housekeeper named Hute answered the phone point, either his lordship is out or his lordship is meeting guests anyway. Just one sentence, no time. Before meeting Alan, Sylvia Gillen was a very proud little swan, but after meeting Alan, her pride was shattered. After not seeing him for more than a month, she was already impatient. It even affected her usual training point. There was no other way. Sylvia Gillian could only call Alan more frequently, or even write letters. If it weren't for the ballet company's regulations, she would have wanted to go find Alan in person point. Finally, God has paid off, and with the blessing of the Virgin Mary, I contacted Butler Hutch yesterday, and this time point His Excellency, the Earl, was no longer busy, but went to sleep. It wasn't until noon today that Butler Hute called and said that Mr. Allen had agreed to her invitation and would come to Milan, Italy. to watch her performance point. But her performance point, the performance was over yesterday, so there is no performance for her today. But as long as people come, everything will be easy. If she can't watch her performance, she can accompany Alan to watch it in person. Their Royal Ballet has another performance tonight. Point as one of the best opera houses in Europe. La Scala is certainly not comparable to a small rural theatre like Cardiff, Wales. Whether it is history, decoration, or scale, the two sides are not on the same level. Point performances in places like this are usually only one or two. If the audience is enthusiastic, it is not impossible to perform another performance. Point the Royal Ballet of Great Britain goes to Wales to perform, which is called art going to the countryside, and when it comes to perform in Milan, Italy, it's called artistic exchange. The programs performed are different, and the emphasis is even more different, but relatively speaking, Sylvie Gillian still prefers Cardiff Theatre, because it is closer to Alan's home. Why did you arrive just now? Seeing Alan waving to her, Sylvie Gillian ran to Alan's side holding a parasol. She just wanted to give her a big hug, but then thought about Alan's date with her. Good time. Already an hour late. She has been waiting here for more than an hour holding a parasol. There's a football match today. Look at the road outside. Alan took his right hand and was very experienced in this kind of thing. If the woman really blamed him, she would have run away and wouldn't wait here. But apologize. Apology is impossible. First he held Sylvie Gillian's hand and then pointed to the road outside the parking lot. There was a lot of traffic, especially fans wearing football uniforms. There was a football match today, and it was a derby. The La Scala Opera House is located near the center of Milan, and is the most congested place. These fans just walked on the street, the red and black teams and the blue and black teams, talking trash to each other, and occasionally there were police patrols on motorcycles. Sylvia Gillian glanced at the road nonchalantly, then moved closer to Alan, took Alan's arm and said, "Have you missed me?" Alan nodded perfunctorily and said, "Hurry in, it's too hot outside." Snort. Sylvia Gillian snorted softly and turned to take a small path with Alan to take him to the backstage. First. Follow Sylvie Gillian to visit Piazza Scala in front of the Opera House, where a monument to the Renaissance celebrity Leonardo da Vinci is erected. Alan didn't understand Italian, so Sylvia Gillian tiptoed and leaned on his ear to introduce him. I don't know if it was intentional or not, but this little girl deliberately blew into Alan's ear when she was talking, and with the help of her hand to block it, she gently licked Alan's earlobe. When she was about to finish speaking, Alan took a sharp breath. Originally, I was very quiet and restless today, so I came here to relax. Monica is away these days, plus the maid's chamber pot service last night. This made Alan feel a little itchy, so he just received an invitation from Sylvia Gillian, so he was ready to make an airborne landing. But now she was seducing him in this square, which made Alan a little uninterested in watching the show. Don't make trouble, Alan scolded in a low voice, and pushed Sylvie Gillian with his elbow. Sylvia Gillian was not angry after being pushed. She leaned forward very naturally and took Alan's arm with both hands again to walk towards the theater. The movements of his hands were not honest, and his index finger gently scratched Alan's palm. "If you keep irritating me, I won't be in the mood to watch the show. Didn't you say that another Chief Feely will appear today?" Alan was a little regretful that he didn't see Feely's performance last time. This Feely's full name is Alexandra Feely. She is a rising star in the Italian ballet scene, a little older than Sylvie Gillian. She is currently studying at the Royal Ballet of Great Britain, and is also one of the principals in the field of ballet. Anyone who can become the principal must have something special about him. Each prima donna has its own characteristics. Like Sylvia Gillian, her characteristics are her long legs and nimble dancing posture. But this Philippe is said to be the most beautiful Juliet in the ballet world. A program like Juliet is considered the most traditional repertoire, and it shows that it has the title of Juliet the Most Beautiful. After all, we are here to relax, nothing else. Anyway, Alan has already obtained the things, so he is not in a hurry. He will first take a look at Feely's true face in Lushan. "I'll dance for you alone tonight, so you can see how beautiful it is. Don't make trouble." La Scala Opera House. In addition to the lobby on the first floor, there are private rooms on the second to fourth floors, and ordinary seats on the fifth and sixth floors. Even though its name is the Opera House, whether it's ballet, opera, concerts, etc., there are performances all year round. Basically every day. Many actors have a lifelong dream to perform here once. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 136, Escape and Embarrassment. The entire opera house looks very retro, but they were all rebuilt after the war. During the war, this place was almost razed to the ground. Most of the private rooms here have been reserved for a long time by wealthy Italian businessmen or nobles, and they can also decorate their own private rooms. Sylvie Gillian was originally going to take Alan to the backstage to have a look, but Alan didn't want to go. Most of the people behind are ladies. Sylvie Gillian doesn't understand. How can Alan understand? Is this what a noble should do? Going backstage only adds to the chaos. Inappropriate. The private room I booked today is on the second floor. The location is not particularly good. It is one of the few unowned private rooms. It is just to prevent any distinguished guests from suddenly coming and causing the embarrassing dilemma of having no place to sit. There are only 6 places in the entire private room, and they are well decorated. It's hard to put it into words. It's said to be magnificent, but in Alan's opinion, it's full of the atmosphere of the Nouveau-ish, and not real at all, especially his private room diagonally facing the Emperor's private room in the distance. There is a very ironic private room, which is even more magnificently decorated. It is a private room dedicated to the King of Italy. But after the war, the Italian royal family was driven out of Italy, and all members of the Italian royal family were banned from entering. The so-called emperor's private room was only established after the war. Isn't that very ironic? The king was driven away, and a special private room was built for the king. Listening to Sylvie Gillian's story, Alan curled his lips. Italy was so damn hypocritical. It's still a while before showtime, but the more than 3,000 seats are almost full. The entire opera house was packed with people, and those with trypophobia would not be able to watch this scene. He leaned back on the sofa. This time Alan came through the tourist channel. He didn't report it specifically. In theory, except for the customs, no one knew that he was a noble, as long as he didn't say it. Therefore, Alan seemed very casual. He put his feet up on the coffee table, pulled Sylvie Gillian to sit on his lap, and helped her see if she had lost weight again after not seeing each other for a while, and whether her health was okay. Sylvia Gillian was hugged by Alan and her breathing was a little rapid. She's not like this usually. It's been a long time, hasn't it? You say that a little separation is better than a new lie. What? This separation has been more than a month, since last time. Last time I was in a Spanish hotel. Take it easy, Sylvie. Gillian's voice sounded like a mosquito. She was very brave when she was outside, but now that things have come to a head, she seems a little timid again, mainly because there are several tall and strong bodyguards behind her. Looking at it, she wasn't used to this. You were the one who screamed first. I'm being serious, and you shouted no. Do you want it or not? Alan couldn't stand this tone. If the other person was always shy, he would show gentleness and gentlemanly demeanor, but if the other party takes the initiative to seduce him, then he doesn't want to pretend. They are all acquaintances. He still remembers that Sylvie Gillian is the girl he knows the most among his friends. She is considered a top student in the pose world. There is nothing she can't do. Take the technical flow route. Seeing Sylvie Gillian blushing and looking behind her with some concern, Alan realized that there were bodyguards behind her. The movements of his hands became much more honest. Gao Shao called the bodyguard closest to him and said, "I'll have a little chat with Ms. Sylvie. You guys go outside and wait for me for a while." The bodyguard looked at Alan's eyes and smiled. He and Alan were comrades in different ranks. They were both veterans. Alan recruited him as a bodyguard and the treatment was not low. Now Alan doesn't treat them either. Be an outsider, that's all. The bodyguard glanced at Sylvie Gillian who was huddled in Alan's arms. He turned around and took out a small blanket from the disinfection cabinet and said, "Sir, the air conditioner is turned on quite high here." Please put on the blanket so you don't catch a cold. Let me look at the window for you again. The bodyguard pointed out the window. When watching an opera, some people bring binoculars to see more clearly. This if someone from the other side spies on me, it will be a disgrace to your reputation. The bodyguard did not wait for Alan's consent, so he called several bodyguards together, held a bracket, blocked it in front of the window, and took out a few blankets, and hung them on the bracket, completely closing the viewing window of the box to the side closest to Alan. Point blocked. Tightly. Point after doing all this, he saluted Alan, caressing his chest slightly, and smiled and winked at the same time. Ha. Ha. Alan waved his hand. These bodyguards are sensible. I will give them a salary increase when they get back. The performance started at 4:30 and lasted until 6 o'clock before Alan called the bodyguard who had been waiting outside the door to come in. Point. As soon as the very good bodyguard entered the private room, he sniffed subconsciously, and a strong fishy smell filled the entire private room. Point. Several blankets were piled on the ground, and there were large watermarks on the blankets. Mr. Alan was slumped on the sofa, but his clothes were not messed up. Miss Sylvia Gillen gently touched the ground with one leg and knelt on the armrest of the sofa with the other leg, gently rubbing Mr. Alan's temples. Alan was no longer in the mood to watch the show in the theater. He was a little tired. Point. This is his first time trying to move around in a very small space, such as a single sofa, to study the technique of exerting force. Point. Fortunately it was Sylvie Gillen. Point. If there was another person today, his research would never be so thorough. Zooey G. Lian Rowan. She could shrink into a ball and hang on Alan's body. Point. Even so, it doesn't affect her from moving on her own. Point. This is the benefit of having technology. After twisting his neck, the little hand on his temple immediately moved to his neck in a sensible way, massaging Alan's neck. While changing hands, he stuffed a grape into Alan's mouth. Point. When I think about it, I originally planned to watch the show and then study the topic together in the evening, but now that I haven't watched the show, I have already studied half of the topic, and I have to continue studying in the evening. Point. For a moment, Alan felt guilty. Point. Ballet dancers have great stamina. Normally, if Monica were like this, she would have been paralyzed a long time ago. How can it be like Sylvia Gillen, who can give her a massage after studying the topic? This bitch has a lot of fun. After spending one night in Italy, Alan took the nearest flight at 9 o'clock the next morning and rolled back to Wales in despair. Alan, who had just gotten off the plane, even felt a little weak when he saw Huth for the first time. Master, what's wrong with you? Aren't you going to see a show? Bad luck. The French are so awesome. Alan said nothing and got into the car first without giving Huth time to think. Point. Yesterday afternoon, it was okay. When I was at the opera house, the space was limited and Mr. Allen did not take off his armor, but it was not good when he returned to the hotel in the evening. Point. As soon as he took off his armor, Sylvie Gillian saw the scar on his back. Point. Although most of the too large, densely packed scratches were scabbed, it could still be seen that they were new injuries. Sylvia Gillian was a little jealous when she saw this scene. Point. As a result, Alan felt that his body was hollowed out. Point. How many years has it been since he felt this way? I feel like I have to ask Master Zhang to study food supplements when I come back this time and replenish the body quickly to avoid causing the root cause of the disease. Point. On the way home, Huta looked at his young master's tired face. After thinking about it for a while, he finally said, the people from the island country have already started investigating the film and television company's information. The procedures and venues we have done are very complete, and there will be no problems with the documents. Afraid of worrying Alan, Huta spoke first. Alan moved closer to the car door, leaned against the car window, and stared at the scenery outside the car in a daze. Point. Not surprisingly, Sony's acquisition target in the United States is Columbia Pictures. It's the sign that shows a goddess holding a torch, dressed in cool clothes, standing there with a smile. Point. They and MGM are the oldest film companies in the United States. Point. It has studios, distribution companies and other departments. The biggest problem is that they hold more than 4,000 movie copyrights. Sounds bluffing, but Alan now also holds the copyright to nearly 2,000 movies. They are all garbage movies. Who doesn't have them? Some movies can be traced back to the First World War. The rights to such junk movies can be obtained for as little as a few £100. The most expensive ones are just over 10,000, and the proportion is extremely small. Point. If you have to compare the two sides, Columbia owns the studio, and so does Alan. Point. The American style town he built is also a studio. Point. The people who work on the set are studio employees. Columbia Pictures has a videotape production line, and Alan also has one. Although the scale is not as large as that of the other company, it is there. He is enough. Point. In terms of influence, Columbia Pictures is one of the few film and television companies in Hollywood, but 21st century Earl Pictures covers a lot of areas regardless of the size of those subsidiaries. There are offices and film and television productions all over the place. Point. These scattered subsidiaries are spread throughout the Commonwealth countries. Everyone is theoretically only half a dozen. Point. In addition, and most importantly, Columbia Pictures is now in the hands of Coca-Cola. Point. And 21st century Earl Pictures is in Alan's hands. When Sony wants to acquire Columbia Pictures, it is doing a wholly owned acquisition, that is, buying the entire Columbia Pictures in one fell swoop. Point. But Alan's side is different. They only need to acquire half of it. This is a business partnership for everyone. Point. The meaning is different. Point. Compared to Americans, if they have no choice, Sony people will of course prefer Americans. After all, they are a Hollywood film and television company. Point. But with extra choices, the opponent is still an Earl, and his influence seems to be not small. The main reason is that the prospects look very good. Point. The market value of Columbia Pictures, based on what Alan's staff has found out, will not reach $1 billion, but this is calculated based on the current stock price. If the islanders really want to buy it all in one go, Coca-Cola people will cheat him several times the price. Alan writes his name backwards, although I don't remember how much Sony ultimately spent to acquire Columbia Pictures, but Alan uses himself to save others. If the Coca-Cola people speak loudly, the price will be doubled. Is it reasonable? $2 billion plus the debt of Columbia Pictures in the past few years. This company suffered heavy losses. If it hadn't been for the heavy losses, they would not have been taken over by Coca-Cola. Point. Here and there, the price is as high as $3 to $4 billion as for Alan's film and television company. After cutting off half of its shares, it only had £1.8 billion. Point. Although it is a lot when converted into US dollars, when compared with Columbia Pictures, it seems to be very cost effective and sincere. Point. They are all deceiving people. Coca-Cola can deceive people, but Mr. Allen, cannot. With Sony's financial resources, if they really care about influence and want to build their reputation, they can completely acquire Alan's film and television company and then turn around and continue to acquire Columbia Pictures anyway. Although the influence of the two companies overlaps, their combined influence is even greater. Sony has the financial resources at the moment. These investigations are a formal process, and Alan is not afraid of checking it all. These things he said are not fake, they are all real, but the price has been inflated by 100 million points. Point. This is what people who simply bully Sony don't understand. Point. There are so many different industries. If you want to enter a new industry, how can you do it without paying some tuition fees? How can I better gain the friendship of Mr. Allen without paying tuition? After a 40-minute drive, Alan regained his composure in the car. When I got off the car, my expression was as normal as before. Sony's acquisition team had been staying in the manor these days, but except for watching the rough cut of the new movie with Q Botanica on the first day, Alan had not shown up. Since Point he wanted to show that he didn't care much. He didn't know much about the operations in the first place, so he just left it to his professionals. If he did it well, he would be rewarded. If he didn't do it well, he would be punished. It's that simple. Master, I'm back. Old Carol accompanied the maid who delivered the food and came to Alan's study in the evening. Point. Alan nodded, glanced at old Carol, and sniffed. A smell of pepper filled the entire study. What is this? The maid pushed the dining cart closer, first placed a small alcohol stove on Alan's desk, then brought a small casserole to Alan, opened the lid and said, Master, you didn't ask Master Zhang to give you some medical treatment. Meal. This is it. What? About medical meals? These silly foreigners don't know anything about dietary supplements. They only know how to eat. Mummies. Alan waved his hand to drive away the maid with a look of disgust, picked up the spoon, looked at old Carl, and motioned for him to sit down first. Master, are you injured? Old Cole was more alert and frowned when he heard the maid talking about medical meals. Ahem. It's not that I'm injured. Forget it, you don't understand it. Alan lowered his head and looked at the stewed turtle the size of a plate in the small pot. This thing should be called dabu soup, right? His little pet Zhao Huang, perhaps smelling the smell, also stood up with his wings spread and moved closer to the pot. Alan grabbed the little thing with quick hands and eyes. He just wanted to eat an old turtle, and he didn't want to eat farewell my concubine. Besides, this little owl didn't have much meat on his body. After taking 2 sips of the soup, he covered the pot first and let the soup simmer for a while. Then Alan took out the information sent by old Carl from the table with one hand, pointed at the information and said, I glanced at it. What's going on? Master, didn't you ask me to inquire about the families behind Oscar and Hollywood? I found out some information, but I'm not very optimistic. Having said this, old Carol made a gesture, making an OK gesture with his left hand, and inserted the index finger of his right hand into the O in his left hand, and pulled it out. Jew? Chapter 137 Oolong Incident. Old Carol nodded, confirming Alan's guess. Old Carl's gesture was somewhat insulting. Juice. Many people wonder why everyone looks the same. Some Jews have blonde hair and some have black hair. They all look different. How can you tell whether they are Jewish? In addition to informing them proactively, there is a very simple way. Look at NIUZ. It's that simple. Let's not talk about women for now. Men can tell right away. Their cows are different from normal people's. Their unique circumcision, every Jewish male had to go through. Old Carl's gesture is a bit like inserting a pencil into a pencil sharpener, turning it around, and then pulling it out. The pencil will be sharpened, but the skin will be gone. So. Alan frowned when he saw this gesture. It's not that he is afraid of the Jews, but that most European nobles hate them. This is a group of ignorant, extremely selfish white-eyed wolves. The main reason is that they are still united internally, but because of those historical reasons, they are now getting together again and like to form cliques. Such Jews. A single small family may seem inconspicuous, but they all know each other, and their relationship changes, and they may be transferred to another place. When it comes to provoking them, the interests are not important. The most important thing is that most of the time, provoking them will make you messy. If you want to go further in the film and television industry, awards will always be an unavoidable topic. Awards in Europe are easy to say, but in the United States, but it's hard to say. Many people think that the Oscars are international awards, but to be honest, the 3 European awards, Venice, Cannes, and Berlin are the most famous film and television awards in the world. And Oscar, they are just famous. In essence, they are national awards, not international awards, and there is a difference in level. As for national awards, the water here is deep. If Alan was an ordinary kid from a rich family or an ordinary director who wanted to play at the Oscars, that would be easy. He could just follow their game rules and make movies that were politically correct for their time, and then use normal public relations channels to have a chance to win an Oscar. But he's not. With Alan's current status, even if he follows the above steps, Oscar will not play with Alan. 2 Wolves catch a few rabbits, round them up, and let them beat them to death. This is called a game, and this is called a joke. But as long as these 2 wolves are not stupid, they will never let another strange wolf come in and stand beside them watching the rabbits fight in the pen. It's their own game. The most important thing here is class identity. No matter what Alan says, it doesn't matter whether he has money or not. He is now a serious hereditary Earl of Great Britain. Moreover, his relationship carries some weight. He is definitely not the same as a down and out nobleman like Duke Angus. Taking the movie to participate in the awards in person is just ruining the show. In Europe, for the sake of face, should people give it to him or not? If the photo is good, then it will be given. But what if the photo is not good? Bite the bullet and give it. Alan didn't make movies for these awards, but isn't it popular to play this game now? Everyone has won awards, but you don't. This means you are incompetent and the movie is rubbish. So. Alan changed his approach. He planned to let Syphus take his place. In the name of the producer, he would win prizes in the future. He was not greedy. He didn't have to give up the main prize, but I gave you face, so you have to pay as much as you want. Can I save some face? Give Mr. Allen a few of the marginal awards. At the very least, if there are more awards printed on the packaging of the videotape, it will be easier to sell point. And with such a big Oscar reputation, this is a hurdle that Allen will have to avoid sooner or later. He is not making literary films. Allen thinks that he is making commercial films. Therefore, he doesn't have to worry about awards in the UK, but he has an idea for the Oscars in the United States. Point. But Oscar is jointly controlled by several Jewish families. Normally, people would just play it on their own, hiding behind their backs and holding high the banner of political correctness to lead the American film trend. Now that Allen wanted to go, he didn't want to follow the American way. Point. I'm an aristocrat of Great Britain, and I want to export the culture of Great Britain to you. Point. Regardless of whether it is good culture or bad culture. In short, Allen does not want to play exactly like the American Oscars. Point. So point. It's so embarrassing now. Point. These small families who control Oscar are Jewish families. Let's be tough. Point. To be honest, even Allen himself didn't know for sure. Point. Although he kept saying that he looked down on them. Allen was arrogant and looked down upon the United States from the British standpoint. This was the political correctness of the British aristocracy. Point. But he didn't dare to truly despise them yet. Point. Who doesn't know that Americans will do better and better in the future, although it has not yet reached its peak. In a few years, Mayozi will be unable to withstand it. Point. At this stage, it is considered an easy period in Europe. Point. Allen was silent and had a headache. Which families are they? Allen is a little unwilling to give up. He prefers to take the wrong approach, that is, to use crooked ways. If he is a smaller family, he might be able to build relationships. He doesn't hate Jews. Theoretically speaking, both parties are strangers, and there is no dispute of interest. Now at best, Allen was selling videotapes on their territory. The biggest targets found so far are the Schulberg and Meyer families. Old Carroll shrugged. He believed that after hearing these two names, his young master would understand what they meant. Point. Real Allen's frown deepened now. Point. These are too big fish. Point. Their names may not be heard by ordinary people, but their influence is not low at all. Point. This is a family whose power and influence spread throughout Europe, the United States and other regions. Let's just say that people from these two families participated in the preparation of the earliest Oscar awards, and the most outrageous thing is that they awarded the Oscar to themselves in the first place. Point. This is a big toy. Point. Later, as Oscar grew stronger, their family also grew stronger over the years, expanding their power in the opposite direction. Point. Allen didn't know how much hard power they had. Point. But soft power he still knows a little bit. Point. To put it simply, he can't afford to offend them yet. Hold. The big tonic soup in the pot suddenly felt less fragrant. Allen slapped Xiao Huang hard with his left hand, which resulted in several dissatisfied chatter from Xiao Huang. Point. Allen can't afford to offend such a person, but he will never take the initiative to find someone to hang out with, not just for an Oscar, but point. We will have to contact you sooner or later. How to contact? For a while, Allen had no clue. Point. His right hand subconsciously flipped through the remaining information. Point. This is the copyrighted information that Allen had given to old culture a long time ago. Point. He wanted to see which movies had been made and which ones had not yet been made. Point. When it comes to harvesting the wool of Americans, Allen doesn't feel any psychological pressure at all. Point. In this day and age, if you want to look up this kind of information, it's not as simple as finding a computer, opening a search website, entering a few keywords, and you can find it. It all depends on manpower to pile it up. Some films have been registered with the film union, and some are local films that have not been registered with the film union. Some movies may not be registered because they are too bad. Anyway, old Carroll has been searching for more than half a year and only found a small part of the information. Point. Very sloppy. Point. Looking at the unfamiliar names on the directory, Allen had a headache again. Point. Now we encounter a very critical problem. Translate. He knew every letter of the names on this directory, but the translation problem was a bit of a headache. For example, Allen can still recognize vocabulary that is easy to understand at a glance, like Superman. Point. But what if you come across a name like the most beautiful woman in the world? What kind of movie is this? Without a reliable translation, who the hell would know this thing is called Peerless Beauty? Isn't this a joke? I got the information, but I made this mistake. Alan only remembered the Chinese names of these movies, but he had no impression of the English names of these movies. Nowadays, even hiring a translator is no longer safe. In theory, a foreign movie will have at least 3 different translated names in China, Hong Kong, and Bend Province. These movies, do they have any story synopsis or pictures like stills? That's the detailed information. I have no choice but to use the stupidest method. Look at the content. Well, master, this workload is not small. We have only sorted out part of it. If you want to see it, I will give you the sorted one first. Okay, let's organize it by year in the future. It will be easier for me to look up when I need it. Okay, I understand. After hearing what old Carol said, Alan waved his hand and asked him to find it quickly. His waist no longer hurts now, but his head is still big. I just want to open it manually. Why is it so laborious? Early the next morning, His Excellency the Earl, who had not been seen for several days, had a rare invitation to Tanaka Kubo to have breakfast with him. Tanaka Kubo, wearing shorts and short sleeves, felt a little embarrassed when he suddenly received such an invitation. It wasn't until he saw that there was no blame in Alan's eyes that he relaxed a little. He was really afraid that if Alan disliked him again this time, he would put a knife on his neck again. Sir, are you using those maids well? If you like them, we can collect a few more for you and send them to you. Stop it. Alan, who originally didn't want to talk about him, frowned. This thing was sent to him, and he accepted it. It was nothing. But knowing the perversion of islanders cultivating such maids, Alan still didn't like it a bit. This thing seemed a bit cruel. Enjoying it is one thing, but you need to express your support a few times. Mr. Tanaka, I think it would be a bit cruel to train maids like you, so there is no need to collect any more. Tanaka Kubo couldn't help being a little stunned when he heard Alan's words. How cruel is this? French aristocrats used to do this. The French even had eunuchs in the past. Where are they now? But right now, Your Excellency doesn't seem to like this tone. Thinking of the rumors about this Excellency, Tanaka Kubo couldn't help but feel a little headache. He really wanted to bring the relationship closer, although they, Sony, don't know much about the film and television industry. But he knows the British nobles very well. According to some information collected by the president, as well as the information they found out after getting rid of the embassy, the Earl in front of them is a confidant of the British Crown Prince, and he is a core noble. Such people will play a key role at some point, even if it is just a simple friendship. This kind of relationship will not be needed for a while, and the president also specifically told him to make good friends with this gentleman. This is also the reason why Sony made such a big effort to give Alan a maid. They gave it to Alan as something they understood to be precious. Unexpectedly, the flattery seemed to be in the wrong position this time. By the way, how was the discussion? I've been busy these days and haven't paid much attention to the situation here. Alan pretended to have just remembered it and changed the topic. Your Excellency, we are still going through the verification process. I believe that, based on the relationship between us, the verification will be completed soon. It's just about the price. Okay, you guys can talk about the price. I won't participate. Alan didn't give him any chance to say the price at all. Anyway, the company was like this. If you still want to invest, you should invest, and if you don't want to invest, you have to invest. Let the professionals negotiate the price. And he, Alan, didn't want to be a disservice. Yes, Your Excellency is very thoughtful. Tanaka Kubo was a little helpless. No matter what he said, nothing could be done. This was a gift that hadn't been delivered yet. Among Europeans, the British are the most particular about human relations. Now the Earl seems a bit businesslike. Doesn't this imply that he didn't deliver the gifts properly? Tanaka Kubo thought for a while, watched Alan eat, and carefully picked up the knife and fork to eat with Alan. Seeing Alan clicking and eating very quickly and almost finishing it, Tanaka Kubo was secretly anxious. Since I came to Dang this time, this is the 3rd time I have seen this Excellency. If I don't get some more information quickly, I don't know when we will meet next time. Sir, I'm deeply sorry that you don't like this gift this time. You know, for a person of your status, we can't find any information about you. As for your preferences, we don't know either, Tanaka. Kubo finally decided to take the sincerity card. I sincerely give you a gift and ask you your preferences personally. Isn't this too much? Oh. How dare you check me, Alan. Didn't care what gift he gave him, but was ready to cause trouble for him. No, no, no. Sir, we didn't check it. It's all information that can be found on the market. We just want to have further contact with you and understand your preferences. After all, we will be partners in the future, Tanaka. Kubo's hair almost stood up when he heard Alan's words. He was frightened when he saw Alan staring. It was actually the first time they met, and just because his accent was not right, this guy put a knife on his neck and gave him the impression left was so deep. Snort Alan snorted coldly, although he felt that he knew what the islanders wanted to do when they directly asked him what he liked. But if you ask me, you have to tell me, who do you think you are? I'm usually a serious person, and I like to do things in a strict and orderly manner. For now, you should finish the cooperation matters first. This is the key. Don't make any other small moves. P.S. I'm a humble author who doesn't even dare to ask for recommendation votes or monthly tickets. Please whisper, I updated 4 chapters today, and you will get double monthly tickets at the end of the month. Chapter 138 Revealing Wealth. Tanaka Kubo didn't quite understand why this gentleman changed his face again, so he could only stand up and bow slightly to apologize. Yes, Your Excellency, that is what you said. Alan put down his fork and stood up. These island people are very strange. Being kind to them is of no use. The more arrogant and bad-tempered they are, the more they like them. Therefore, Alan has this attitude towards Tanaka Kubo and often looks at him coldly. At the end of August, in a private room at Old Trafford Stadium, Alan held his pet Xiao Huang expressionlessly while watching the tens of thousands of fans on the field below collectively booing. Today's game is the first time Alan has come to the Old Trafford Stadium to watch a game since the official acquisition of Manchester United. He has heard that the team has been in poor condition in recent games. He has some free time these days, so he came over to watch the game. Watch the battle once. Unexpectedly, after watching the whole game for more than an hour, the current Manchester United team, how should I put it, is a bit like Zhang Fei's embroidery, looking nondescript. Especially Ferguson, who was wearing a suit and stood on the sidelines with a serious face. He often lowered his head to give some orders when the players passed by him. But it had no effect at all. The team lost in the end, and they lost 2-0. It was a bit frustrating to lose by this score. Alan didn't know much about football anyway, but he could see that Manchester United was not playing well on the field. But the season has just begun, and there is still a lot of time left for Ferguson. Let's wait and see. The future world famous coach, although he is not a rookie now, but the level is just like that. After standing up before Ferguson came over to meet him, Alan had already walked out of the court and was ready to go home before the players left the field. Master, the housekeeper just called. Sony's investment is completed. Oh, let's go back. Now is not the time to ask what happened, and I can't explain clearly on the phone. But as long as Hute says it's done, Alan will know for sure. You will be rich soon. Thinking of this, Alan was still a little excited when he got into the car as expected. Ma Wuai's grass is not fat. If he waits for him to do it slowly and wants to get a large amount of funds, he doesn't know how many years it will have to wait. Master, are you back? Alan nodded, hugged Xiao Huang, and motioned Hute to go to the study to talk. Hud nodded and followed Alan. As soon as he entered the study, Alan took off the scratching pad on his left hand. This is a piece of suede with some small wire mesh sewn on it, and a small strap for fixation on the back. The suede surface faces the palm of the hand and is fixed on the left hand, allowing Xiao Huang to stand on the palm of his hand and play. Although this little bat is not very old yet, at most 30 or 40 days old, as it grows up day by day, not only does its coat color change, but its claws also grow larger and larger. Xiao Huang is still young, so he doesn't do it lightly or hard, and he doesn't have any protective measures. If he holds it with his hands, he will be scratched accidentally. Master, I checked some information. The growth cycle of this kind of bat is about 55 to 60 days. The chicks can try to fly, They must learn to fly before winter comes, and then migrate with their parents, who watched Alan put Xiao Huang on the desk. After a period of raising it, he fed it with beef strips every day. Xiao Huang grew bigger than the wild snowbird chicks, and the feathers on his body were all the same. It is grey, and after a while, after another molt, it should be able to learn to fly. Let Xiao Huang play by himself. Alan picked up a thick contract book on the table. This kind of book is used for taking pictures. It simply records some information, and then there is the contract signing site. Alan's investment is here. Consultant Matthias was responsible for signing, and on Sony's side was Tanaka Kubo, the leader of the acquisition team. There are still some formalities left, but as long as this is signed, it is basically settled, and the rest will be easy to handle. Put down the contract book, pick up the information below, and look at the information listed one by one. After discussions between the two parties, Sony bargained further and finally reduced the investment amount to £1.5 billion, which was regarded as a price reduction of £300 million. Sony acquired 50% of 21st Century Earl Pictures for £1.5 billion. From now on, 21st Century Earl Pictures will be followed by a small bracket with the word Sony written inside, and this payment method is not a one-time payment. It will be paid in 18 months after the two parties have officially handed over the shares. The first payment will be £600 million, and another £400 million will be given after 8 months. British pounds. The last remaining £500 million will have to wait until another 10 months. The time span is quite long. Since the shareholding ratios of both parties are the same, there is no such thing as 49% and 51%. In the agreement signed before the acquisition, the two parties clearly stated that, since Sony has no experience in the film and television industry, although they are one of the shareholders of 21st Century Earl Pictures, they have no management rights and only the right to advise and supervisory powers. In other words, even after the investment is completed, Earl Allen still has to listen to Earl Allen's decision on how to develop the company in the future, while people at Sony can enjoy rights such as dividends, giving development advice, and checking the company's finances. In a word, as long as it does not involve the company's specific business, Sony enjoys the rights that shareholders should have. Although such a clause seems very strong and a little bullying, it still Sony thinks it's acceptable, because they don't understand the film and television industry. The purpose of their investment in the film and television industry is to expand their publicity. Sony's investigation team also notes that 21st Century Earl Pictures is a newly integrated group company, but it is engaged in film and television, and does not pay attention to historical heritage. It can expand its scale at any time if it has money. The same goes for Columbia Pictures, which has decades of history. Right, wasn't it because a few bad movies were made that the company lost all its money and was taken over by Coca-Cola? And all the information on paper about 21st Century Earl Pictures is consistent with the information investigated by their Sony investigation team. They are all real. Even if it was only established yesterday, what does it matter? The size of the company is here. It is such a large group, and there may be moisture in it. But for things like film and television copyrights, who can say exactly how much the film and television rights for thousands of movies are worth? Sony just wants to buy a boat ticket. Tickets for a ship called the 21st Century Earl Film Cruise. As long as we invest in the company, we will be our own people from now on. The rest is money laundering, and so on. Everything needs His Excellency Earl Allen to coordinate the overall situation. Allen also left some sweet spots for Sony. Each year, one film can be shot by a director or crew designated by Sony, with an investment of no more than $100 million invested by Sony. This condition may seem weird, but the core is that Sony can appoint someone, or send someone, or even they themselves don't come to the UK. Just put the film under 21st Century Earl Pictures. This is used by some Sony executives or others to launder money. As for how much money can be laundered, Allen doesn't care. It depends on their own abilities, and Sony also put forward a little insistence of its own point. For example, they have priority investment rights in future film and television works produced or filmed by Earl Pictures. A film and television company is a film and television company, and the movies produced are not only funded by the company, but will also need investors. These two are not the same thing. Film and television companies can invest in their own movies, and they can enjoy the benefits if they own the majority of the investment. However, in order to share investment risks, they must bring in other investors, but the copyright of the movies produced by the company is in the hands of the company, and hair movies and the like also make money. Therefore, Sony requires that they have limited investment rights in Earl Pictures films, and Earl Pictures cannot accept their investment from the hostile competing companies they listed. After looking at the densely packed supplementary treaty and picking out a few of the most important ones, Alan nodded with satisfaction. Generally speaking, it can't be said that Alan cheated Sony. It can only be said that Zhao Yubi to Ange, one is willing to beat, and the other is willing to suffer. Very good, well done. Let match a follow-up. What did you say about the first payment, Master? Don't you want to acquire a production line in the United States? Sony will transfer $100 million to Carl's company in another name, and convert the rest into pounds. I'm thinking of this. Alan had a headache about one thing, which was the issue of publicity. This investment is definitely not a small amount. Sony is here to increase its influence. Once the business is done, it will definitely be publicized. When the contract was signed before, it was photographed, and the news was announced after the first installment of the payment was settled. But this £1 billion investment and cooperation seems a bit eye-catching, and Alan doesn't particularly want to be famous. Some time ago, he wrote to Charles to complain about his poverty, but now he has made more than £1 billion in the blink of an eye. How can he complain to Charles about his poverty in the future? Just in case, what should Charles do if he complains about his poverty? Although the probability of this kind of thing happening is extremely small, the news of this kind of sudden wealth suddenly spread. His interview with Alan some time ago was a little popular. Is it because of this reason that the people of this archipelago want to take advantage of it? Are you taking advantage of the popularity? Alan knocked his right hand subconsciously on the desk. Uta looked at Alan, who looked troubled, and asked curiously, Master, what's wrong with you? Is there something wrong with the contract? No. Alan shook his head and expressed his concerns after hearing this. Uta smiled and said, Master, sooner or later you will be known to the world. The interview some time ago was just about desserts before dinner. With your ability, there will be more such things in the future. Since sooner or later, you will be known to the world. Yes, why would you resist? You are the pride of the Hill family, and you should accept such a thing. Fine. After Uta said this, Alan no longer struggled. Just do whatever you want, and lie down. A week later, Europe was calm in early September, but early in the morning, the news in the newspapers injected new vitality into today's life. Paris suburbs. In a very ordinary villa. A young man with slightly curly short hair, shiny black hair, and a complexion that looks a bit like a mixed race. He is holding today's newspaper in his hand. On the side page of the newspaper, there is a picture of a blonde young man's face. The young man smiles. Very gentle. The young man knew the man in the newspaper. He had also watched the news interview on TV some time ago. He was some kind of British count. The reason why the young man was so impressed by Alan's photos is because when the French reported on him, they quoted Alan as saying that Princess Diana, who is very famous in France, is his aunt. The princess is so beautiful that she has countless fans throughout Europe. There is a wave of young and middle-aged people in their 20s and 30s who admire her very much. They are deeply impressed by the Earl. And the news in today's newspaper is related to this count. A company from Asia called Sony spent £1.5 billion to acquire a stake in a group under the Earl's name, and took half of the shares. This is the news. Plus there is an inconspicuous photo of the signing ceremony between the two parties below. The main body of this propaganda is still the Count himself. As for Sony, to be honest, their reputation is just that now. The French don't care much. They only care about the amount and Alan. But the young man who read this report and saw the series of enlarged and bold zeros on the newspaper felt a little moved. He is only 20 years old this year. Looking at Alan, who is similar to himself in the photo, he feels that God is so unfair. The other party is young, has numerous servants, rides in a luxury car, and can even travel abroad with the crown prince. It is said that he is also having an affair with the French ballet goddess Sylvie Guillaume. And what about yourself? Now he is 20 years old and still living in this stolen villa. Right. He found out that the owner of the villa he was currently living in was on vacation, so he climbed over the wall and picked the lock to get in. He has sold all the valuable things in his home one after another in the past few days, leaving only a big bed for him to live in. Originally, the income from selling things these days was enough to make him satisfied. But looking at the newspaper, this earl named Alan, half of the shares of a company in his name, brought him more than £1 billion in income. The young man was a little jealous. Suddenly, an idea filled the young man's mind. He heard that many of these nobles only care about eating, drinking and having fun. Although this Earl of Alan does not have a bad reputation, he can inherit the title at such a young age. Didn't the interview say that this young man who lost his mother when he was young, after losing his father and brother, there is no one who can take care of the family. Now he is in the newspapers for selling shares. Doesn't this situation mean that this earl has a bit of a prodigal talent? No normal person would sell the shares of his family's property to foreigners or sell them to islanders. Since this count seems to be easy to deceive. Then can you go and lie to him? Once this idea appeared, the young man couldn't help but cover his heart with his hands, his heart pounding with excitement. He is not greedy either. As long as he can defraud dozens, no, millions of pounds, this money is enough for him to live happily for a lifetime. This is much more interesting than stealing a villa. Thinking of this, the young man stood up and boldly used the phone and the villa to call the ticketing center at the airport, preparing to book a ticket to Cardiff. P.S. I got home late today, so I will take a break and write slowly. Everyone, please go to bed first, and I will update slowly. Chapter 139 New Plan. Looking at the newspaper in his hand, even Alan felt slightly blushing. Shaking the fried snails on his fork, Alan sighed and said, "Send the rest of breakfast to my study. I don't want to eat it here." Alan was walking in the corridor, followed by a little boy. His paws touched the ground, making a soft clicking sound. Xiao Huang's walking posture seemed a bit wretched. It is still young and has an instinct for many things and likes to imitate. If it follows its parents, it should learn flying skills, hunting skills, etc. But it has followed people since it was a child, and it still followed Alan. It has not been exposed to the things it should have learned at all. Now being raised by Alan, it looks a bit like a free-range chicken. It doesn't usually fly, and it almost has no desire to fly anymore. He likes to slightly open his two short wings and walk with his legs stretched out, and his walking posture still imitates Alan's walking posture. For things like owls, when they are young and don't have many feathers on their bodies, their body structure still looks very human-like at first glance, especially the young birds that have just been born. Especially like the legendary little grey alien, with a big head, big eyes, and a pair of long legs. As it grows older and has more feathers on its body, it will gradually become more bird-like. The servant pushed the dining cart and followed Alan and his pets. It was quite amusing to see Xiao Huang struggling to imitate Alan's walking posture. As soon as he entered the study room, Xiao Huang suddenly flashed his wings and wanted to jump onto Alan's desk. It already knows that this is its territory, but it can't fly yet, so it can only flash its wings and pretend to remind Alan to help it. After putting away the remaining breakfast, the servant pushed the dining cart out of the study. With a smile on his face, Alan took today's newspaper and looked at it carefully. The British media in the newspapers did their best to heap all the praise on him. What a once-in-a-century genius in the British film industry. What a most distinguished director. What a British business wizard. What kind of aristocrat is most friendly to the people? What kind of title is the Earl of British Art? Alan checked them one by one and subconsciously curled his lips every time he read them. These people. The wording is really exaggerated. What is an elf from the mountains of Wales? A rising star in the literary and art world? The future giant of the business world. Is it so awesome to make a side movie? Alan even felt a little carried away when he saw the compliments in the newspaper. The British media is so realistic, Smiling, he forked a piece of roasted snail and threw it to Zhao Huan, who was stamping his feet anxiously beside him. Alan continued to look down. On the bottom page, there was an inconspicuous page in order to celebrate Sony's investment in 21st century Earl Pictures. The latest Walkman specially launched. The so-called Walkman is a Walkman used to play tapes and listen to music. The new product released by Sony this time is the special edition Walkman model WM51, which is known as a black technology. Looking at the photos in the newspaper, even Alan was a little surprised. The radios produced by his radio manufacturer are still the size of large cardboard boxes. And how big is this so-called special edition Walkman launched by Sony this time? Palm size. It's only slightly larger than a tape. The fully transparent shell allows you to see the electronic components inside. And the most awesome thing is that this Walkman comes with a headphone storage compartment and headphones on the back. Compared with Alan's impression, a certain brand of mobile phones many years later did not even come with a charger. It was simply too conscientious. What's more, it's 1987 now. In some poor countries, in an era when television didn't even exist, people's Walkmans have already achieved this. The people of Kohida Island do have something special sometimes. Oh, that's not right. Alan was suddenly stunned. The people of this archipelago are quite smart, riding on their own popularity to sell Walkmans without paying advertising fees. The key is that many British people thought that Alan also used this kind of Walkman. Although the layout of this wave of advertisements was not large, it's a great place to rub. Alan squinted his eyes and silently tore out the introduction to Sony products from the newspaper and posted it in the most conspicuous place on his desk. Although he is full of advantages, his only shortcoming is that he is a bit petty. If the people of this archipelago dare to take advantage of him, then wait for me. Seeing Zhao Huan curiously poking his head into his dinner plate, Alan reached out and grabbed Zhao Huan, held his head, and gave it a couple of hard strokes. After he was relieved, he put down the struggling Zhao Huan. Huan pushed the dinner plate aside and prepared to start the day's work. Now that funds have been secured, many plans can begin. But Alan also has his own things to do. He is ready to plan a plan that he has been suffering from lack of funds and has not had time to do it. Alan has always felt insecure. He wanted to recruit some help secretly, but this kind of work was not easy to do. In the name of protecting himself, he hired dozens of bodyguards, which was already the limit. Even though he had stuffed a dozen fat and muscular men into the crew, this was the limit. Do it again. It's a little conspicuous recently. Alan has been thinking about whether there is any project that can increase manpower in an honest way, especially for veterans, and it will not be particularly eye-catching, or that will not be singled out for faults. Theoretically, he could set up some kind of mercenary organization in Africa, but in this case, the goal would be too big. Alan just wanted to protect himself. He didn't want to rebel. Besides, with all the people in Africa, if something happens to him, will he still have time to escape to Africa? Does this want him to associate with Niger in the future? When the chief goes, he is surrounded by a group of black pearls all day long. Think about that scene. A circle of niggas wearing grass skirts and holding long hair knelt down on one knee, put their left hand on their chests, and shouted, "Chief, the British are attacking us." That picture is simply eye-catching. After extensive investigations in recent times, Alan finally came up with a solution that was not a solution. Get a Takiad system. Although communication methods are not very developed these days, the internet has not yet spread to civilians, but the Takiad system can still be done. Once you have an idea, it will be easier to handle. Just follow this idea and improve it. Taking out his notebook, Alan first wrote down a few keywords in the notebook. Overall framework and operating mode. Apply the future operating model of blue knights and yellow kangaroos. In fact, there is still a bright future for food delivery, especially in terms of recruiting people. For example, food delivery always requires a delivery boy, right? This delivery boy has to travel between the restaurant and the location designated by the customer every day. Does this require that the delivery boy should at least be physically strong, and it makes sense for a strong delivery boy to use some veterans, right? As we all know, in Great Britain, the economic environment has been sluggish in the past 2 years. Many companies have gone bankrupt, and many state-owned enterprises have been resold. And many people don't understand the social system of Great Britain. In fact, in the UK, after the Industrial Revolution, in order to increase output, large business owners and businessmen needed workers to work overtime. Only when workers work overtime can the factory's output value be most directly increased. But workers work overtime most of the time, so what do they do with their meals? So fast food, such as hamburgers, sandwiches, canned food and other fast food, came into being. Most working class people and ordinary people in the UK actually don't cook often. Even after ordinary people get married, they can only cook some food for their children. Adults still mainly eat fast food. This is especially true for office workers. Some bring their own meals, while others eat in the company restaurant. But there are always people who don't want to eat like this. This will correspondingly give rise to the takeaway business. But now most of the takeaway business is 1-to-1. That is, a business card for ordering food issued by a certain restaurant or hotel. If a customer wants to order food, he or she can make a phone call, and then the person who delivers the food is also responsible for the restaurant. Theoretically speaking, there are no large food delivery agencies in the UK or Europe. Dinction is just a chain of fast food restaurants like KFC. Alan's idea is to set up a large-scale takeaway company, engage in physical industry, coordinate the catering industry in Great Britain, suck blood from the catering industry, provide himself with manpower, and can also eat both ends. But since there was no internet, it was impossible to have a takeaway system as convenient as the Blue Knight and Yellow Kangaroo in his world. But because Alan knew their operating model, he was going to change a stupid method and use a fully artificial intelligence ordering system. This artificial intelligence is considered true artificial intelligence. Since there is no system, why not just find more people to serve as customer service? Ordering takeaway is all done over the phone. The customer calls the takeaway company, which is responsible for ordering and delivering the food, acting as a middleman and earning the difference. After writing the operating model, Alan stopped writing. Within this broad framework, specific operations are another problem. Order with advance payment. He will definitely not advance the money. What if there is some crazy person who wants to buy 40 yuan, or it is just a joke? After making a phone call and ordering the meal, what should I do if the delivery boy works hard to deliver it and can't find anyone? What if I don't want it anymore? So you can't do business without a conscience. If you have a conscience, there will be risks. If you lose your conscience, you will make more money. In order to prevent customers from running out of orders, Alan had a genius idea to introduce a margin system. In this way, the plan can move forward smoothly. Of course, the term deposit will offend customers, so Alan is going to be more tactful and turn this thing into a membership card. Low emotional intelligence. I'm afraid you'll run out of orders, so pay a deposit. High emotional intelligence. In order for you to enjoy more distinguished services, please apply for a membership card. How much does a beautifully crafted plastic membership card cost? Just a few pennies. Such a membership card, with a standard card number, and changed to an anonymous one, costs £100. It is valid for 1 year. After 1 year, you can exchange it for a new card at the customer service department of the local takeaway company, or get a refund. Within this 1 year validity period, every customer who wants to order food over the phone needs to buy a membership card. With the guarantee of the membership card, they can order meals worth no more than £100. In this way, it will not only eliminate customers' order running behavior, but as more and more customers purchase membership cards in the future, Alan will also be able to get an extra amount of interest-free working capital for no reason. The best of both worlds. With this model, the food delivery company divides each city into areas, takes photos of all the hotels, restaurants, and food in the divided areas, and creates a so-called member-only ordering magazine, which is distributed free of charge To our valued members, when they want to eat takiat, they only need to refer to the restaurant and specific dishes according to the pictures in the magazine. All that's left is to wait at home for the delivery boy to deliver the food to your door, and then collect the food and pay for it, but using veterans as delivery boys, sensible customers who pay the bills honestly, everything is fine. These delivery boys, who are composed of veterans, will use physical methods to make ignorant customers sensible, so that they can pay their bills honestly. The operating model is now available, and so is the specific breakdown of food ordering. As for the specific source of profit, this can be copied. As for restaurants and hotels, in such a difficult economic environment, it is reasonable to help restaurants expand sales and let them give Mr. Allen a small commission. Right, the delivery boy helps deliver the food, and the customer gives some errand fees and tips. Is it reasonable? Mr. Allen has built such a big platform. Although he has made money from both restaurants and customers, so many delivery guys have made money because of his platform. Is it reasonable to hand over a daily insurance premium to Mr. Allen in the name of ensuring their safety? This is called three-headed take-all. No one's money will be spared. In order to ensure the combat effectiveness of these veterans, Allen can also, in the name of team building, take the team out to train abroad every once in a while to improve their professional skills. In this way, it won't look eye-catching, and it can slowly maintain a large number of manpower locally, and even slowly expand to the whole of Great Britain. When the time comes, Mr. Allen raises his arms and calls out, and thousands of strong delivery men rise up. Isn't this scene more impressive than being in Africa? Followed by a group of niggas wearing grass skirts and holding spears. Looking at the rough plan recorded in the notebook, Allen nodded with satisfaction. Seeing his action, Xiao Huang next to him also imitated Allen and nodded. Picking up Xiao Huang, Allen held Xiao Huang and looked at the notebook. Now that we have a plan, is it feasible? Not verified yet. But there is a high probability that there will be no problem. The biggest problem right now is promotion, and promotion. Allen is confident that with his face and his recent popularity in the news, he can barely fool the British common people. It's not like we have to spread the stall very big at once. We need to take our time and do some pilot projects in Cardiff and Greater Manchester. First we set up the framework, recruit some people, run it on a trial basis, and see the effect. Someone call Butler Hute over. Pulling the bell, Allen was about to ask Hute to come over and check and fill in the gaps in his new plan. Master Hute was dressed in simple home clothes, including trousers, leather shoes, a white long-sleeved shirt, and a black vest. He entered the study and bent down slightly, with a smile on his face. He also read the report in the newspaper today. Since the accident between the master and the eldest young master, today is Hute's happiest day, even happier than the day he was knighted. The second young master has grown up and has been praised by the media in various ways. He is enough to support the entire Hill family, and the second young master is the hope of the Hill family. Chapter 140. Women can hold up half the sky. Take a look at this. Then give it to Matthias and others to perfect it. Who? Tess smiled and sat across from the desk and took the notebook handed over by Allen. Look at the plan named Blue Knight Project written on the cover. A relatively abstract animal head was also drawn with a pen next to it. This thing looks like a panda, right? Anyway, the painting was very abstract, and Hute could just barely tell that it was a fat panda wearing a small vest. What is this stuff? Last time it was a black duck. This time it was a blue panda. Seeing this sign, the hair on Hute's body stood up instinctively. The young master's business talent. Yes, there is, but he is a bit biased, but this aspect seems to be that he has inherited his master's talent and does not follow the ordinary path. The black duck plan last time was shameful enough, so what is going on now? Hute had a bad feeling when he saw the animals included in the plan. Huth went through what he had learned throughout his life in his mind. There seems to be no blue-skinned people in this world. Right? Could it be that the young master really has his mind set on animals? Do you think the black duck is not easy to use this time? Want to take it a step further? This Hute twisted his body and his expression became serious. Open the second page of your notebook. This time it was different. I also made a schematic diagram with several steps framed in circles. The structure is clear at a glance. Look at the word that appears very frequently on the plan. Take away. Ute raised his eyebrows. This was a little different from what he expected. Then looking down, Ute knew all the words on this plan, but to be honest, this mode of operation is quite innovative. But Ute always felt like he had seen this thing before. If the price of the membership card is increased, then expand the scale of Tekiat. And finally run away with money. Isn't this just a reskinned version of illegal fundraising? In order to raise funds, we also put on a Tekiat shell and increase so many people. This seems to be a bit more gain than loss. Master, are you raising funds or doing Tekiat? What are you talking about? This is business. Serious business. Alan didn't want to tell Ute the details. After all, as a guard commander, there seemed to be no need to engage in these things, but Alan still had ambitions. Well, Ute nodded and just started a Tekiat business. This plan seemed to be fine, and it could be considered a very serious business. At least this is a viable business. When asked by outsiders, it is easy to introduce them. Our Hill family still has a serious business like delivering food. It sounds better than talking about a business like managing thousands of ducks. Right, Master, this business does have its advantages, and it can circumvent many rules. Doing business in Britain is not easy. This is not an uncivilized place, but a carrot and a pit, which have already been occupied. It's okay to say new things. Any traditional business, anything you can imagine is available here. If you take out the map of Great Britain, you will see that except for the barren mountains and ridges, all other places on the map are densely divided by color blocks of various colors. Each of these color blocks represents a company, a family, or a force. Let's not interfere with each other. If traditional industries want to develop on other people's territory, just wait and die. But there are opportunities for emerging things and industries, as long as you are willing to share the benefits. With the young master's current reputation, not to mention the whole of Great Britain, most families can still share the benefits and work together. Master, I think this plan does not need to be perfected. We can only open up the situation first, operate it experimentally, and make adjustments while operating it. However, are there too many people involved? Te pointed at the customer service department. If the delivery people were all men, that would be understandable, but would the customer service staff also use men? This Alan just wanted to fill it with more people and ignored this problem. But if he wanted to recruit a large number of women, he would need strong labor, which was not easy to find. Customer service is a job that is simple to say the least. But customer service work is still a test of a person's psychological endurance. He answers the phone every day and encounters various customers with various problems. A younger girl may break down one day. Rubbing his chin, Alan felt a little embarrassed for a moment, looking at Ute's old face. Not to mention, the old guy can find blind spots every time and check for his own mistakes. This feeling is quite good. But if this leak cannot be filled, it will feel bad. Etc. Old man, hiss Alan, stared at Ute's face, tilted his head and said hesitantly, I remember a few months ago, was there someone from the Women's Federation who wanted to visit me? It seems so. I heard Patrick say that. Te was also a little unsure. It seemed that, because of the movie made by the young master, he strongly spoke out for the middle-aged and elderly women in Britain. They reciprocated and wanted to visit the progressive Earl, but the young master later refused. Te, you said, if we ask some middle-aged and elderly idle aunts to serve as customer service for us, these people have nothing to do anyway. Here, I can find a job for them without being exposed to the wind and sun. Sitting in the office talking on the phone all day long at work, the more Alan thought about it, the more he felt there was a way. Look for these people. Because these old ladies are getting older, many of them are unemployed and have nothing to do at home. Some people have watched Alan's movies and even organized a group to go to Gambia to support local economic construction. In this case, let them come to work. These middle-aged and elderly ladies, who usually answer the phone, have rich life experiences, and some have special talents, such as quarreling and swearing, and such talents are suitable for customer service. This group of old ladies also have strong psychological endurance. When the time comes to work and earn money from Mr. Allen, when they have a break, they can form a group to go to Gambia for team building. Perfect for work and leisure, and Alan can also form an ecological closed loop. Is Master Alan's money so easy to make? Whatever I earn will be spent in the Gambia. Very perfect. Hoot his mouth opened slightly when he heard Alan's plan. Are these old ladies in Daying still worth so much? Is the young master going to skin them and cramp them? I usually work as customer service and create benefits. When I take a break, I have to spit out the money I earn. Finally, can you still win the title of friend of middle-aged and elderly women? Hi, master, this is fine. Then I will, etc. Alan raised his right hand to stop Hart from speaking. No matter what you do, you are afraid of being serious. As long as you have an idea and follow it, Alan's ideas will flow smoothly. Now that we have decided to use these old ladies, we might as well maximize their value. Now Alan still has a big killer in his hand. For example, the princess. In July, the princess participated in a charity auction and won the title of the People's Princess. Now the public knows that Diana likes to do charity, and she is considered one of the faces of the British royal family. In this case, and Alan is related to the princess, why not just send him a favor? Alan didn't like the title friends of middle-aged and elderly women, but as long as the meaning was changed, for example, he could write a letter to the princess and explain what happened. In order to revive the British economy, the princess, together with the Earl of Carmarthen, came up with a new industry to find new jobs for idle people and unemployed middle-aged and elderly women in Britain. The credit went to the princess instantly. The princess has a good reputation, and Alan can take advantage of Diana's popularity. It's a win-win situation. Of course, Diana's fame is greater than Alan's own fame. Not long ago, Charles whipped him with a small whip, saying that he was not doing the right thing. I will let you see if I can do the right thing. You tricked your wife into playing a big game. I'll make you mad. Gaga. Just do it. Alan quickly took out the letter paper from the drawer. This time, he wanted to write a letter to Diana. Dear Aunt, have you been busy with work recently? I like the supplies you sent me a while ago. I know that your highness is busy with work and will definitely not have time to care about my affairs. This must be your order. Alan first brought up the matter of Charles sending him supplies and put the credit on Diana. Now Charles doesn't matter anymore. When you are flattering, you should talk about things, talk about feelings, and nothing else. Alan rambled a lot in the letter and asked about his two cousins, mainly asking William. Harry is still young and Alan doesn't care about him. Earnestly, Alan wrote 3 pieces of letter paper. Seeing that the heat was almost done, Alan brought up old things again, talking about the time when Diana sent him an invitation letter. At that time, he didn't have much money on hand and could not go to Paris with Diana, attend a charity auction. Alan still regrets it very much and feels deeply self-blame for not learning from the princess's character of being helpful and enthusiastic about charity. After this period of inner suffering, now he finally has money. As the princess's natal family member, he, Earl Alan, must follow the princess's example, learn her good moral character, and want to do good deeds. But as the old saying goes, teaching a man to fish is worse than teaching him to fish. Alan decided to make some contribution to the social stability of Britain. Next, Alan explained his plan in vague words. He emphasized how many new jobs his food delivery company can provide to Dying, and how many jobs the customer service department can provide to middle-aged and elderly women in Dying. The reason why I didn't say it clearly was to leave enough room for the princess to make corrections. If the plan is perfect, how can we let the princess use it? She is the princess, not a tool. Although Alan wants her to be a tool, there is a method. At the end of the letter, Alan, as a junior, asked the princess to help review his plan and asked the princess to help correct it. If the princess saw His Highness Charles, she could also show it to His Highness. Hearing that the princess had recently quarreled with Charles, Alan thought about his letter. If he sent it at the right time, wouldn't it at least ease the relationship between the two? Thinking of Charles, Alan thought to himself, boss, I can only help you so far. After scanning the finished letter again, Alan was originally going to sign his name and time at the end, but after thinking about it, he added another sentence. I have missed my cousin William very much recently. If my cousin is not busy with studies, Can my aunt give my cousin a holiday and let him come to my place so that we two brothers can keep in touch? After adding these words, Alan nodded with satisfaction, signed his name, took out the private seal of the Earl of Carmarthen, and stamped it. Master, do you want to write to His Highness again? Well, it's okay to tell His Highness about this in advance. Te watched his young master take out the special letter paper and wrote several large letters eloquently. He thought that the young master wanted to report to His Highness in advance. He nodded with some relief, stood up and picked up the envelope, preparing to help Alan seal the letters. No. This time it is written to the princess. You can call Capel later and ask her where the princess is. You can send it to her personally. Also, Alan thought about it. Recently, he accidentally learned about an old breed of cattle that he had never heard of before. It is said that this kind of cattle can grow very big when it grows up. He can send someone to buy a calf. To William Point after explaining clearly, Te frowned Point looking at the letter in his hand. He dared to read the letter he had written to His Highness before, with Alan's permission, and help the young master check for typos, but now it was for the princess, and it was a private letter. I dare not look at it. Point he took out the fire paint and sealed the envelope. Hut nodded and went out with the envelope. Point a pure black old Rolls Royce parked at the entrance of the Hill Manor, followed by an old Jaguar. A servant who looked like a servant got out of the car at the back and was negotiating with the guard with his at Point after the guard checked his ID and asked people to check on the situation inside the car. He picked up the phone at the gate and called Butler Te directly. Butler. There is a guest here at the door who claims to be Collis Edward. He said that he has made an appointment for you and wants to visit the young master. Yes, there are 2 cars and 6 people. You can check it out. I will wait for them in the lobby. Okay, I understand. Old Jack hung up the phone and squinted at the servant who came to negotiate. Point under old Jack's fierce eyes, the servant looked a little timid. Well, you can go in after the inspection. Thank you for your hard work, sir. The servant was not angry when he heard old Jack's nasal reply. Point. Although he is a gatekeeper, he is a gatekeeper for the Earl's family, so he has the right to despise him. What's more, this old guy has a fierce look on his face. His face is deformed. He doesn't look easy to mess with, and he still causes less trouble. Good point. Turning around, the servant trotted to the rear door of the Rolls Royce and gently knocked on the glass twice. After the window was lowered, the servant bent down and said, "Sir, the procedure is fine. Once the inspection is completed, we can go in." The Rolls Royce, a young man with short curly hair and a slightly yellow complexion, was secretly frightened when he heard the servant's words. It was so troublesome to enter the gate of manor, and he thought of what he would face later. Gritting his teeth secretly, the young man said calmly, "I know." Chapter 141. Carlos Edward. "Welcome, Mr. Carlos." "Ha ha ha, Sir Hut, hello." The young man who called himself Carlos stamped his feet first when he got out of the car. He was wearing a thin ivory suit and light-colored pointy-toe contrasting leather shoes, which looked very fashionable. Point shaking the civilized stick in his hand. Carlos was stunned for a moment when he saw Te, then took off his hat, changed hands of the civilized stick, and nodded slightly in salute. "Your Excellency is already waiting for you in the drawing room. Come with me." Te nodded slightly in return. This Mr. Carlos contacted Te a few days ago and said that his ancestor was a nobleman in Great Britain. Later, he could not survive in the country and went to the United States. Now he is considered a minor in the United States. I have a family fortune and am planning to go back to Britain to visit relatives and friends and expand my network. Point. This situation has been a very common phenomenon for a long time. Point. There are people like this all over the world, let alone America. Point. As long as it is Western thinking, once people become developed, they pay more attention to blood than anyone else. Point. It's a bit like the Eastern feeling of searching for one's roots. If someone can have a well-known pedigree, it will be very helpful to their career and social class. Not to mention this one. Many people who are more famous than him have returned to Great Britain to build relationships and expand their contacts. However, the Hill family has never been very prosperous. They do not have close contact with the British aristocratic circle, and they do not have many contacts with some relatives. It's a bit baffling that this Carlos Edward can reach out to the Hill family, not to mention that he seems to have come with the project. Sir Alan, nice to meet you. After Carlos entered the living room, he first handed over his hat and civilized stick to the servants. As for the servants he brought to show up, they were not even qualified to enter the living room. Seeing Alan sitting on the sofa with his upper body upright and looking at him motionlessly, Carlos took 2 trots and walked up to Alan, still doing the same thing, touching his chest with his left hand, nodding slightly and saluting. Alan frowned when he saw Carlos Edward. This guy said his ancestors were British, although I don't know if this guy is lying, but based on Angsa's bloodline, the most important feature of Angsa people is their blonde hair. Whether they are purebreds or not, you can tell by looking at their hair color. Those with blonde hair are not necessarily Angsa people, but most of the purebred Angsa people are definitely blonde. Looking at the guy in front of her, Ellen felt that he had some black ancestry. The slightly curly hairstyle of black people was obvious at a glance. This guy said that her ancestors were British aristocrats, and she could actually have descendants with black people. Are there any nobles who are so miserable? Besides, his etiquette is, there is indeed nothing wrong with what you do, but it is very standard. But just touching your chest and nodding in salute is a French aristocratic salute, while the British one requires you to bend down, say the name. Last point, Edward is an ancient noble surname, but there is something wrong with the name Carlos. Carlos is a name from Spain. If his ancestors were a British noble, how could he have such a name? This thing is like someone running up to a Chinese person and saying that he is Chinese, but when asked about his name, he said his name is Kamida Gowden. It's very inconsistent. Nodding, Alan glanced at Ute and told him not to worry. He was going to see what this guy wanted from him and what project he brought. Carlos looked at the lukewarm Alan and felt slightly embarrassed. He made a lot of preparations before coming. But since some things were really hard to look up and couldn't find, he could only piece together some things here and there. For example, this etiquette. He also found out what the British etiquette is like, but due to some historical reasons between Britain and France, he now makes this French etiquette. In theory, there is no problem, but it can explain what period did our ancestors come from. As for the skin color, he couldn't change that. As a Frenchman, it's normal for him to be mixed race, right? He is lucky enough that there are no obvious black features in his appearance. As an American, there are so many black people in the United States. Isn't this reasonable, Your Excellency? Hahaha, when I was in the United States, I saw relevant news about your film and television company in the newspaper. This time I came to visit you specially. Alan raised his chin, looking uninterested, and motioned for him to continue. Well, I've seen the movie you made, and it was great, but, Carlos drawled deliberately. Under normal circumstances, at this time, someone should come out to praise, but what? But I waited for a long time. Neither the earl in front of him nor the butler standing next to him spoke. Carlos felt lonely. After coughing twice to relieve the embarrassment, Carlos continued, I found out that your film seems to have not won any awards, and I feel very heartbroken. Such an artistic film and television work has not won any awards. It is really, so, I'm recommending myself this time, and I want to join you and help you solve these problems. Oh, Alan, who was still worrying about awards some time ago, couldn't help but become really interested when he heard this guy talking about awards. How can you help me? Haha, that's right, Your Excellency. My company in the United States is a public relations company. Not only in the United States, but also in Europe. Our company is very capable. For example, France, Germany, and Italy. Carlos listed the names of well-known filmmakers from several major film award venues, giving the impression that he had a well-connected network in Britain. I also know a few filmmakers, such as Mr. Patrick. Have you heard of this name? When Mr. Patrick was in France, I had a very good relationship with him. Later he returned to the UK to make films. Since he became a professor, our contact has been reduced, and this time I didn't even have time to visit him. Hooter looked a little weird when he heard Carlos's words. Patrice, is this Patrice at home? Where does he have such a young American friend? Never heard of it. Oh. Patrice, why didn't he receive you when you came this time? Haha. I called Mr. Patrice's home, and his wife said that he went to the United States on a business trip. What a coincidence, Carlos said with a disappointed look on his face. Alan turned his head and looked at Utah. If nothing else, there should be only one famous British filmmaker named Patrice, right? He didn't remember sending Patrice on a business trip to the United States. Utah shook his head gently at Alan. He also saw the old guy Patrice having breakfast in the restaurant in the morning. When did you go to the United States for a business trip? Looking at Alan's confused expression and then seeing him looking at Utah, Carlos took in the two of them's expressions completely. The confused looks on these two faces made him feel happy. It seemed that they didn't know each other. Got it. You were right. Among the information that can be found, Patrice is considered to be more famous in Cannes. He has been a judge. Sir, are you interested in investing in or acquiring my public relations company? I believe your film and television company will definitely need me. I can help you with film awards. Alan felt that something was wrong with this guy, or in other words, this should be a liar who wanted to get a piece of the pie after seeing that he had leaked money in the newspaper. The originally upright upper body leaned back slightly and lifted his right leg up to his left leg. Alan was ready to see what this guy was going to say. That's all. It's just a public relations company. I can find someone to do it without you. This Carlos gritted his teeth and pretended to be confident. Sir, I not only have certain talents in public relations, but I'm also very capable in the field of investment. You have made a lot of money recently, so you will definitely consider it. What's the next investment direction? Carlos boasted about the current economic situation in Britain and the international situation, and Alan nodded frequently while listening. Not to mention, some of what this guy said were theories and insights that Alan had never heard of, which were very enlightening. Go on. Carlos was overjoyed and took out his big killer weapon. This was when he returned to his hometown in Tunisia a few months ago and saw a piece of news in a tabloid on the way. It was news about Malaysia. The news said that some businessmen from Zhangjiang bought land in Malaysia and prepared to build a large-scale real estate project similar to the villa complex of the top wealthy people. By then, no matter the location of the villa group or the surrounding environment, scenery, and supporting facilities, they will all be top-notch. It is said that such a project was learned from a certain noble. Master Carlos remembered such news from the Far East with just one glance. Before coming here this time, he processed the news in depth and planned to bring it to Alan to trick him. Your Excellency, you see, since ancient times, real estate has been a hurdle that cannot be bypassed. Since you like the film and television industry, do you know the various stars living near Hollywood, and what kind of houses do they live in? Do I care what kind of house they live in? Alan was a little confused by Carlos' question. He frowned and looked at Carlos coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't know. You see, Your Excellency, Hollywood is now very large and world famous, but the surrounding residential areas are scattered. I made a plan. Well, the plan is in the hands of the servants. I wonder if you can ask them to send the plan over. Alan raised his chin towards Huth and motioned for him to have someone get the so-called plan. After taking the plan, Alan flipped through the beautifully crafted plan. This is a real estate project. The location was chosen in the suburbs of Los Angeles on the west coast of the United States, northwest of Santa Monica Beach. There are even promotional posters in the plan. A real sea view villa. Aristocratic service. Inviting professional butlers who graduated from the European Aristocratic Butler Academy to provide each owner with aristocratic service. This high-end villa group is targeted at emerging Hollywood stars. Some of these people are stupid and rich, but they don't know how to manage money. The number of luxury houses near Hollywood is limited, and sometimes there is vicious competition. Now we are starting a new real estate project here, targeting specific customers and accurately harvesting them. These new stars suddenly became rich and eager to distance themselves from ordinary people and step into a new class. How to do so? Isn't this what old European aristocrats are like? Now, as long as Alan does it, with his reputation as Earl Alan, this will be a golden sign. Looking at the plan, Alan, who had originally agreed with it, was suddenly stunned and turned a few pages forward. This plan, it seems familiar, especially the last slogan, with the Pacific Ocean on the left and Hollywood on the right, showing the European aristocratic style. This seems to be somewhat similar to my real estate project. If this guy came up with this plan by himself, he would still be considered a talent. Carlos watched Alan pick up the plan and look at it carefully and couldn't help but feel a little proud. This is the result of my busy work these days. Deep Magic changed the real estate project developed by a wealthy businessman in Zhangjiang that he saw in the tabloid. The location has been moved to Los Angeles. With the knowledge of the gentleman in front of me, since he is in the film and television industry, he will definitely see the benefits. If you really work hard, a project like this can really make money, but the premise is that you can get the land and invest funds. As for the person in charge of this plan, as long as His Excellency the Earl is interested, he must be himself, right? Carlos, public relations on his left hand and real estate on his right hand, not only help the Count solve the problem of film awards, but also help him solve the whereabouts of funds. Carlos himself was moved when he thought about his plan. How thoughtful it was. Give me your pounds now. Alan put down the plan, hooked his hand towards Hut, and whispered in Hut's ear, call the people from outside to come in, arrest him and his entourage, and then call Patrick over to see if he recognizes him. Hut nodded and smiled at Carlos, who still didn't know what would happen. Carlos thought that Alan was asking the butler to call some servant to manage investments, so he also smiled at Hut accompanying Alan. Carlos looked at the Count and said nothing. He just leaned on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. He couldn't help but rub his hands in embarrassment until there was a sound of footsteps. An old guy with dyed black hair came in first and stared at him immediately. I heard that you know me. My wife told you that I went to the United States on a business trip. The old guy's inexplicable words made Carlos startled. But then, Carlos suddenly had a bad feeling, especially when he saw the few strong men standing behind the old guy who looked like bodyguards. Could this be Patrice? Why is he here? Mr. Patrice. Carlos stood up uncertainly and asked, don't you have a good relationship with me? Why don't you recognize me? Alan snorted, not wanting to hear them reminiscing about old times here. What are you doing standing there in a daze? Arrest him. Ask Rex to come over and pick him up. Of the people who are following him, there must be no less. Ask me for details. I have been in Daying for so long, and this guy is the second person Alan has seen who dares to lie to him. The last person who dared to lie to him seemed to be Jin Zayang. Right. The grass on the grave is almost 1 foot tall. Chapter 142 Finalization. The Carlos in front of him was now certain to be a liar, but what Alan was most concerned about was not him as a person, but his whole set of ways and purposes. For example, when this thing came, it was both a Rolls Royce and a servant's, so it looked like a gang crime. Is there a team behind him? Where are these people? Was he trying to kill his master Alan's property and life? These questions all need to be explored clearly. Before the danger was exposed, Alan could not care less and just take strict precautions. Now that the problem has been exposed, let's investigate. You can't let go of a person who stands on the bright side and wants to do harm to you. But Alan doesn't have such a strong ability to gather information now. A liar jumped out of the cracks in the rocks. There are so many people in the world and there is no targeted target. Where should he go to find out the information about Carlos? But all in all, the problem is not that big. As long as the person is captured and sent to Rex, there is no tough guy under 3 trees. When the time comes, and he is tortured, no secret will be a secret anymore. Let me go, sir. What are you doing? I'm here with sincerity. Is this how you treat your guests? Carlos was held up by 2 strong men with his arms on both sides. His legs were dangling in the air and he stepped on them a few times. His expression was no longer calm. Didn't you just say it well? Why did he fall out so quickly? Even if Patrice's secret is exposed, is that so? Alan looked at Carlos expressionlessly, seeing that this guy was still struggling, and there was a hint of impatience in his eyes. Let him be quiet, take him to Rex, and ask everything that needs to be asked. As soon as Alan finished speaking, a strong man holding Carlos turned slightly, pressed his arm on Carlos' head, bent him down, and then punched Carlos hard in the stomach. Well, this time point the living room fell silent and Carlos was dragged down, hunched over like a dead dog. Master, their information is fine. Who? Te was a little ashamed that he was actually sneaked in by a scammer. When the other party contacted him at that time, he still called to check the information submitted by the other party. Snort thinking of the good traditions of Great Britain. It seems that it is not particularly difficult for some people who have the means or money to handle a fake identity document. This kind of thing can only fool you for a while, but sooner or later the secret will be revealed. So who Te cannot be entirely blamed for this kind of thing. Okay, let me check it first. Get me a car. I'll change my clothes and go to the set to have a look. I woke up early to meet the guests, but I didn't expect that I would turn out to be a liar in the end. Alan was a little unlucky and wanted to go to the set to relax. At last month's Venice Film Festival, Hugh Grant lived up to expectations and won the Best Actor award. Alan gave him a few days off to relax. Now back to the set. Grant, who was originally cheerful, couldn't help but feel a little bored when he found that the people around him didn't cast any envious glances like this crew. Most of the people became monks halfway. The leadership's background is in art magazines. As for the employees, most of them are from the BBC. They have no idea about awards. Anyway, no matter how awesome this kind of award is, can it be better than a knighthood? In the past, Mr. Allen said that whoever performs well and makes great contributions to the team will be given a knighthood. Compared with such an award as the Best Actor in Venice, the Best Actor seems to be nothing. If this second movie does well this year, there's a lot of hope for Syphis Boss. Then everyone will have to call him Sir Syphis. So what kind of Venetian actors get this kind of treatment? The filming of the movie is coming to an end, and the reshoots in the past few days are all insignificant scenes. The last scene to be shot today is the male protagonist holding a banquet at home, which is the scene before the scene where he kills the adulterer in the swimming pool. The heroine played by Monica actually brought the adulterer home in public and flirted with the adulterer in front of her husband. Especially since their children were still there. Afternoon tea break. Uncle, can you let me see your little bird? The little girl looked very cute, with big watery eyes. Looking at the little yellow in Alan's hand with some covetousness, Alan glanced at the little girl named Natalie Portman. What a childish thing. What does it mean to look at my little bird? I'm not young. Natalie's parents next to them looked a little embarrassed when they heard their daughter's harsh words. They rubbed their hands, not knowing what to say. Generally, if the crew needs to use these underage actors, they need to obtain the consent of their guardians, that is, their parents, and then they can film in the presence of their guardians. And Alan did even better. He doesn't rely on a little girl like this to get a role. He plays a small role as a daughter in order to flesh out the plot and improve the integrity of the character. After Natalie's parents took her to England, Alan directly paid for them to take their family of 3 on a trip. The movie was almost finished filming and there were no large-scale scenes left, so he asked them to come back to reshoot the scenes. It can be said that he is very conscientious and generous. Zhao Huang doesn't like playing with strangers. You see, Alan knelt down, stretched out his hand, and handed Zhao Huang in the direction of Natalie. They were so close, and just as Natalie was about to reach out, Zhao Huang stretched out his neck, shined his mouth on Natalie's little hand and pecked it. Mother, Natalie was so frightened that she didn't dare to play anymore. She turned around and ran behind her mother, with half of her head exposed, looking at the proud little Huang. This little thing was very honest when following Alan, but it seemed to be able to distinguish who had what status. When he was at home, no one could touch him except Alan. He would just peck him or chase him with a barking sound. It doesn't matter whether you are male or female, big or small, it's all the same. Alan patted Zhao Huang's head with satisfaction, not to waste his efforts in feeding him. He glanced at the crew who were mostly resting on the set, picked up his exclusive small speaker and said, "Let's start shooting. The last shots are finished and the hotel has been booked. I'll treat you guys to a finals banquet." Looking at the messy crew, Alan suddenly had some ideas. The current photography mode is too backward, unless it is a very important shot. The rest is for daily shooting. He couldn't see the filming in real time. As a result, he was very boring when the crew was filming. He was more like a supervisor than a director. This makes Alan want to be lazy. Since everything is the same without him, he might as well recruit a few more directors, train them, and completely liberate himself. By then, these directors will be his assistant directors, and they will usually be around staring on set. Wait until the critical moment to ask Mr. Allen to step in and give some advice on the actor's acting skills. Then he won't have to wait on the set for the rest of the time. After a simple closing banquet, the crew, which had been together for 2 or 3 months, parted ways. A few external actors went wherever they wanted, and most of the crew's employees were on vacation again. They are not like other actors who come to the crew when there is a crew, and go out and look for crew when there is no crew. The people in these crew are all following Mr. Allen. When they are not filming, they don't have to look for work, they just take vacations. They are regarded as a fixed crew, and now that the main group has been established, they have now transformed into employees of the 21st century film crew. Monica did not follow the crew to the closing party, but followed Alan back to the manor. After being together for several months, Monica felt that she was becoming more and more sick. Her relationship with Ellen is amazing. Are you talking about lovers? It doesn't seem to be the case at all. She usually communicates very little with Alan. Apart from filming, she comes to the manor. Occasionally she will go back to Italy during holidays, but if she wasn't a lover, she felt that she was becoming more and more attached to the Count. Although she secretly made up her mind and self-hypnotized herself every time, she felt that everything Alan did to her was for the sake of movies and art. Although she was a little resistant, she got used to it after doing it a lot. Now that they are about to separate, I feel a little reluctant to let go. For tonight Monica was both scared and somewhat hopeful. But after returning to the manor, Alan did not rush to start the nightlife. Instead, he asked Monica to clean up first, and he went to Patras to ask about the situation of the crew, and also explained the situation of recruiting another director. Recruiting a director? Master, what kind of director do you want? One who has been famous for a long time, or one who is younger and can be cultivated slowly? Alan leaned against Patras's desk. This was his first time in these office areas at home that were reserved for servants. They are all converted from old-fashioned rooms. Anyway, there are many rooms in the house. The overall decoration is biased towards the ancient design style, which seems to have a lot of historical heritage. After taking a look at the furnishings in the room, Alan said slowly, "Fame doesn't matter. You have to be younger, but have strong abilities. Our people are better, and those from abroad are better. Those who can be naturalized are best. Those who cannot be naturalized, but can be down to earth, are the best. What we do here is fine. The specific area doesn't matter." Patras bent over and took out his notebook from the desk and quickly recorded Alan's request while standing. These requirements may seem simple, but they need to be younger and more capable. This in itself is a tall order. The job of director is originally accumulated through a large number of actual shootings. If you want to be young and capable, you must be very talented, and talented people are usually very arrogant. How can they be willing to accompany the young master and silently serve as an assistant director? Thinking of this, Patras thought of Hollywood without any surprise. There is a trade union in this place, which is a very suitable place for profiteering. All you need to do is put some money in and check out the information. Just bring in some capable directors who suffer from lack of funds and are not from particularly good backgrounds, and let the young master choose. As for age, someone in their 30s or 40s is considered young, right? Okay, young master, when do you think I will start looking for these directors? There's no rush. We have just finished shooting the movie. Let the crew rest. You have been focusing on the post-production work recently. Just ask for advice when you have time. You can choose the right person and ask Carol to invite him. You can also find him before the end of the year. Okay, I see. One night passed, and Monica slowly opened her eyes. Alan beside her pillow was nowhere to be found. He must have gone to work. Everything was calm last night, and Alan seemed to be as gentle and graceful as he was when they first met. This made Monica a little unbelievable. All the little tortures and toys in her imagination were gone. Although Alan was still as powerful as ever, this power was completely different from what she expected. Suddenly it became normal again, which made Monica, who was used to it, feel a little disappointed. Following Ellen's usual behavior, Monica rang the bedside bell, and a servant came in from outside, bending slightly and saying, "Good morning, Miss Monica. The young master has told me that, after you wake up, you can let's have dinner first, and then take you to the airport, after he finishes handling his official duties." "Is Alan starting work so early?" Monica asked a little strangely, and the servant just smiled, but did not answer her question. In the parking lot of Cardiff Airport, Monica hugged Alan with some reluctance. They slept in the same bed last night, and after one night, she was leaving. But the expected retention was not there. "I will come find you again, if I have a chance in the future." Alan's smile was the same as when he first met Monica, very gentle and pure. Recently, when he and Monica played, they paid attention to the scale. First is not really a pervert, he just seeks a little excitement sometimes. Second, at that time, Monica really needed to let go. Ahem. Everything was for the sake of the movie and art. There is another key reason. Alan is preparing to recuperate from his injuries over the past few months. His back was riddled with wounds from Monica's scratches. Before the old wounds healed, new ones appeared. To Daily ZHI, who is far away in Zhangjiang, is coming over. Alan is recovering from his injuries in advance, so that when the time comes to meet, it will be less awkward. The last time he saw Zhuiji Lion, Alan clearly remembered that, after seeing so many scratches, Zhuiji Lion's combat power increased sharply, which made Mr. Alan suffer a lot. Now I have experience. Alan feels that women are too vengeful, and should be careful. He personally held Monica's hand, and took her to the plane. Alan was waiting in the airport VIP lounge. He is not a scumbag, this is all a coincidence. Lee ZHI's flight arrived half an hour after Monica's flight took off. Didn't everything go smoothly? On the way back to the manor, the driver focused on looking ahead, and turned a blind eye to the strange sound coming from behind. Lee ZHI leaned against Alan, nuzzling him like a cat. She and Alan haven't seen each other for almost half a year. Recently, she has been helping Alan search for talents in Zhangjiang. When he just got off the plane, there were too many people outside the airport, and Lee ZHI was too thin-skinned to do anything too enthusiastic. Just a hug. Now that we are in the car, the feelings can't stop. Cough. Alan coughed dryly. He was still in the sage time, and had relatively strong self-control. Some time ago, Lee ZHI kept calling and saying that he wanted to come over, but Alan declined because of his busy work schedule. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 143, Naughty Child. Now that the movie is finished and all the main actors have left, Alan allows her to come over. If it weren't for good time management, the secret would almost be exposed. Alan was not afraid, but he thought it was somewhat immoral to let people meet each other. This has nothing to do with being a scumbag. Alan feels that it is just that his passion period for each member of the opposite sex is relatively short. He dared to swear to the Queen that he would be exclusive with every person of the opposite sex. It's just that the time of concentration is relatively short. Gently pulling away Lee ZHI's dishonest little hand, Alan said seriously, "You have performed well recently. Don't you like this job too much?" Alan helped Lee ZHI set up a small film and television company, but this company did not make movies, so he kept an eye out to see if there were any talented actors. They were mainly post-production personnel and film and television shooting. At first, Lee ZHI did okay, but as she continued to do it, she felt a little bored. There is a Hong Kong governor looking over it, and there is Alan behind him. Who she wants to poach actually doesn't matter anymore. She poached whomever she wanted, and when she had nothing to do all day long, she went to various production crews, and it was even more boring to face a bunch of people who respectfully addressed her as Ms. Lee. Lee ZHI was born in Shanghai, mainland China. He followed his family to Zhangjiang in the early 1980s and later went abroad to study. He only entered the entertainment industry after returning from school. But she doesn't speak Cantonese well and is often laughed at. Even though she has a pretty face, in the entire Zhangjiang entertainment industry, there are too many good looking people and only so many resources. If you want to get ahead, you have to pay something. Originally, Lee Zhi's idea was to transform into a star. She worked really hard and was not afraid of hardship or fatigue. Before Alan met her, the movie she was about to star in had a lot of beatings in her character, but didn't this meet Earl Alan? Everything about her has changed. Originally, when she entered the entertainment industry, she simply wanted to be famous and earn some money to support her family. After having Alan, she lacked nothing. Although Alan never gave her any money from beginning to end, her relationship was still there. After Alan left Zhangjiang, many people gave her gifts and asked her to send messages to Earl Alan, who was far away in England. Say a few nice words, or maybe get acquainted if you have the opportunity. Lee Zhi didn't dare to ask for these things at first, but Alan told her to take them as she pleased. After living like this for a while, Lee Zhi couldn't bear it anymore. She felt like a large vase. It's not that I don't like it, but Lee Zhi didn't know what to say, so he lowered his head and started acting coquettishly. Okay. Then, Alan thought for a while, and since he felt bored, he would just find some work. For a long time, whether it was Christina or some other friends, they often gave things to Alan, but Alan rarely returned gifts first. He really doesn't know what people are missing and doesn't know what to give. To is some time ago, he had limited funds and didn't want to do so many miscellaneous things. Now that Lee Zhi is here, Alan has some new ideas. For example, some of China's many traditional crafts have been lost in the future, which is a pity. Then can Mr. Alan ask Lee Zhi to set up a jewelry luxury goods company in the name of protecting traditional craftsmanship, and then use the money to invest in mainland China. Take these high-end things under your control. Then Alan can take these gadgets, which are very novel to Westerners, and give them as gifts. In this way, not only can you save face, but you can also help increase the brand value of these things, and you can also make money. Don't care whether these things are expensive in China, just take them out of the country and increase their prices dozens of times. Anyway, this thing is just something played by nobles. If you don't have money to play with it, you will be paralyzed. What you want is high-end and expensive. First take the aristocratic route and slowly deliver the princesses and princesses to each other. Wouldn't this reputation increase with a smooth pull and hugging Lee Zhi? Alan slowly said what he had just thought. You trying to drive me away, Lee? Zhi was very wary, pouting his mouth and frowning. As soon as she got off the plane, Alan told her that he wanted her to return to China to invest. How could it be? I told you the plan first. Aren't you bored? Then help me with my business and earn some pocket money, Lee. Zhi narrowed his eyes and said nothing. Alan was a little helpless. Women are hard to deceive. He just didn't want Lee Zhi to live here all the time. What was wrong with him? Wait. In 2 days and I will introduce you to a friend. Then you can go back to the country through his connections. You have been out for a few years. Don't you want to go back and have a look? Seeing that Lee Zhi was not interested in business alone, Alan changed his goal and began to talk about relationships and homesickness. My parents are both in Zhangjiang. Why should I go back? Unless you go with me. Okay. Then you have to wait for a while. I'm quite busy this year. I will probably be busy until Christmas. Let's wait until next year. When I'm free, I will go back with you to have a look. But you have to prepare in advance, okay? Alan held Lee Zhi's little hand and spoke in a gentle tone. He is now very envious of the male protagonists in those novels. With just one look, all kinds of women can get along harmoniously, and everyone turns red for the sake of one man. But he really couldn't do it. Not to mention the physical strength that he couldn't keep up with. Alan only had a little affection for most people and the rest was curiosity. For Lee Zhi, I just have a little more affection. They are not marriage partners anyway, so let's just get along. Cousin, this is for you. After resting at home for 3 days. Alan had not yet waited for a reply from the princess, but his cousin William, whom he had not seen for a long time, arrived. The first thing this little kid did when they met was to hand Alan a big box he was holding. Looking at this thing that looked like a game console, Alan raised his eyebrows. How can this brother William get along? How long has it been? Last time, I had to snatch his game console. This time, I actually knew how to take the initiative to give a gift to his cousin. This is progress. Okay, Alan knelt down and rubbed William's little head, but William did not leave enough time for Alan to take the gift. His second sentence revealed his true nature when Alan took the gift. Cousin, I heard Capel say that you found me a new calf, which is more domineering than mine. Alan's smile was a little stiff. Damn it, if I don't give you a cow, you won't give me a game console. Is it necessary for us brothers to differentiate so clearly? I'm still waiting to help you share the state affairs in the future. William, we are brothers, right? William nodded perfunctorily, looked around, and saw a black-haired oriental-looking elder sister standing behind Alan. He was not surprised. He didn't care at all. What he cared about most now was the cow. When it comes to relationships between brothers, my cousin gives you the cow because he cares about you. Do you understand? Alan began to instill concepts into William with a sincere face. Then, I give you a game console out of emotion. This is a new game console with the latest games. This William's words made it difficult for Alan to accept. Looking behind William, the servant who followed him last time had been replaced. Seeing this, Alan smiled and nodded. That's right. Where's your mother? I wrote her a letter, but why didn't she reply? Didn't she ask you to send me a message? It's been so long since I wrote the letter to the princess, and I still haven't received a reply. Although Alan is not in a hurry, it's not a problem that he still doesn't reply. Why are both of them like this? Charles is slow to reply, and so is the princess. My mother, I think she told me, but I forgot. Unless you give me the cow first. William tilted his head and winked at Alan. Damn. This naughty kid. When did he learn to negotiate terms? Taking a deep breath, Alan twitched the corners of his mouth to relieve the annoyance in his heart. Little brats are not easy to deal with. Being arrogant and domineering is a double-edged sword. But how can I still be manipulated by a naughty kid like you? What kind of words does this sound like when it spreads out? Standing up, Alan looked down at William and said, my dear cousin, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do today. I have to go to London. You can play here and wait until I come back to talk about the awesome things. William, who was originally very proud, was a little confused. That's where his logic ends. He can threaten people, but he doesn't understand how to deal with being threatened in reverse. Cousin, you invited me to play here. You are leaving me now. Then, I didn't say when to invite you. Alan licked the corner of his mouth. You naughty kid. Can I still not be able to play with you? Prepare the car. Get ready to go. Take care of your highness. Alan waved his hand and ordered Hute, who was standing nearby and watching the battle with a smile. Hute was very smart and pretended to ask his servants to prepare the car. Hey, Hute, you are not allowed to let people drive, and my cousin wants to play with me. My mother gave me a day off. Hute spread his hands, said nothing, and looked at Alan. Cousin, my mother said that she needs to investigate the market situation first. There is a lot of information to read, and it will take a few days before she can reply. Seeing that the threat failed, William decisively pulled Alan's pants and spoke honestly. Haha, that's right. We brothers don't have to be so open to each other. You see, I still have something to do, but for you, I'm going to cancel the trip. Looking at the motorcade driving out of the garage from a distance, Alan explained to William sincerely. William looked at the team and then at Alan. For a moment, he couldn't tell whether this was true or whether Alan was lying to him. That's mine. Don't mention the cow. I'll give it to you before I leave. After successfully getting the information he wanted, Alan did not tolerate William. Isn't it just for fun, brother? It won't be easy to tease him when he grows up, and now Alan doesn't want to give him the feeling of negotiating terms. Listen to your cousin and don't go against him. My younger brother needs to be nurtured from an early age. Absent-mindedly, William pulled him to play games with him for a while. When William inserted what he called the latest game cartridge into the game console, seeing the familiar picture on TV, Alan was a little shocked. This thing is actually Double Dragon 1. Damn it, is there such a game in this era? Alan is still very impressed with this game, but he is not impressed by the first Double Dragon, but the second one. Those are his childhood memories. Who hasn't played cassette games as a child? There was no bully back then, but there were game consoles copied by small factories from the South Point from the beginning. The cassettes were several in one and dozens in one. Later, it became more and more outrageous. With the popularity of the famous keyboard learning machine, pirated cassettes gradually became popular. Later, there were even Beihei game cassettes, but what impressed Alan most was that for all the fun games, the color of the cassette shell was orange, and it was heavy in the hand. As for junk game cartridges, the casing is bright yellow and feels lighter in the hand. At that time, due to process problems, sometimes after the cassette was inserted into the game console, the TV screen would be blurred. When it was started, you had to take the cassette out, blow on it, and then wipe the gold finger with your hand. At that time, I didn't know that the cassette slot was called Goldfinger. I just knew that it would be fine if the screen was scratched. I didn't expect that this kind of thing, which carries so many childhood memories, would come out this year. This even made Alan feel a little unreal. Is this a game that just came out this year? William looked like he knew very well. He took the controller and showed Alan Cope how to play the game, and also taught him what he called some tips. Alan squinted his eyes. Children like this thing so much. It looks very interesting. Why not take advantage of it? Nintendo seems to be from an island country, right? Then Mr. Alan now has a partner in the island country. Cousin, start quickly. Alan stopped looking at the cow and focused on William on the TV. You don't play this at home. My mother only lets me play for a while on weekends, but not during the week. Hold it. Turns out that parents are the same, no matter where they are, but this stupid brother actually sent the game to him, and then came here to play the game openly. Alan held the controller, sat cross-legged on a small stool, touched William lightly with his arm and said, "Then you don't usually play games? What do you do, except when you study?" William was so obsessed with playing that Alan bumped into him several times before he realized what he was doing. He stared at the screen and said subconsciously, "My mother always takes me to play with my little sister. I don't want to go. I want to play game. I am superficial." Alan also thought that the princess was very strict with the children and restricted William from playing games, but I never expected her ideas to be so advanced. From such a young age, you took William to meet various young ladies. Is this to prevent William from becoming an older, unmarried young man like his father? So he has to start young. The princess is indeed very down to earth and social. It's just that this stupid cousin is too ignorant. He is still young and doesn't understand the beauty of young ladies. Now he only thinks about playing games. He glanced sympathetically at William, who was playing the game seriously. When this guy grows up, he loses his golden hair and becomes bald. I wonder if this cousin will be able to find a wife by then. During lunch, Alan handed a photo to William and said, "See, this is the cow I finally found. It will look like this when it grows up." Chapter 144. Looking at the big cow in the photo, which was more domineering than the Scottish Highland cow, William was filled with joy, but then he asked, "Cousin, that calf is still young. How do you know what it will look like when it grows up?" This why do naughty kids always ask such strange questions? Isn't this what an old cow looks like, and what a calf looks like? Seeing that Alan didn't reply, William tilted his head, poked Alan with his little hand and said, "Then when I grow up, will I be like my dad?" This as for him, he will be more handsome than Charles when he grows up. Alan feels that if this naughty kid leaks something in the future and Charles hears it, Charles should definitely whip him. But Diana's genes definitely make him more handsome than Charles. Ahem. It will be similar, but not exactly the same. Eat. Too lazy to popularize this knowledge with naughty children. Alan himself is also a scumbag. He can learn spoken English and communicate already, which is already a waste of the boss's efforts. What else do you want? In the afternoon, while William was left to finish his afternoon tea, Alan instilled a little thought into William through subtle and insidious remarks, and then he took William's hand and walked out of the hall pointing to the small cage loaded on the truck. He said, "The calf is in it. Wait until you go back to see it." Scratching the itchy William, Alan didn't let him open it and read it on the spot. This time, he got the news about this cow by chance. And the person who gave him the news was his good best friend, Princess Christina. She didn't know where she found out that Alan liked this kind of bull that grew up to be domineering, so she mentioned it casually in the letter. Alan didn't want any more gifts from her and said very coldly that he was now riding a horse, not a bull. Then he turned around and sent someone to secretly purchase a beautiful calf to use to establish a relationship with William. This thing is really more domineering than the Scottish Highland cow and is claimed to be the largest cow in the world. The only drawback is that my temper is a little bit bad. Eat more and grow bigger. It is a prototype of the bull demon king in Journey to the West, the Indian bison. This thing is not suitable for breeding. Just because it has a bad temper, it still protects animals. The reason why William is not allowed to see his calf now is to wait until he goes back to see it. This is Alan's bad taste. This naughty boy actually dared to tease his cousin today. After he got home, he hugged his beloved cow, and then it will be fun when the princess knows what kind of cow this is. If the princess doesn't let him raise him and he insists on raising him, then William will inevitably get a beating. The princess's family inheritance of parenting skills. If the princess agrees to his adoption, then Alan has plan B cattle raising. You have to let the calf out and run. Right. This is his William's pet. When he comes out to walk the cows in the garden outside their home, there were so many fragrant flowers and plants that Charles had carefully trimmed. How could the calf bear it? This cow has a bad temper. When William's calf makes a mistake, he will be the one who gets beaten. So after a while, William will always be beaten. The difference is whether he is beaten by the princess or the crown prince. Let the naughty children have a taste of the dangers of society from an early age. Alan hugged William and said with a sincere face, "My cousin found this calf with great difficulty, and his temper is a little fierce, but I believe you. William will be able to raise it well, right?" "Yes, I will." William sniffed and nodded seriously. What are you afraid of when you have a strong temper? His cousin once taught him that if a calf has a strong temper, let a servant train the cow. If the training is not good, replace the cow. He is very familiar with this now. Okay, go back early. Is your mother still waiting for you at home? Remember to call me when you get home. Okay, cousin, I'm leaving then. William has no nostalgia for Alan now. He just wants to go home quickly and see the calf that Alan gave him. Seeing the servant carrying William into the backseat of the Land Rover and fastening his seatbelt, Alan smiled. Only when this naughty child gets beaten can he realize the good intentions of his cousin Alan. It is his cousin who is kind to him. He will play games with him and give him calves, but his parents will only beat him. After dinner in the evening, Alan took a few people out and went out. With the evening breeze blowing, the motorcade headed towards Carmarthen town. The liar has been caught for several days, but Rex has never come to report to him. Alan is going to go there in person to see what's going on. He doesn't care about anything else, but he cares most about people who have ulterior motives for him. Carmarthen police station is still a bit dilapidated. This time, Alan did not call Rex in advance. Instead, he waited until he arrived at the parking lot in front of the police station before calling Rex on mobile phone. After waiting in the car for 5 minutes, Rex led several people and ran out of the police station panting, holding the belt around his waist with one hand. "Master, it's so late. Why are you here?" Seeing that something was wrong with Alan's expression, Rex carefully bent over and said with a smile, "Why am I here? If I don't come, will you keep me waiting for a few more days?" "No, no, no, the suspect is too harsh. I'm trying my best." Snort. As soon as Alan stretched out his feet, Rex quickly and carefully took his arm and helped Alan get out of the car. The bodyguard who had been waiting nearby helped Alan put on a thin windbreaker. After shaking off his clothes and ignoring Rex, Alan took the lead and walked towards the police station. "Where is the person?" "Master, come with me. I'm locked up down there." As for Carlos, He doesn't have any specific information yet. He is being held in a relatively secretive manner, just pretending. Alan met Carlos in the basement of the police station, the old dungeon of the former sheriff's department. On the outside, this guy didn't seem to have suffered any harm. He was tied to an iron frame with his head lowered, as if as he got closer, Alan looked down and saw, good guy, he was asleep. Rex listened to Carlos snoring, then looked at Alan, who looked gloomy, wishing he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. What a shame. After several days of interrogation, not only did nothing come out, but the suspect was actually sleeping in front of you? Does this make him appear incompetent? As soon as he reached out his hand, ready to ask someone to wake him up, he didn't expect that there was someone faster than him. Alan put his left hand in his pocket and kicked his right leg hard, hitting Carlos hard in the lower body. Ouch. With a heartbreaking scream, Carlos woke up. He hasn't figured out what's going on yet, but the pain coming from his crotch is real. Carlos went from a position where he was sleeping soundly to a moment where he was hunched over and his arms were tied. He struggled twice, but couldn't move. The cold sweat fell off his face, except for the sudden scream just now. All Carlos could do now was inhale. A sleeping person is hit so suddenly, and it is a key part. The brain responds slowly, but the body responds very honestly. After 5 minutes of slowing down, Carlos squinted his eyes and looked at the young man looking down at him. Sir, I really didn't lie to you. Rex looked at Carlos with a bit of toothache, and then at Alan. This is the result of his interrogation in the past few days. This liar is so tough. Don't say anything when asked, just say that he is really sincere. Even when he was beaten, he didn't dare to scold him, and kept saying that he was unjust. Rex even admired him. Only a person with such perseverance and courage dared to deceive a count. Man enough. A man. Bump. Ouch. Carlos, who had just calmed down, was about to make a few more quibbles, but Alan didn't give him a chance at all, and added another word without saying a word. He is very experienced with this move, and it requires a lot of strength to achieve both pain and without being kicked to pieces. He had specially trained in the past, although he had defeated 2 pirates, but now, if he breaks you, you will break. If he doesn't break you, he will hurt you to death. I really didn't lie to you. Bump. Ouch. I really bump. Carlos burst into tears and his eyes were red. Now he felt useless. He had no feeling down there. He couldn't feel anything except pain. Tears covered his eyes, preventing him from seeing clearly what Alan's expression looked like now. But from the time he woke up from pain and opened his eyes until now, the Count's expression seemed to have never changed, and he just looked at him with a cold face. Although he said he knew Patris and let it slip, he wouldn't be treated like this, right? These people. So unreasonable. If you don't tell me, it will almost become unusable. Alan also admired this liar a little. This is professional ethics. With such perseverance, what can't you do? Does it have to be deceitful? Really? Okay, I'll make it happen for you. Listening to the same excuses, Alan was extremely determined. He would not doubt himself whether he had blamed the wrong person. This is still too easy. After waving, Rex quickly came to Alan's side. Go. Call the hospital. Take him away. Castrate him. Alan raised his hand and pointed, asking Rex to call someone. Aren't you tough? Let me see how tough you can be. Rex took a breath. His scalp felt numb, and then his lower abdomen tightened, and his muscles twitched. He looked at Carlos with some sympathy, and turned around to make a call himself. No, no, no. I said it. I said it. When Carlos heard Alan's cold voice, he really lost his temper this time. He held on, just because he was betting that the Count had a good temper and would not kill him. But right now, it seems that the bet was wrong. This Count is more ruthless than he imagined. Castrating him is worse than killing him directly. If a grown man is treated like this, I might as well give him a shot. Rex was stunned, stopped, and looked at Alan. Look what I'm doing. Go make a phone call. Hearing Alan's voice, Rex looked at Carlos again, and this time he trotted to make a call very decisively. Carlos was really anxious when he saw Rex leaving. Your Excellency, my name is Chickley. I'm French, not American. I'm a liar. But the project I got is real. Alan sneered, patted the back of his clothes, and slowly leaned back. regardless of whether there was a chair behind him, ready to sit down. When the bodyguard next to him saw him patting his clothes, he quickly picked up the stool and placed it behind Alan. When he sat down completely, he was just sitting on the stool. Crossing his legs and raising his chin. Alan continued, "Who ordered you? Tell me clearly." "No one ordered me." "For this kind of hob meat." Alan stretched out his right hand, held it up with his palm, and hooked his fingers with his backhand. A pistol was handed to him. Crack. Two sounds. After looking at the magazine, Alan took the gun and pointed it at Carlos' head without much careful aim. Boom. The echo in the basement was so loud that Carlos didn't react at all. When he heard the gunshot, he felt something hot and passed it while wiping his ear. His right ear felt burning pain, and then he couldn't hear anything on the right side. "I don't know if my ear fell off or something happened, but I couldn't move since I was tied up." He could only scream in a low voice. Rex, who had just returned, was startled when he heard the gunfire. He glanced at Alan, who was sitting there playing with a gun, and swallowed. This person is no different than those nobles who like to eat, drink and have fun. Everyone in his family has this temper. Just a word of disagreement and start working. I can't describe it as brutal. I can only say it is very perseverance. Yes, perseverance. 3, 2, boom. Carlos was dazed, and before he could understand what Alan meant, there was another gunshot, this time from the left ear. Carlos. Chickley shrugged his head now. He was a little hopeless now. This policeman was much more cruel than the policeman who was interrogating him. This disagreement leaves no time for him to quibble at all. After playing like this for a few more times, he felt like he couldn't even wait for the car from the hospital. "I really didn't have anyone to instruct me. I saw your information in the newspaper. Those servants were all rented by me, and they are all extras. They are my classmates at the acting academy. There really was no one to instruct me." Chickley began to explain weakly and very quickly. Boom. Although his ears were still ringing, the penetrating power of the gunshot was too strong, and Chickley instinctively screamed again. He opened his eyes tremblingly and looked at the place where the pistol was aimed. It didn't seem to be his upper body. Boom. This time the gunshots were fired. Chickley didn't scream. He finally knew where the two gunshots were. "It's so cold under my crotch, Your Excellency. I have made it clear. No one instigated me. I have been stealing things since I was a child. When I grew up, I used the stolen money to enroll in an actor class and practice my acting skills. This is all true. My name is Chickley. I'm French. My grandfather is Tunisian, and my grandmother is Jewish. What else do you want to ask? I'll tell you everything." Alan curled his lips and handed the gun to the bodyguard. He didn't rush to speak to Chickley, but looked at Rex. Rex swallowed hard at Alan's look. He asked something that he hadn't asked for several days, but the young master came here and asked it in just about 10 minutes. "Rex, tell me, is it useful for me to ask you, or is it useless?" "It's useless." No, it's useful. It's useful. Master, I'm just using a trick this time." Rex wanted to explain a word or two, but the methods he used were ruthless. But this person didn't say anything. He once doubted himself whether he was really wrong. But now, the facts are in front of him, which proves that he is incompetent. Alan squinted and stared at Rex for a full minute point under his gaze. Rex lowered his head and did not dare to look at him, but he could feel a line of sight above his forehead staring at him, and it even felt a bit stinging. No more chance. As if it was a trial. Rex let out a long sigh of relief as Alan's voice finally sounded. Chapter 145. Chickley, give Rex a break. This kind of guy needs to be hammered every now and then, which is a bit troublesome. Chickley looked at Alan and then looked at him. Before Alan could ask, the bamboo pourer began to talk about his own experience starting from when he was 3 years old. He was really afraid that this person would give him another part. Gun, or the hospital car will come later and take him away and castrate him. Alan listened as Chickley slowly recounted his own autobiography. When I first heard it, I thought this guy had this sneaky habit when he was a child. Starting from the age of 4 or 5, I can steal things. His parents ignored him since he was a child. At that time, Tunisia had only gained independence from France for about 10 years, and his family fled to France. At this time, Alan finally understood why this guy looked like he had black blood. Their ancestors were Arabs mixed with Jewish ancestry, and they lived in North Africa. Who knows what other ancestry there was, but it was very mixed. When this guy was 10 years old, he had already learned how to pick doors and locks over the years. Without going to school, he became more and more courageous and gradually accumulated a little money. Later, he was no longer satisfied with being such a thief. Then signed up for an acting training class. Damn it, Alan raised his eyebrows. What a fucking talent. He didn't want to improve his professional skills and actually studied acting. Then he really came up with something different. This guy pretends to be a member of some cleaning company and goes to some rich people's homes openly to visit them. Then when these rich people go out to travel, they will come directly to steal. Not satisfied with the theft, he even pretended to be a member of a wealthy family, lied that his parents had an accident, and sold all their houses. Hearing this, it was too magical. Alan opened his mouth slightly and glanced at Rex, who was also confused next to him. Why is France so weird? Is this okay? Can you even sell your house? Looking at Alan's eyes, Chickley swallowed his saliva and said, Your Excellency, what I said is true. I bribed some people and promised to give them half of the money after the deal was completed, and then sold the house to those who had just arrived in France. I've immigrated. The French are so cruel. Alan nodded for him to continue. Then Chickley went on to say that he had stolen several villas and sold several houses. Finally, he was discovered and wanted. He even grew a beard and put on makeup. Finally, he was very bold and hid in Paris, which was dark under the lights. Then continued to do his old job until one day, when he was enjoying himself in the villa, he saw a newspaper about Alan News. I studied acting, spent some of my savings, and hired a few actors. I knew they would not be received by you at that time, and the possibility of their secrets being exposed was low. I hired actors from several cities. That car was I rented it, and my passport was a fake certificate issued by someone else. Well, the real estate plan was reported in a tabloid when I went back to my hometown for vacation some time ago. Until this moment, Chickley didn't even know that the plan was originally planned by those wealthy Hong Kong people who couldn't keep up and followed Alan's model. He learned it for a while and finally used it on his true master. The fucking thief actually went back to his hometown for vacation. Alan looked at Chickley and was completely speechless. This man is so courageous. After snorting twice, he stood up and said with a smile, You dare to cheat my money. Have you ever thought about the consequences? I do. You think this is in France? Even if you commit a crime, you still have to wait for the police to catch you. Chickley looked at Sheriff Rex, who was standing next to him like a servant, and then at the several bodyguards in the basement. Miscalculated this time. Your Excellency, please forgive me. Haven't I defrauded you of your money? Those plans are all true. I'm dedicated to you. You can do the same without me. Chickley panicked and prepared to take out the most important thing to save his life. Alan laughed disdainfully. As for that real estate project, was he so idle that he went to Los Angeles to build houses for some celebrities? How much money can you make? Is there not enough land in Wales? Or has he, Alan, been reduced to making money by pleasing Hollywood stars? Even if he does real estate, he does it in Carmarthen and Wales. This is called attracting fat pigs to come to your door to be slaughtered. What kind of business is this? You have made it clear now that you seem to have no value anymore. Your plans are worthless to me. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, I can work for you. I can do anything. Sensing the fierce look in Alan's eyes, Chickley's heart trembled. Oh, anything you can do? Yes, I can do anything. I can do many industries. I have studied acting. You dare to lie to me? How can I trust that you won't lie to me a second time? Alan tilted his head and asked a question that made Chickley speechless. Before Chickley could think of how to answer such a question, the gentleman in front of him said quietly, In a few days, someone will take you to naturalize. From then on, you will be Welsh. Then, there will be an extra loan in your name, no more, no less, £100,000. Do one thing for me. After the matter is completed, I will help you pay back the money and regard it as your reward. Okay. Okay. Your Excellency, I agree. Upon hearing this condition, Chickley nodded hard and agreed. He didn't know why Alan insisted on letting him naturalize in Wales first, but as long as he was let go, where would he go? It doesn't matter where you are from. There are so many places to run in this world, but for now I still pretend to be grateful. Sir, what do you want me to do for you? Alan kept staring at Chickley, and when he saw the undetectable joy in Chickley's eyes, he snorted in his heart. I will ask someone to send you to Russia to help me sell an industry. Rurus. Chickley swallowed, a little dumbfounded. You can go anywhere, but now to Russia? Then wouldn't he be able to escape? Although he could hide in Russia by then, he knew what it was like there now. Although it was all propaganda from the media, Chickley couldn't tell the difference. Yes. After it's done, bring someone out, and I'll have someone pick you up. If you can't do it, just die there. Chickley couldn't stop sweating. He had learned a lot today. These real upper class people, whom he had never come into contact with before, were much more ruthless than him. He was just committing petty theft, and the most egregious thing was selling other people's houses. But compared with the current requirements, Chickley felt that the things he had done in the past 10 years were not as dangerous as this time. This £100,000 is not easy to make, sure enough. There is no such thing as pie in the sky. This is really asking him to exchange his life for money. What? Don't you dare to go. Dare. I'm going. Put me down. Sir, I feel too uncomfortable. I need treatment. Chickley agreed in a panic. In this situation, if you don't agree, you will die. As for what to do after agreeing, let's go out first. Alan made a move with his right hand and whispered, knock him out. Chickley listened to this sentence with a look of astonishment. Before he could react, he saw the tall bodyguard closest to him walking up to him with his hand in the shape of a knife. Chickley's last thought was, I've obviously agreed. Fuck. Glancing at Rex shrank his neck, took small steps in front of Alan and said, Master, do you have anything else to explain? When the hospital car arrives later, we will check his body and perform a minor surgery on him. What kind of surgery? Rex was a little nervous when he heard about the operation. Do you know about sterilization? Nodding, Rex swallowed. This was slightly better than castration, but there are risks with sterilization. Before he could continue to think about it, Alan continued, tell the doctor to destroy him and make him infertile from now on. Before that, save a copy of his tadpoles. You are responsible. The cold sweat on Rex's forehead also broke down. He understood what Alan was going to do. This operation seemed to be no different from a ligation operation, but ligation could be restored, but this operation was irreversible, and if you save the tadpoles, you won't be afraid of people running away. Unless this Chickley wants to be a bachelor in this life, he must come back. Anyway, he just said that he is not married yet and has no children. What normal man would stay away from children for the rest of his life? Don't mess it up this time, understand? Once he recovers from his injuries, take him to naturalize. Understood. Understood. Master, believe me. Snort. Alan glanced at Rex, turned around and left, finishing his work and going home. Looking at Alan's back, Rex didn't dare to send him off. He felt a chill on his back. Although Alan had just told him to do things, if one day he was really incompetent, would there be another one? After the person is handed over, what else do you take him to do? Shaking his head hard, Rex looked at Chickley, who was knocked unconscious and had no sympathy for him. If he didn't do it right this time, he would be the unlucky one. Why are you out so late, Lee? ZHI was wearing a set of pink silk pajamas. After Alan came back, he gently helped him sit on the edge of the bed, gently pressed Alan's shoulders and asked curiously, oh, let's talk about business matters. The guests came late. Hearing that they were discussing business, Lee ZHI was no longer interested in such things under Lee ZHI's service. Alan changed into his pajamas, leaned on the bedside, and stared blankly with the newspaper. I have to get rid of the business in the Gambia in the future. After all, it doesn't sound good, but there is also a way to do it. Who is the richest person now? America. There are so many wealthy businessmen there. Alan originally wanted to sell it to them, but this didn't stop him from making a few moves. For example, there are people in Russia who want to leave a way out and build some industries outside. Now, let Chickley pass. His appearance is very deceptive. As long as he fools people, it doesn't matter how much he sells. Anyway, Alan just borrowed their names. He wanted to trick the Americans, but he also wanted to trick the Russians. Trick it twice. As long as the Gambia business is sold to the Russians openly within a year, and then there is no need for the spire to exist. As long as he secretly leaks some information to the other side, he will disappear without Alan having to do anything. Alan will then continue to use the name of the Russians to sell Gambian properties to Americans who like to take advantage. After this industry has nothing to do with Mr. Allen. Mr. Allen, as long as he has a good reputation in the future, these miscellaneous and unpleasant black histories must be slowly washed away. This has been done twice, and now the communication is not developed. Who will know that he has done this kind of business in the future? Anyway, on the surface, it was not him who was in charge. Once the entire industrial chain was sold to the Americans, several Gambian officials under Spencer's responsibility could close the net. Bring them back to Great Britain, then help them transfer their property, eat up the last wave of Gambia's dividends, and leave a devastated Gambia to the Americans. Finally eat it and wipe it clean. Just kill these people in Spencer's name. Who dares to investigate His Highness's brother-in-law? Even if someone knew that Spencer had a good relationship with those Gambian officials, would they dare to continue investigating? Aren't they just a few fat Gambians? After a while, who cares about them? The plan was perfect. Alan thought about the plan from beginning to end, and it was all good. Now it depends on whether Chickley can do it well. If not, he will have time to find someone else to continue. Who knows if there will be another scammer coming to his door recently? Aren't these already made manpower? Alan is now looking forward to some more liars soon. It would be even better if they were all capable compound talents like Chickley. Putting down the newspaper, he turned around and saw EZHR looking at him with deep affection in his eyes, as if he wanted to eat him. Master, let me see if I have lost weight, since I haven't seen you for a while. Early the next morning on Sunday, at around 6 o'clock, Alan got up early and took EZHI to wash up. The two of them had a hasty breakfast, which was a bit drier, and they drank less drinks. This is EZHI's first visit to Wales. As the host, Alan still cares about her. Today he plans to take her to worship and visit one of the most famous churches in Wales, St. David's Cathedral. Speaking of this church, it is very famous. It is said that visiting St. David's Cathedral twice is equivalent to visiting Rome once. Visiting St. David's Cathedral 3 times is equivalent to visiting Jerusalem once. Although Alan didn't know why there was such a statement, he explained it to EZHI in the car like a tour guide. EZHI, who heard this statement for the first time, was stunned for a while. This church existed in the 6th century, more than 1,200 years ago, and the remains of Saint David are buried there. Saint David, Lee. ZHI blinked curiously. When she was studying abroad, she knew about these religious issues, but she didn't participate much. She is a standard Chinese person. She worships gods when she sees them, and worships them when they are needed. She doesn't pray much at ordinary times. He's the patron saint of Wales. Alan originally wanted to find a Chinese god to explain it, but after thinking about it, it seemed disrespectful. We are almost here. He doesn't dare to say such nonsense. Well, anyway, Saint David was a great missionary who traveled all over Wales and southwest England. Anyway, he was very respected. People throughout Wales respected him. Chapter 146. A lively day. Lee ZHI's expression was a little strange when he heard the story from Alan's mouth that so and so was the patron saint of Wales, and now Alan actually wants to take her to visit this place, even to worship. This made Lee ZHI feel a little weird even more. The current scene always gave her the feeling of a weasel giving New Year greetings to a chicken. Street David's Cathedral was originally a very ordinary monastery. It was later renamed David's Cathedral because Saint David was buried here after his death. Then as people spread widely, just like Guansheng, David slowly became sacred, and the church was repeatedly expanded. After hundreds of years of renovation and expansion, it finally became St. David's Cathedral. There are more titles like Sacred and Great. The motorcade stopped at the entrance of the cathedral. Since Wales itself has a small population, although it is a weekend, there are not many people visiting St. David's Cathedral. The surrounding environment of the entire cathedral is very quiet, and the vegetation is a bit wilting. According to tradition, March 31st every year is St. David's Day in Wales. On this day, many Welsh people will wear daffodils leeks to commemorate this day. Most British people still have the habit of going to church on weekends, but modern society is so fast-paced that few people can spare time to go to church every week. People like Alan rarely go to church. A few times a year he took Lee Zhi, who was tightly wrapped in sun protection clothing, for a tour, and walked into the church with several people. Several clergymen inside who were responsible for the reception subconsciously twitched their faces when they saw Alan. Just a slight nod to Alan was considered a signal. They didn't need to salute Alan, and they even felt a little disgusted with him. Alan didn't take it seriously. No church in Wales would like the Hill family. Their job is to save the world, but their job is to kill the Welsh people. Although in the end, people are sent to heaven, and the results are similar. But people just don't like him, but they don't dare to say anything. Not kicking him out is the greatest respect for him. As the overture played, the priest appeared and stood under the cross. The first thing he saw was Alan sitting in the first row. He had no prejudice against the Earl. He looked at Alan and nodded slightly. Then today's worship process began. Lee Zhi imitated Alan's example, put his hands on his knees, and sat upright, looking strange. The choir enters to sing. Then the pastor waits for the choir to finish before continuing with the next steps of prayer, confession, Bible reading, etc. These steps took about 50 minutes, and were very tedious. Alan kept looking around with his peripheral vision, and looked very serious until another process begins. Several clergymen held small wooden boxes and began to ask believers to donate. What to do in ancient times, whether it was a roll of atonement or something like that, Alan didn't understand, but he knew this. It was the same as donating incense money to the temple. He took out an envelope from his pocket and took out a stack of pounds. He counted 20 of them and handed them to Lee Zhi. He whispered, "This is yours. Stuff it into the small box later." Oh, the clergyman had almost reached Alan. When he was still one step away from him, the clergyman looked up and stopped. He looked a little embarrassed and did not dare to continue. Instead, he prepared to go to the next row to continue collecting money. Alan's eyes widened. The most important thing for him to come here today is to donate money before doing something important. It is the custom of Chinese people to find a temple and worship. Don't worry about whether it works or not. Just worship before we talk. There is no such temple in Wales, so I can only make do with the largest church. Anyway, it's all about money. When the time comes, Saint David's spirit in heaven will give you some face for the sake of pounds. But now, this man with a donation box in his arms can't come over and doesn't want to accept his money from Master Alan. How does this work? Squinting his eyes, Alan frowned and said nothing, but stretched out his right hand and lightly hooked his index finger. The clergyman gritted his teeth, took a few steps slowly with the small box in his arms, and walked to Alan with great reluctance. Snort, with a cold snort, Alan stuffed 20 denominated pounds into it, and then motioned with his eyes to the clergyman to continue walking, and go to Lee Zhi to continue collecting money. Although there are £100 denominations now, the circulation rate of that thing is too low. The largest denomination in normal circulation on the market is only £50. As an earl, it is reasonable to donate £1,000 as a gift. The pastor had a panoramic view of the situation in the audience. Seeing that Earl Alan had given so much, he smiled more gently. This time he met Alan's eyes with a smile on his lips. After the main event was over, what was left was more than half an hour of other procedures, such as reports, blessings, etc. Alan read it patiently. Finally, when he left the church and looked at the time, it was already 10:30. Rush home now just in time for lunch. Highgrove Estate Point. Today is the weekend. The princess went to church, and Charles went back to London Point. In other words, there are no adults in the manor today. There are only two noble little highnesses left. Point. Early in the morning, after breakfast, William wore a short shirt, high socks on his legs, and suspenders on his shorts. He was dressed like an English gentleman, and took his stupid brother Harry to the stables. There was no place to raise cattle on the manor, but he had to put his precious cattle in Charles's stable. Point. As a child, when you get a new big toy, you can't help but show it off. Point. And the only person William can show off to is his stupid brother, although William was not much older than Harry. After he had more contact with Alan, he thought that he was very mature, and it was inevitable that he looked down on his younger brother, who often had snot. Point. Harry listened dumbly as William boasted to him about how big his new cow would grow. Things like Indian bison. The maximum weight of an adult cow can reach more than 1 ton. What is this concept? An ordinary family car only weighs more than 1 ton. Even some smaller hatchbacks weigh less than a ton, and this is just the weight of a cow. When this kind of thing grows up, it will hit anyone and kill them, as long as it runs. Several servants brought the two young princes to the stable, where a servant was using a brush to wash William's calf. Did you see it? This is the new cow my cousin gave me. Harry looked at the black calf, not particularly envious. He didn't really like it, but my cousin never gave him anything. Children have a tendency to compare, and William's behavior made him feel very unhappy. Lead out. I'm going to take Harry to ride the bull. William waved his hand and asked the servant to fetch the cow. No, your highness, this calf has not been trained yet and will fall on you. William squinted his eyes, looked at the people below and said, whether you have been trained or not is your problem. It's been a whole night. Why haven't you trained yet? It's really useless. When the servant heard William's words, the corner of his mouth twitched, not knowing how to refute. Point. This calf is said to be a calf, but it has already grown to more than 100 pounds. How can it be trained in 1 night? Besides, what time did you get back yesterday? William didn't know what he was thinking. He looked at the calf he had brought out, pointed at Harry next to him and said, do you dare to ride it? If you ride it, I will give it to you. Harry looked at the calf that was taller than him. Although he was not too sensible, such a big calf was scary to look at, but after looking at his brother's eyes, Harry took a rare hard breath, sniffed, nodded and said nothing. William looked happily at the calf, brought over by the servant. The black Indian buffalo has a slight bulge on the back of its neck. It has not yet grown horns, but the rough shape of what it will grow up to be can already be seen. Several servants carefully surrounded the calf, fearing that the little guy would suddenly lose his temper and bump into the two ancestors. Get out of the way. Let Harry come. William stood behind and directed blindly. Although the servants looked embarrassed, they dispersed slightly around, leaving room for Harry to see what the young highness wanted to do. Harry is still young. He doesn't know much yet and is at the stage of life where he plays around all day long. Thinking about how people usually ride horses, I took out the small children's riding whip hanging from my waist, shined it on the calf's head, and hit it with a whip. His operation not only stunned William and the servants who were watching, but even Maverick was stunned by the sudden twitch. Time seemed to have stopped. The dumbfounded servants around him, as well as the two young highnesses in the room, were motionless. The first one to react was Maverick. This thing has a bad temper. It just came to a new environment. Someone gave it a warm bath early in the morning. It was happy at first, but then it was surrounded by a circle of people. Finally, there was actually a little kid who whipped it with a whip, and it hurt a lot. Moo. The calf lowered its head and hit Harry with a sudden force. Harry was frightened by this scene. Fortunately, the servant next to him reacted quickly and took a step forward to block Harry. Protect His Highness. The crowd was in chaos, and with the servant's movement, the formation that had originally surrounded Mavericks was disrupted. The calf found an empty space, got out of the crowd, and ran wildly into the distance without knowing the direction. William watched the cow run away before he realized what was happening and shouted, "Catch the cow alive! Don't hurt my cow! Go ahead and catch the cow for me!" The servant who had been standing behind William turned pale when he saw the direction the calf was running. Point in that direction. Is His Highness's garden. Master, this is an economic research expert. He will be responsible for telling you about the island country's current economic situation and future trend predictions today. In the small reception room on the third floor of the manor, Alan was sitting on the sofa. He looked at the white-haired middle-aged man who came in and seemed to be of Indian descent. He nodded and signaled that he could give a lecture. Point as a poor student, Alan is not interested in other studies, but he is only interested as long as it involves making money. Point today I invited an economist from Oxford University to give him a private lecture. Point there are only a few days left before the US stock market is hit by a thunderstorm, and Alan is ready to cram in and learn some professional knowledge. Point the middle-aged man took a look at the living room, which was decorated like a private classroom. There was a small podium above, and a blackboard and projector at the back. The man sitting on the sofa under the stage is now the Earl of Carmarthen, who is well known throughout Britain in the impression of ordinary people. This person is very close to the people, very kind, and good looking, which fits the public's imagination of aristocrats now. He has also been invited to teach alone, which makes the middle-aged man even more emotional. Look, this is a nobleman. Although he has money, assets, moral character, and looks, His Excellency the Earl has to hire a tutor even on weekends. He was born with a high starting point and still works so hard. This person is truly well deserved for his current fame. The middle-aged professor took a piece of chalk and wrote several chapter titles. He spoke eloquently from the 1960s to the mid-1980s, describing the economic situation of the entire island country. Point. In order to make it easier for Alan to understand, a lot of comparisons have been added, and Great Britain from different periods has been used for comparison, so that Alan can understand more easily. Your Excellency, the current economic situation of the island country seems to be better than ours, but this is all a symptom, according to our statistics. Their banks now have negative interest rates on cash savings. Alan blinked. Negative interest. In other words, if you deposit money in the bank, not only will you not get interest, but you will also have to pay the bank another interest. Damn it, who is still saving money to stimulate consumption for such a purpose? Although everyone is in an economic depression now, the more ordinary people and companies are in this period, the more they like to tighten their wallets and consume rationally or consume less. However, the market has shrunk and companies have been affected. The impact is also huge, which will have a chain reaction. The middle-aged professor nodded. Point no wonder Sony is so wealthy. The feeling is that money will become less if left alone. They can't just convert all their money into cash and put it in the company to watch. Point. But if you deposit it in the bank, interest will accrue every day. Interest to the bank. Point. No one would be willing to do this, not to mention hundreds, thousands, or tens of thousands of dollars. But what if it's hundreds of millions? How much interest will be paid on so much money in a day? Might as well invest it. Although there are losses and profits in investment, the money left in the bank will always be low. There is only one way out: expand overseas markets and invest abroad. And ordinary people consume less. As profits decline, many factories will reduce their scale and close down due to cost considerations or other project considerations. This will happen sooner or later, but this is not without exception. Glancing at Alan, the middle-aged professor wrote a word on the blackboard. Internal competition. Internal competition. Yes. Internal competition. Companies in the same industry are engaged in price wars, and the prices of goods are getting cheaper and cheaper. Or in order to increase sales, improve the quality of goods, increase the speed of upgrading, squeeze profits through various means of internal consumption, internal compete, etc. Alan frowned. Why did this word sound so familiar to him? Chapter 147. I'll give you a big toy. Please translate this thing carefully. Can it be translated into involution? He is familiar with this. Alan nodded, indicating to continue. Although this kind of internal competition will bring survival to some companies. The middle-aged professor looked at Alan and said, since it is competition, overtime, salary cuts, layoffs, and even research and development, etc., such fierce competition, during this period, more companies will die. Alan stretched out his right hand hesitated and said, if the stock market of the island country suddenly collapses, what will be the consequences? Will it accelerate the death time of these companies, your mightiness? The middle-aged professor smiled and said, there is no such thing as a sudden collapse of the stock market. It just accumulates to a certain level and returns to its rightful place. If the stock market crashes in a short period of time, theoretically, it won't be a big problem. Oh, in Alan's impression, if the stock market collapsed, wouldn't it be followed by the collapse of the blockbuster companies? Then he can eat hot pot, sing songs, and go shopping while waving pounds. The stock market is a stock market, and companies are companies. If the stock market collapses, companies will have a short buffer period before they will be affected on a large scale. Not only listed companies, but also those downstream companies that rely on these companies for their livelihoods will also be affected. Being implicated is even worse than these listed companies. At this point, Alan understood. In other words, it was not that he would take action as soon as the stock market jumped, but that he would have to wait for a while until these companies were completely dead, and then the acquisition would be cost effective. Moreover, he only needs equipment and no one. With this period of time, he can still watch those companies lay off employees and save themselves in order to protect themselves. To sum up, Alan's self-understanding is that he should wait until they are completely dead before taking action. There are some differences between finance and business itself. It's great. He is indeed an expert, and he explains it very thoroughly. The middle-aged professor looked at Alan, who was deep in thought, and did not rush to interrupt him. He picked up the teacup handed over by the servant and took a sip of tea. Very good. That's it for today. I have said so much, and I have to digest it. Thank you for your hard work. It is my honor to give lectures to you. The middle-aged professor bent down slightly with a smile on his face. Have a look, what a breath of fresh air. It is indeed the card of my British nobles. His Excellency, Earl Alan, is gentle and gentle. Seeing the servant coming up with a tray and a small envelope, the middle-aged professor smiled even more happily. This is so polite. Thank you for your award. You deserve it all. Please sort it out when you go back. Next time, tell me about the economic situation in the United States, just on a big level. Okay, Your Excellency. I look forward to seeing you next time, so I'll take my leave now. The middle-aged professor took the envelope and followed the servant out of the living room. The whole of September seemed uneventful. Alan took Lee Zhi, who was visiting Wales for the first time, and the two of them had a good tour in Wales for locals. There seems to be nothing interesting around their hometown. Alan is not shy either, but when outsiders come, he will take them with him. Only then did I realize that there are really many places to go. Although they are on the same large island, Wales in the west and England in the east have completely different styles of painting. If England in the east is full of urbanites, then Wales in the west is really country people with large tracts of natural scenery that England does not have. There are only countless cities over there with smog. The only thing that brought some amusement to Alan was hearing that William had been beaten. It wasn't the princess or the crown prince that Alan imagined hitting him. It was a mixed doubles match between men and women. And I heard it was quite intense. The only regret is that I can't watch the game live. Therefore William also wrote a letter of complaint to Alan, both written and illustrated. He wanted to run away from home and asked his dear cousin if he could take him in. Alan would reply to him with only 2 letters and a simple no. October 7, 1987. This day is a very ordinary day for Wales, or the British as a whole. But for China, it is a very important festival, the Mid-Autumn Festival. A few days earlier, Councillor Wang had received an invitation from the Earl, inviting him to attend the Mid-Autumn Festival banquet at the Earl's mansion. Participants, he and the Count. The time was still set at noon. Councillor Wang, who had already had this experience, would not resist the invitation this time. After all, no matter what, the Earl's reputation in the outside world is quite good, and Councillor Wang also happily went to the appointment. After reporting at 10 o'clock in the morning, the embassy's car drove to the gate of the manor. The person who greeted him this time was not the Count himself, but Ute. Hello, Sir Huth. Haha. Hello Mr. Wang. I didn't expect you to come so early. Your Excellency is still dealing with official business. Please wait a moment. No problem. No problem. I glanced at the hall and the small square in front of the manor. I hadn't been here for a few months. It seemed that everything was the same as before, with no changes, except for a huge place in the square that was covered with a black rainproof cloth point. It seemed to be a truck. It was a little far away, and Councillor Wang couldn't see it clearly. Mr. Wang, today is your festival. It's called the Mid-Autumn Festival, right? I heard that you have to eat pies and watch the moon on this day. Who? Te chatted with Councillor Wang with a smile. Councillor Wang was a little surprised when he heard Hu Te's words. What was going on with these foreigners? How come you have studied the festival so thoroughly? That Earl likes to study this, and so does his butler. Yes. Regardless of Hu Te's translation problem, Councillor Wang nodded. This is probably what he meant. Eat mooncakes and admire the moon. The young master asked Master Zhang to prepare a batch of small pies specially for you. I will have them delivered. You load them into the car first and take them back to eat. Hu Te clapped his hands, took the gift list from the servant, and then handed it directly to Councillor Wang. The small gift list is very delicate, with the names and quantities of the 4 kinds of mooncakes written on it in familiar Chinese and English. Pickled mustard and fresh meat mooncakes. 15 boxes lotus paste and egg yolk mooncakes. 15 boxes mince mooncakes. 15 boxes osmanthus mooncakes. 15 boxes are sweet, savory, meat and vegetable options. 60 boxes in total. How many people do they have in the entire embassy? This is enough to eat, but this level of familiarity made Councillor Wang a little uncomfortable. Hu Te looked at Councillor Wang's reaction with a smile. He had to remember this. He would have to report it to the young master later. What's wrong, Mr. Wang? Doesn't it suit your taste? No, they are all mooncakes with a wide range of tastes. Thank you, Your Excellency, for the gift. This group of foreigners did not make traditional 5-nut mooncakes, but made some mooncakes with local characteristics. This is what surprised Councillor Wang. The selected flavors are not particularly heavy, and they are all within the range that can be tried and accepted. Very clever. Councillor Wang had a very comfortable lunch, especially when he met a fellow countryman at the dinner table, Li Zhi. He finally knew why this excellency was so knowledgeable about Chinese things. It turned out that he had a girlfriend from China. After the meal, the two drank some tea, and Alan once again thanked Councillor Wang for his help in investing in the factory. The radio factory has been built and is currently in the debugging and trial production stages. These trial produced products were not sold, but were packaged and given to employees. Although Councillor Wang has never been back, he has heard about this. The factory invested by His Excellency the Earl is very generous. The wages of employees directly provide twice the income of ordinary domestic state-owned enterprises. All kinds of benefits are available. Moreover, the surrounding officials and units all send gifts. It can be said that it is very well done. This also made Councillor Wang very fond of Alan. Mr. Wang, in fact, I'm here to explore this radio factory and get a feel for the situation. As you know, the output value of this kind of factory is only small and medium sized. Councillor Wang nodded and turned to look at Alan. Could it be that Your Excellency has a new investment plan? This is a high quality investment target. There are few things to do. The money is generous and the projects are not bad. Do you have any new projects that you would like to invest in our country? Yes. Alan stood up and did not go into details. The two parties had already cooperated once on this kind of project. He just said hello and left the rest to the people below. It's now October, and Matthias had previously led a team to inspect the factory location, and so on. The information and the like are all complete. As long as the two parties negotiate well, the establishment of the instant noodle factory will not be a big problem. It's agreed here that they will wait for a while to build the factory facilities first, and then send people to the island country to purchase production lines. The factory is almost built, and the production lines can be shipped directly there, seamlessly. Very perfect. Instructing Councillor Wang to follow him, Alan walked to the small square of the manor with his hands behind his back. Councillor Wang frowned slightly as he watched the thing covered by the rain sheet getting closer and closer. He felt that this thing, given the style of the gentleman in front of him, was most likely a gift to him. Last time I came here, I gave him a small camera that was very commemorative and practical. This time, I couldn't just give him some mooncakes. Sure enough, when we got closer, it felt like there was a small minibus under the rain shield. He watched Alan wave and instruct his subordinates to remove the rain shield. Wow. As a dew on some of the rainproof cloths was shaken off, the rainproof cloth was pulled down to reveal the behemoth inside, a tank. Counselor Wang opened his mouth and looked a little dazed looking at this brand new tank with its shiny patent leather. If I remember correctly, this thing is called the Chieftain Main Battle Tank, also known as the Chieftain Main Battle Tank. This is Britain's current main battle tank. Why is one here? This is the Mk5/2 model. It was manufactured in 1979. It is a customized version made in Kuwait. It has almost never been driven, but it has been scrapped. I'll give it to you as a small gift. I heard that Counselor Wang was born in the military. Do you like this, Alan? Casually introduced this big toy. Don't ask why it was scrapped after almost no use. The question is that Britain has its own national conditions. This is a tank customized for overseas customers. They are all for land use, but to transport them from Great Britain to Kuwait, they have to be put on a ship. Right. Shipping by sea requires losses. Transporting tanks also requires losses. Is this reasonable? What about such a worn out tank? Later, the old count took it home and collected it. Counselor Wang's scalp was numb. This seemingly brand new tank was actually scrapped. Somewhat impolitely, he grabbed the armrests on the side skirts of the tank. With a quick step, Counselor Wang climbed onto the tank, opened the turret hatch, and took a look at the facilities inside. Counselor Wang was slightly disappointed. Some things had indeed been dismantled, but the interior looked new and well maintained. He didn't know whether Alan really didn't understand or pretended not to understand, but the main purpose of producing this tank was to target Soviet tanks, especially its main gun, a 120mm rifled gun. This is technologically more advanced than those old tanks at home, even if some equipment is dismantled. As long as you put this thing back, it will be of great reference significance. Facing such a gift, Counselor Wang swallowed his saliva. He did not dare to refuse. Looking at Counselor Wang, who jumped down again, Alan smiled and pretended not to care. I had my servants dismantle some of the equipment inside for fear of getting wet. I will give them to you when the time comes. You can transport them. When you get back, just put it back on yourself. Watching Alan say these words with a smile. Counselor Wang's heart twitched with dissatisfaction, and the feeling of disappointment just now was gone. The equipment inside is not gone, but was dismantled because they were afraid of getting wet. Will you give it to him as well? What is your purpose? No matter what the purpose is, take the things back first. Counselor Wang secretly made up his mind, but before he could speak, his voice, Alan's, came again. TSK. It will be troublesome if you don't know how to install it. Like this. Alan waved his hand and called a servant. Pack up those scattered drawings and put them together. After saying this, he looked at Counselor Wang and said, I'll give you some drawings, so you don't have to worry about not being able to install them. Right. You have done everything you can do. What else can I say? Counselor Wang now feels that saying thank you is not enough. You value reciprocity, and we also value reciprocity. I'll give you this big toy, and you have to help me take care of my business. Alan looked at Counselor Wang's expression and made his request. This tank may be very precious to Counselor Wang, but to him, it is just one of the toys in the basement of his home. If you want it, he can still get it, as long as it's not a particularly big piece, like a whole warship or something. Then his ability is not good enough, so he can't say that a certain warship is scrapped. Right, but with these smaller gadgets, that's not a big problem. Anyway, Daying always loses a few cars every year, and his car is not far behind. Alan had his own reasons for giving Counselor Wang such a big toy today. This kind of thing will not be of much use if left at home for decades, but if you give it to someone in need, it means a lot. Not to mention anything else, as long as you get in contact with them and form a good relationship, a lot of things will be easy to say in the future. What kind of products does China have now? It seems that there is no such thing. Most of the exports are primary raw materials, but they have one type of thing that is still very popular. It's not that they are high tech, but they are of good quality and cheap. Chapter 148 Black Monday. This thing, if there are channels and the supply is obtained, it will be very easy to sell outside. Don't say anything else. In a country like the United States with simple folk customs, less than 10% of the people do not own guns. Why is that? Don't they want to? No point, it's just that guns are too expensive to buy, but if there are cheap or second-hand sources of goods, it can be considered a business to find an agent to distribute the goods, but these are secondary. Alan just wants to make a good relationship this time. A large number of production lines will be purchased and shipped soon, and then the factory will be built and put into production. The industry here, which adds up to hundreds of millions of pounds inside and outside, doesn't have anything to do with it. Who can rest assured this is real money? It was earned by his hard work, Mr. Allen, by cheating him penny by penny. Alan's net worth has not reached the point where he doesn't take hundreds of millions of pounds seriously. Human nature is such a thing. Local people have to pay attention to personal sophistication when doing business. As a foreigner, even if he is a foreign company, do he really think that he can sit back and relax after investing there? But Alan can't be based in China, or he may have openly bribed people in the past. The same is true for Councillor Wang in front of me. It's okay to give him a small gift, but if you really bribed him with money, it's not that he doesn't care about the messy things, but that he can't care about it. He is mainly in charge of attracting investment, not what happens after the investment is attracted. And sometimes, bribes don't necessarily have to involve money. For example, right now, what Alan is offering is a temptation that Councillor Wang can't refuse. Only by giving heavy gifts can he get people to do things for him. Alan doesn't like fussing with so he gets it right in one go. This thing is said to be a gift, but there is a human touch mixed with it. This favor is not something that Councillor Wang can accept. It is up to the person behind him to answer as for who will bear this favor in the end. Alan doesn't care, but as long as they dare to accept this gift, then Alan's investment in China will not just sit back and relax in the future. At least one thing will definitely be much less trouble. When Councillor Wang heard the Count's request, it was not that it was too difficult, but it felt that it was too easy. He still didn't know what Alan's next investment plan was, so when he looked at the tank in front of him, Councillor Wang felt a little unsure. But suddenly a stream of light flashed through Councillor Wang's mind, making him think of something. This year, some time ago, President Reagan personally announced the plan. A cooperation project with China is called the Peace Model, also known as the Peace Pearl Project. Anyway, regardless of the name, the content of the plan is to help China upgrade its main fighter aircraft currently in service, codenamed Aerial Beauty. China needs to transport the actual machine to the United States. Let them study it first, and then come up with a series of upgrade plans. The United States has even proposed selling some advanced parts of active combat aircraft, including but not limited to radars, engines and the like. And now, as a well-known European troublemaker, as an Englishman, could they not be able to bear it anymore? The United States personally stepped in to help upgrade the aircraft, and the British guys want to get involved. Look at the tank in front of you. The foreign trade version of the tank is characterized by being targeted at Soviet tanks and has been tested in actual combat. Councillor Wang silently thought about a few key words. This kind of old technology tank from 20 years ago, would you say it is advanced? For Councillor Wang, it was quite advanced, but not so for the British. If it was really advanced, could they sell it to Kuwait? Looking at its technical indicators, it's so obviously targeted, and you can't imagine why they are so concerned about it. The relationship between China and its neighbor to the north is not good now. And they and the United States are currently in the so-called honeymoon period, and at this time, the British are hiding behind and giving them an old tank with a bit old technology, but specially designed for Soviet tanks. That's a bit interesting. Councillor Wang was a little confused about Alan's meaning for a while. He glanced at Alan with his peripheral vision. Although this Earl was young, he was very thoughtful. These people, each and every one of them, are dying, and they all hope that China will support them, and they hide behind To provide support. He is a little unclear now whether this is Alan's personal behavior or whether it has any deeper meaning. After thinking about it, Councillor Wang said with some confusion, "It's easy to take care of business. We welcome you to invest in our country and we won't let you be treated differently." But pointing to the tank, Councillor Wang hesitated and said, "Are you sure we can transport this thing out?" As soon as Councillor Wang finished speaking, Alan smiled. He was sure that Councillor Wang had discovered the key point. He asked this question, seemingly because he was concerned about whether the tank could be transported out, but in fact, he was testing him. Test what? If it can be shipped out through formal procedures, then there is a high probability that this thing was given with deep meaning. If it is through other channels, then there is a high probability that it was given to him by Alan's iron jabbar. These are two different situations. A servant in the distance ran up to Alan with a large document bag and handed it to him with both hands. Alan took the document bag and handed it to Councillor Wang next to him without looking at it, motioning for him to open it and take a look. When Councillor Wang saw that Alan didn't reply, he handed him something and shook the string on the button of the document bag. Inside is a license plate or thin maintenance manual and others' ownership documents. Looking at the so-called drawings, it is this maintenance manual. The technical content and production drawings are not at the same level at all, but according to this manual, you can indeed put some things that have been dismantled and reinstall them according to the pictures and examples. Councillor Wang, who was slightly disappointed, glanced at Alan. "Haha, Mr. Wang doesn't understand our country very well. I said this is a big toy, and it is a big toy. This is a license plate of this tank. It can go on the road." Alan looked at the confused Councillor Wang with a smile and explained it to him. This thing is a bit unorthodox, but because of the different national conditions, Councillor Wang may not have been exposed to this kind of thing. In Britain, tanks can really be used on the road, and they can also be converted to civilian use. The premise is that the weapons and equipment on the vehicle need to be dismantled, which does not mean dismantling the cannon, but just dismantling some of the equipment inside. After the vehicle is inspected by the relevant departments, it can be converted to civilian use. If you want to drive it on the road, replace it with rubber tracks, with the turret facing backward, and you can go on the road normally, as long as you have the legal procedures and obey the traffic rules. If you want to transport such a civilian tank out, as long as the procedures are okay, you can transport it to wherever you want, as long as the destination can accept it. As for the dismantled internal parts, those are small targets and no one cares about them, as long as they are not transported together in Great Britain, as long as the money is in place, and it is not a particularly sensitive area, anything can be done to you. If the old count bears to bring this tank back, there won't be any big problems. These license plates were the procedures that Alan asked who's from the security department to help him. Civilian tanks, Councillor Wang was a little speechless. He didn't understand this kind of thing, but that didn't stop him from accepting it. Every place had some weird rules. Then, "Thank you for your gift. I like it very much. Your request is absolutely fine. You are our best friend." Councillor Wang specifically emphasized the words, "we, good friends." Haha, then let Councillor Wang worry about it. Leave your address and I will contact you about transportation issues in a few days. Okay. Then I'm done with you. Councillor Wang is really happy. As long as we get this thing back, it will be of great reference value. The Earl gave him such a heavy gift just for his business, so he must reciprocate and say hello to others. October 20th at 10 am. In a small conference room on the third floor, the host on the TV was introducing the so-called Black Monday in the United States with a serious face. Alan held the newspaper and watched the news expressionlessly. Yesterday, Monday, October 19th, 1987, the American Dow Jones Index fell as much as 22.3%. A total of $500 billion has evaporated. This incident was widely reported in newspapers. Alan was a little dizzy after seeing these indexes and declines. His current state is a bit like a melon-eating crowd waiting to watch the fireworks show during the holidays, hiding far away. He watched the fireworks popping up in the sky, and his expression changed under the various colors of firelight. To say that he was gloating about his misfortune, he actually didn't. to be precise, because he was too far away. Alan didn't even feel the impact of such a financial crisis on him. But Alan, who had been waiting for this day for a long time, actually felt very peaceful until this day arrived. Just like watching a movie, a little unreal. The financial markets in the United States are now in panic. Putting down the newspaper, Alan glanced around. In addition to Huth, there were also his investment consultant Matcher, the head of the film and television department, SYNOPSIS, old Carol who came back overnight last night, and several professors in the economic field. Yesterday afternoon, there was a news report on the TV news, but the specific information statistics were inaccurate. However, old Carol directly brought back first-hand information, coupled with this morning's newspaper report. The information is basically clear. Tell me, what should we do this time? Everyone knows that Alan is planning to acquire industries, production lines, etc. in the United States, and old Carl has even been tracking the stock market situation for several months, and has already known some signs, and now it has actually happened. Several economics professors looked at me, and I looked at you, not knowing how to speak. Alan knocked on the table, and asked someone to turn off the TV and then said, plan a timeline. Is this considered a stock market crash? How long do we have to wait, and when can we go over to acquire it? This is the most important. He doesn't care how many people in the United States will go to the rooftops or go bankrupt because of this stock market crash. However, what he cares about is when he can go shopping. I remember that in some novels I read before, the protagonist encountered this kind of stock market crash. He took a large amount of funds in advance, used leverage, short selling, etc., and made a lot of money in the stock market. But only when he actually participated in this kind of thing could Alan realize the danger involved. He doesn't do this kind of work. Alan doesn't have the memory to remember the highest points, lowest points, etc. Once this thing jumps, it's like a dam bursting, out of control. With his ability, he can't play at all. Now Alan just wants to be a vulture. You can play whatever you want with those financial big guys. He won't participate. When they have enough, Alan can go over and pick and choose. Your Excellency, the financial crisis this time is fierce and has exceeded expectations. As for the final result, we need to observe it for a few more days and collect more data. Alan frowned, but it was hard to say anything. It was only the first day, so there was no point in being anxious. He could only wait patiently. Then, how long will it take for their situation to get better? This is even more difficult to predict. With the size of the American market, if yesterday's losses continue for a period of time, it will not be possible to recover in the future. It is expected that it will take at least 2 or 3 years. At least 2 or 3 years. It seems to be just time data, but during the past 2 or 3 years, some people had a difficult time. They lost their jobs and could not find a job. Another professor who had taught Alan before looked at Alan and said, "Sir, with the American style, if they delay for a long time, they may have to rely on external forces to divert the conflict." Oh, how to say, transfer, conflicts, military industrial enterprise. The middle-aged teacher said one word concisely and then shut up. Alan raised his eyebrows. Got it. If you want to quickly stimulate economic recovery, what can be done faster than selling arms? And when the United States sells arms, they not only sell them, but they can also consume them themselves. How to consume? Find someone to have sex with at that time, with a group of allies. Everyone will help the domestic military industry companies. The military capital group can make money, deflect conflicts, and guide public opinion. It has many advantages. Thinking of this, Alan had something in his mind. He had already thought of who the unlucky guy was. This is what the fuck it is. Okay, then let's observe for a few more days. Syphis stays. Hut, you can help me see off the guests. Okay, Master. Huth stood up and led several professors and old Carol out of the conference room. How long will it take to complete the later stage? Probably next month. Our film will be relatively simple and straightforward. Alan looked at Syphis with slightly dark circles under his eyes, and it looked like he hadn't rested well. He asked about the progress of the later stages of the movie. I want to make money in the United States. But seeing the financial crisis in the United States, this time point all industries will be in recession this year. This will have some impact on the release of his new movie point. If we keep doing this in the next year or two, the plan may have to change point. Thinking of this, Alan couldn't help but feel a bit of toothache. This seemed not to be affected, but now that he thought about it carefully, it was still affected. Master, when do you want your new movie to be released? Syphis looked at Alan, waiting for him to make up his mind. The stock market is so bleak. If he wants to release a movie in the near future, will the audience not be interested in watching it? Although he doesn't know much about finance, it doesn't stop Syphis from thinking wildly. Who the hell is going to watch movies now that they have no money? Chapter 149. Screenwriter Jonah Rowling. TSK. Alan took out a cigarette, and Syphis quickly lit it for him with a lighter. Think about it. Point. The plot of this movie is very exciting and a little bit crazy. Point. If such a movie is released during this period, will it have some unimaginable consequences? For example, facing the financial crisis, many Americans are under great pressure, and then indulge yourself. But the key point here is publicity. How to promote this movie is the key point. Let's say this is my Christmas gift to the Americans, and then choose to release it on Christmas. Okay. Syphis was a little confused. What the hell is a Christmas gift? Do Americans want to watch this with their families at Christmas, and then they cheated collectively? Damn it. Look, let's look at it from another perspective. Married life will be boring if it lasts for a long time. Coupled with the high pressure of life, people's mental problems will easily occur, and our movie reflects this kind of problem. This is to give Americans a vaccination. Let them see the story between the male protagonist and the female protagonist in the movie, so that they can learn from it and be prepared to face it. Be prepared for all kinds of difficulties. The more Alan thought about it, the more he felt that this explanation was okay. Although it was a bit overinterpreted, I'm the director and I can explain it however I like. Point. As for those distorted views in the movie, I filmed them to criticize them, not for you to learn them. If the Americans really learn this, it proves that they are not good as viewers, and are not firm in their hearts. What does it have to do with him, Alan? A knife can be used to cut vegetables and meat, but some people insist on using the knife as a murder weapon. Can you blame the knife factory? Cannot. Syphis blinked. Is this really good? The young master is quite famous in the United States, and since he is an aristocrat, no matter whether the movies he makes are good or bad, some people will always watch them for the purpose of seeing them. Point. If we really promote it according to what he said, it seems that it is not impossible to give the Americans a Christmas gift, but it is a little bit. Syphis didn't dare to say anything. What? Isn't this okay? Okay. Just do as you say. I'll go and prepare. This time I'll prepare the preliminary promotional materials and let people follow Sir Cal back to the United States to make preliminary preparations. Well, go ahead. Alan stood up. Things happened for a reason today, and he got up early. Now that the matter has been discussed for the time being, he was ready to go back and catch up on his sleep. Point. As soon as he entered the bedroom, Xiao Huang fluttered his wings and walked toward Alan. Point. A few days ago, Li Zhi was playing with him, but after the Mid-Autumn Festival, Li Zhi returned to Xiangjiang. When Alan was busy, Xiao Huang would stay in his nest and not go out. Point. He picked up Xiao Huang, who was already very big. In theory, this little guy should have learned to fly a long time ago, but I don't know why. It seems to be because of eating fat or because of habit. Anyway, Xiao Huang always likes to fly. He walks on the ground and has little interest in flying or the like. Point. Alan doesn't force it either. Whatever. Seeing that Xiao Huang is in the molting period again, white down has grown in some places, but most of the body is still light gray, patchy, looking a bit ugly. Master, I have your letter. It belongs to the princess, who? Tech came back from seeing off the guests with the letter in his hand. When he entered the bedroom, he saw Alan squatting on the ground holding Xiao Huang and whispering something. Oh, you finally replied. Alan had a feeling of resentment. He had been waiting for this letter for so long that he thought it had disappeared. Point. The princess said she wanted to understand the situation, but it took too long. After taking the envelope, Alan quickly opened it. There was not much in the letter at the beginning. I mentioned the reason why it took so long to reply. Point. She was worthy of being called the people's princess. Although Diana sometimes seemed careless and unreliable, she was still very careful at critical moments. This time Alan wrote to her, and she took it very seriously. After all, this was a good opportunity to gain fame. Alan was one of his own, so there was no need to say what he meant by handing this opportunity to her. But the cautious Diana arranged for someone to investigate. Originally, the investigation is only more than half done. But wasn't it yesterday that the stock market crash in the United States caused a financial crisis? What else is there to investigate? The economic trend, which is already so sluggish, will become increasingly sluggish in the next few years due to the influence of the United States. There is no need to investigate. Although she doesn't understand what being popular means, Diana understands that at this time, if she uses the news of the financial crisis to launch this plan, she will gain more fame than usual. In this period of public panic, the launch of a new industry that mainly provides employment opportunities for the middle-aged and elderly people has definitely received more attention than usual, and this is what Diana needs, and her good nephew Alan will not suffer. The plan is launched now, and will be officially implemented after a while. Whether it is purchasing land or recruiting people, it can be done at a lower price, which also saves money in disguise. In the letter, Diana did not say any specific words of thanks, but at the end she encouraged the parents, and even wrote about William's mischief and herding cows into Charles's garden. At the end of the letter, Diana also said that she would invite him to her home for dinner for a while. As he read the letter, Alan's eyes flickered, and he didn't smile until the end. Just agree to the plan, so that he can start preparations with peace of mind. And reason why he insisted on writing a letter to Diana and asked her to do it together had some other ideas. Charles doesn't let him rub against the royal family's emblem, but if he rubs against his aunt, it will be fine, right? Diana will be her spokesperson from now on. Thinking of this, Alan folded the letter and handed it to Hooten and said, "Put it away. The princess has agreed, and the company can be officially established. In addition, you go and notify Matthias." Making an okay gesture with his left hand, Alan explained, "Take out 30% of the shares, princess, and 10% of the dividend rights for each of the two young royal highnesses. Write it clearly, and send it over, saying that this is from me to my aunt and the two a cousin's pocket money." This Hooten's eyes widened. This was an honest move. But what the young master said was the right to share dividends, plus it was pocket money for relatives. Even if outsiders knew about it, they would not dare to say anything. "Okay, master. I understand." Throughout October, a panic first spread from the United States, and then spread rapidly outwards until November. The outside world was not calm. But nothing happened at Hill Manor at the beginning of November. It was already winter. It was around 7 o'clock in the morning. Alan got up early today and put on a jacket. He had an elbow pad hanging on his left arm, and a pad was tied to the elbow pad. After molting, Xiao Huang now has white feathers dotted with scattered black hairs. Birds like snowy owls are rarely pure white. Basically every snowy owl has some black feathers on its body, which is a bit like snow camouflage. Standing on the lawn in the yard, Alan took out a small meatball from the small bag, tied around his waist with his right hand, threw it into the distance, stretched out his left arm, and shouted, "Go, Xiao." Huang excitedly flapped his wings and jumped up hard, flashing his wings twice, then flattening his wings like a glider, chasing the meatballs, and flying away. At this time, a very ordinary red milligram family car drove in from the gate of the manor, and the female driver in the car happened to see this scene. On the lawn. There seemed to be light on the blonde man's face, and protective measures were tied on his left arm. When he raised his hand, the white badge standing on his left arm flew out. The sun was shining down after 7 o'clock, and accompanied by the wind. This scene looked a bit psychedelic. She gently tapped the brakes. This was the first time she saw the owner of this manor so close. Although he has been working here for more than half a year, His Excellency the Earl rarely gets up so early. He is usually busy and rarely meets other servants at home or staff working in the manor. Now for the first time when we met, we saw this scene. This made the female driver think a little deeply. As the car slowly approached, the female driver suddenly woke up. It was too rude for her to drive towards this person like this, and it would make others think too much. She glanced at the rearview mirror and saw that someone had already come out of the concierge at the gate. He looked at her from a distance. After stopping the car, the female driver took the notebook and approached Alan with some embarrassment. Once you get inside, you can see the scriptures more clearly. The white bird that just flew out looked like an owl. The female driver has seen this kind of bird. It seems to be called a snowy owl. It is often seen in the northern part of the United Kingdom, that is, in Scotland and Wales. It seems that I can see it occasionally. Now, this snowy owl, known as a bird of prey, is standing on the Earl's left arm, and its head is being gently stroked by the Earl. This thing is quite fun, and it seems to like the Earl's movements very much. The snowy owl's head is slightly tilted back, and its eyes are wide, narrowed. It looked like a smile, and a cooing sound came from his mouth. Huh. What do you do, Alan? Saw that Xiao Huang could successfully catch and eat the meatballs he threw out before they hit the ground. It felt like teasing a dog, which was very fun. When he looked up, he saw a blonde woman approaching him, holding her hand. There was also a notebook in it. In the manner, it was not easy for outsiders to come in. If she hadn't held the microphone in her hand, Alan would have almost thought that this reporter from somewhere had sneaked in. Hello, Your Excellency. I'm a screenwriter. This is the first time I have met you today. I saw you training falcons. I was curious and came over to take a look. The female driver saw Alan suddenly raising his head to look at her and was a little embarrassed to speak due to Alan's gaze. She has seen this excellency from a distance before. Today is the first time she has met him so close. There is a slight scar at the corner of his eye, coupled with his current clothes and the snowy owl on his arm. This is the image, giving her an unreal feeling. Give her the feeling that she is like a character from an ancient bard story. Mysterious, gentle, confident, sunny, handsome, noble, etc. are all described. Screenwriter? Oh, I remembered it. As soon as she mentioned it, Alan remembered that he now had two screenwriters, one male and one female, who divided the work and worked together. The female screenwriter who was hired before seems to have resigned due to some emotional problems according to SYNOPSIS, so this one was hired later. It seems that he just graduated this year. He has little experience in the screenwriting industry, but he is a small writer with good literary skills. Now when they met for the first time, Alan tilted his head. Why did this female screenwriter look so familiar? What's your name? My name is Jonah Rowling. Oh, Alan blinked. Jonah Rowling. Rowling. Why? This is not what I wrote. Ah. You a writer? Yes. I didn't expect you to still remember. Your Excellency. Jonah grabbed the book with both hands excitedly. She was a little stunned when she looked at Alan, and Alan's image suddenly brought her endless inspiration. That sense of mystery reminded her of ancient wizards. Alan didn't know if this was the Rowling he was thinking of, but it didn't seem too good to ask him directly. He thought about it and smiled slightly. How many works have you written? Are you free another day? Send it to me for a look. Jonah was slightly shy when asked about her work. She has literary skills. She could tell stories when she was a child, and she likes to tell stories to her sister. But the novels she is writing now tend to be Mary Sue style romance novels in which a domineering president falls in love with me, which is a bit embarrassing to say. It was because she wrote this kind of thing that SYNOPSIS decided to make her an editor. The request Alan gave him at that time was to be an author of romantic novels with delicate emotions. Jonah reported the title of a novel she had already written. Alan listened with a smile, and then the two of them found out awkwardly that there was no topic. Alan thought she would continue, but he didn't expect that this Rowling only had one work now. Gone. No more. The rest of what you write are just small fragments that you usually write, not worth mentioning. Oh, it turns out Harry Potter wasn't written, and he didn't hear the name he wanted. Alan was a little unsure. He didn't know Rowling's life, so he didn't know whether the one in front of him was the one he wanted. Work hard. Try to write better stories in the future, and contribute to the company. I look forward to you becoming a dame in the future. Alan gave a word of encouragement and was ready to continue playing with Xiao Huang. Jonah smiled happily, handed the notebook to Alan and said, "Sir, I admire you very much. Can you write a message or a signature for me? I have never had the chance to meet you before." Okay. Alan gently shook his left arm to take the notebook, and Xiao Huang stared at Jonah angrily. After breakfast, SYNOPSIS smiled apologetically at Alan. He came to the restaurant specifically to wait for Alan. "Master, there is an email from the island country. It is a script sent by Sony for your purpose." "Oh. Are they looking for me to do something because I'm free?" Alan, who had only had some leisure time in recent days, curled his lips when he heard the script was sent to him by these little islanders. "Isn't it another perverted script? Go to my study." Crossing his legs and enjoying the massage from the maid, Alan slowly turned over the so-called script that Sony wanted to film. When Sony invested in shares, Alan promised them that they could use their people to make a movie every year that was not for making money. "It's almost the end of the year now. If we don't use this opportunity, it will be forfeited." Chapter 150, The Young Master's ATM. Open the synopsis of the script. First of all, the timeline. Ancient times. This is great. As long as you choose ancient times, whether it is costumes, props, or even buildings, they all need to be carefully selected or rebuilt. There are so many things you can do here, but looking at the content of the story, a little girl who was sold to a technical school by her family since she was a child. A life experience that develops slowly step by step. When she was a child, she wanted to run away and go home, but was caught by the madam, and then met the young security guard of the technical school, who was the male protagonist. The two agreed that when the cherry blossom tree in the backyard bloomed, the hero would take her to escape. This seemingly romantic, but actually very nerve-wracking scene makes Alan's balls ache. Why is it not good to use this kind of childhood sweetheart bridge? It has to be used in this kind of place. This is a technical school. When the cherry blossoms bloom, the daylilies are cold. What's more, according to the narrator, it is a cherry blossom tree that will not bloom. Then the subsequent plot gradually becomes bloody, with the heroine being forced by an old man to do something, and then the heroine changes from a person who only sells her art, but not her body, to a versatile young lady who knows a lot and is very skilled. In the middle, the heroine met a new man, a scholar. Then because of him, the heroine ran away again and was caught again. Then the little male protagonist from before came out again. This time he grew up and said again that when the cherry blossoms bloom, he will take the female protagonist and escape. The story behind this is like reincarnation. The heroine meets a new customer, an infatuated samurai. Originally, the samurai was already prepared to pay for the heroine. But they encountered the same old plot that was jealous, and another new customer appeared who was attracted to the heroine. The new guest had a conflict with the samurai, and the samurai died. The heroine was now pregnant with the samurai's child. She was hopeless and was beaten by a new guest. The child in her belly was not saved, and the heroine even lost her fertility in the end. Then the most bloody thing came. At this time, the male protagonist with no sense of presence appeared again as a warm man. At this time, the cherry tree that had not bloomed for more than 10 years bloomed. The male protagonist boldly elopes with the female protagonist. Alan subconsciously fumbled for a cigarette, and after he lit it, the hand holding the script trembled slightly. What kind of bullshit plot is this? Especially at the end, the script also specifically marked the significance of this plot point. No matter what difficulties you encounter, never give up. Don't give up your love for life. Between men and women, you must believe in feelings. The co-author from the island country also felt that the plot at the end sublimated the emotions of the entire drama. Damn it, after turning the page, there were words of thanks to Alan. After Tanaka Kubo watched the new movie of His Excellency the Count, which has not yet been released, he was greatly shocked. After returning to the island country, I asked someone to specially create a modified version that fits the culture of the island country. According to the plot of the L, I asked the L to help review the script and give your opinions. I mentioned it to your uncle. Isn't this just a piece of shit? Although his movie had a skewed outlook, there was something exciting about that movie. Even though the male protagonist was also cheated on, he knew how to kill the adulterer, so he didn't get offended. This is a different kind of cool spot. But what about the island country's script? From the beginning to the end, the male protagonist just watched the female protagonist's customers change one after another, and acted honestly as the warm man from the beginning to the end. This is a coward Who can tell me what's so cool about the movie Island Country? Did Tanaka Kubo have some misunderstanding of what he wanted to express? If Alan wants to convey the idea to Americans through the movie, don't be afraid of being cheated. Just kill the adulterer. What the Islanders understand is that if you haven't been loved since childhood, it's not a good relationship. True feelings need to pass many tests. What test? The more times you are greened, the better. With this kind of plot, losing money is a sure thing, but people at Sony wanted to rely on this kind of film to launder money. In Alan's opinion, it was really stupid. There are no big scenes in the whole movie. Even the scenes are very simple. The actors are also very simple. Everything looks very simple. If you really want to launder money, just make your ancient village level war type movies. Aren't there so many stories from the warring states period? A fight involving dozens or hundreds of people should be processed and filmed when the time comes. For the battle in the wild, the cavalry will be mobilized, and all the horses will be replaced by flashy Arabian horses, that is, sweaty horses. Specially select horses that look good, but have bad pedigree. A horse costs tens of thousands of dollars, and the quoted price is millions of dollars. How much does a few hundred horses account for in the budget? This can be achieved in one go with a budget of hundreds of millions of dollars. But what about the people at Sony? It's so fussy that the mud can't hold the wall up. With a sigh, Alan took out his pen and wrote a line at the back of the script. The script is very good and expresses the true feelings of the Islanders, but the plot tension is not enough and some plot conflicts can be added. Put aside your need to help others and just do whatever you want. They are all bad movies anyway, so just make them if you want. It's not his investment anyway. Sony likes to play this way, so let them play this way. Thinking of this, Alan was suddenly stunned. Tanaka Kubo said that this was a magically modified island version, based on the idea of his own movie. So, can this be understood to mean that they copied their own ideas? The last time Sony invested in shares, Sony used the news to promote new products, but this time it copied his ideas. This is a slap in the face. Syphis watched Alan read the script. His expression kept changing, sometimes sighing, sometimes with a smile on his lips, and did not dare to speak. He could only look at Zhao Huang, who was standing on the desk and staring at him. This little guy is now dressed in white. If you just look at the appearance, he is still very beautiful. He just has a bad temper. You can look at it, but you can't stare at it all the time, and even more so, if you want to touch it. If it does any of the above behaviors, this creature will peck people. Now it can fly, and will chase and catch people. Syphis looked at Zhao Huang, and winked at him, preparing to tease Zhao Huang. Zhao Huang was stunned by his look. His head seemed to be broken, and it turned 180 degrees, and turned directly to the back. Don't look at him anymore. Was he actually despised by a bird? Just as Syphis was about to get angry, he heard Alan's voice. Syphis, Master, I'm here. The end of the year is approaching. Generally, companies should pay dividends at the end of the year. Sony, in theory, is Alan's partner and should also enjoy this, right? But point here in Alan, dividends. Divide your mother. It's nearing the end of the year. If a company wants to develop and money is needed for development, why should we pay dividends? Let's continue to inject capital. Now Alan has understood Sony's difficulties. They have money, but they have to pay huge interest when depositing it in the bank. They also face other problems such as depreciation in their hands in this case. Why isn't the money sent to Mr. Allen? With old and new grudges added together, Alan plans to ask Sony for money again at the end of the year. Thinking of this, he raised his head and called out to Syphis in front of him. Notify Sony, please wait. After I finish my work these days, let them send people to prepare for a meeting to discuss the company's development plan and new investment plan for next year. Syphis was still immersed in the shame of being despised by Zhao Huang. Go ahead. The company will develop next year. Don't we need funds? Where will these funds come from to recruit people and add equipment? Don't we need to tell our partners? Yes, I will inform you right away. Syphis immediately thought of Sony. Isn't this the young master's ATM? In addition, after the movie's release process is completed, let us know. At Christmas, bring your family, and I'll charter a plane for you to travel. It's been a hard year. Syphis was stunned again. A Christmas movie is about to be released. Everyone is going on vacation. So what? Who cares about the movie? Perhaps seeing Syphys's confusion, Alan had a look of hatred on his face. He raised his finger and pointed at Syphys and said, "Are you too busy lately? Huh? I'm talking about our people. Not everyone. People from Sony stay to watch the company and watch the movie being released. Do you understand?" "Yes, yes, I understand. I will make arrangements right away." Syphys gently picked up the script on Alan's desk. After being yelled at by the young master, his reaction was a little slow. When he raised his hand, his little yellow eyes and quick mouth pecked Syphys' hand hard. "Ah." Hiss. Syphys wanted to scold but didn't dare. This little thing is quite vindictive, taking advantage of his strength. He raised his head and glanced at the expressionless Alan. Syphys smiled awkwardly and said, "Master, I will go back first." "Well, go ahead." It is Alan's established plan to take his employees on a trip for Christmas. Alan is not sure how his movie will be received when it is released, but based on the response to the previous movie, it is likely to be a mixed bag of praise and praise point. And with the experience of the last movie, at this time of crisis, why do you still stay in dating? It's about making money, Mr. Allen, when it comes to being scolded and criticized. Isn't it because Sony is there? There are employees sent by Sony and the company. Sony people go first. At that time, when the limelight has passed, Mr. Allen will return as the king. Very perfect. Friday, November 27, 1987. After breakfast, Angus and Alan walked out of the hotel together. Just as Angus was about to pull Alan towards his white elongated Lincoln, Alan held his shoulder. "Take my car." Angus likes to show off, but he can't do that today. The place he's going to today is quite special. If he really goes there in this white stretched Lincoln, it's not impossible. But afterwards, a round of ridicule is inevitable. "You took America's car and went to the House of Lords in the Palace of Westminster for a meeting. What did you think? Believe it or not, the guard will give you a shot." Angus lowered his head, slightly nervous, and was forced into the back seat of his Bentley by Alan. Slowly following the flow of people, we headed towards the Palace of Westminster. The Palace of Westminster is the seat of the House of Lords, the House of Lords, and the House of Commons. The House of Commons. This kind of title is not insulting, but a very intuitive title based on class. The decoration of the House of Lords is entirely red, very magnificent and classical. This was the first time Alan had come here for a meeting, and he couldn't help but be a little curious. He turned his head back and forth along the way, feeling like Grandma Liu was entering the Grandview Garden. And Angus, although he is a duke, he doesn't come here very often. Moreover, Angus's concentration was not even as good as Alan's, and he was sweating profusely on his forehead. Thinking of the speech Alan gave him some time ago, Angus swallowed his saliva and whispered, "Alan, don't cheat me. I'm listening to you. HMPH. How could I trick you? You are my uncle. Don't. Hearing this uncle's voice, Angus' sweat turned into a cold sweat. Wait for the minister to finish speaking in a moment. If you look at my eyes, you can choose the time at your own discretion." Originally, Alan wanted to say something about looking at me, but he suddenly thought that he came in today to listen in. He couldn't sit in the front, and could only sit in the open space at the back. And Angus, who holds the position of a duke, it's very forward, so it's a bit difficult to follow Alan's eyes. Following the waiter, I walked through the quaint door of the conference hall, and saw a cathedral-like conference hall. To be honest, the entire chamber of the House of Lords was not too big. Alan ignored Angus, who continued to walk forward. He stood at the door of the conference hall with one hand in his pocket, as if taking a tour. He glanced around, just turned his head, and happened to face the group of people with the highest status in the middle seating area for people. The eldest princess was sitting in the third row, and happened to see Alan standing very conspicuously at the door. He smiled at Alan, pointed to Alan's hand in his pocket, and motioned to the position in front of her. Alan was originally quite happy to see the eldest princess. But following the eldest princess's eyes, he saw the old guy sitting in the front row. He quickly took his left hand out of his pocket and straightened his stance. No way. Alan suddenly discovered that several old guys had already arrived in the front row. There is the old prince and the old duke. These people are not low-level dukes like Duke Angus. Each of these old guys has a bad temper and they're high status. If they suddenly turn around and see Alan standing at the door of the conference hall carelessly like this, they might dare to arrest him and have a few words, shrinking his neck and saying hello to the eldest princess. Alan grabbed a waiter and whispered, "Where is my stool? Sir, do you want to sit down now?" The waiter looked at the conference hall where people were coming and going. Alan's seat was close to the back door. It was a bit eye-catching to sit down now. "Okay. Go move the stool." Alan bent over slightly, trying to lower his height as much as possible to avoid being noticed by the old guy. He was just out of curiosity today and stopped by to cheer Angus on. Unexpectedly, I saw these old guys when I first came in, and now they feel a little guilty. After a while, at worst, he quietly slipped out of the back door. As for Angus, wish yourself luck. The House of Lords does not have a president, and the powers of the president are exercised by the ministers of the House of Lords, and this minister of the House of Lords is also the minister of the Supreme Court of England and Wales. Anyway, his position is a bit convoluted. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.